Does he get a chance to return as Chief Minister of Maharashtra after waiting patiently for 5 years? What's going to happen to Uddhav Thackeray? Does he become a comeback king, or will his rebel Eknath Shinde, who served as Chief Minister for the better part of 2 years, sweep the party from under his feet? What happens to the doyen of Maharashtra politics, Sharad Pawar? Can he do his family succession to his daughter, or will his nephew come and upset the apple cart? For all of us who understand the practical measures of having one nation, one poll, so that we have less electoral cycles, let's spare a thought for the excitement of doing this literally every month. We've come from Haryana into Maharashtra, Jharkhand, and don't forget a by-poll that has taken place in Wayanad in Kerala, which is probably set to return Priyanka Gandhi for the first time as an elected member of parliament. What does that mean for national politics? We'll be examining this through the course of the day. Our reporters are joining us from across the several states. Anand Singh is in Bandra in Mumbai. Sambhav is in Ranchi tracking the election results out of Jharkhand. Belly, my colleague, is in Wayanad tracking the developments of what happens with Priyanka Gandhi, and our guests are joining us this morning as well. I'm expecting Milind Deora with us very shortly. We have T.S. Singh Deo, the former Chhattisgarh Deputy Chief Minister, joining us very shortly. Rao Sahib Danve, a former Union Minister, will be joining us also. Avinash Pandey, General Secretary of the Congress, and I also have with me Himanshu Bhatt joining us this morning. Let's start off with our reporters on the ground in the main epic battleground of Mumbai. Anand, what's the gossip from last night? How are the political parties preparing for today?
Yeah, Rishabh, look, since yesterday several round of meetings have taken place over here in Mumbai, where even as per Congress sources, they have asked the party leaders to prepare to take most of their newly elected MLAs in case the Mahavikas Aghadi ensures victory in Maharashtra, then they must be taken to Karnataka so that Operation Lotus or whatever they call the desertions, the fear of desertion by the Congress is completely visible over here. So they have asked one of the senior leaders to make arrangements for taking all the MLAs to Karnataka in case Mahavikas Aghadi ensures victory in Maharashtra. And if we talk about the parleys of meetings that took place in Maharashtra in last 2 days, especially in Mumbai, it was first the Mahavikas Aghadi which held a meeting at Matusri, the residence of Uddhav Thackeray, on 21st night, and then there all the senior leaders of Congress, including the Maharashtra Congress chief and several other Maharashtra Congress leaders were present, and even Sharad Pawar led NCP were present in that meeting. And even yesterday, Devendra Fadnavis also held several round of meetings with senior BJP leaders, especially in Mumbai, the MLAs of the party and other senior functionaries of the party, to discuss what are the issues that they need to look on the counting day and how they need to prepare to form the government in case if there is also there is a fall in the number of seats, then what they need to do. So all these discussions went on in both the alliances of Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi. We have seen several of the senior leaders living from Mumbai, like Ajit Pawar living for Baramati last night in itself, that because he is contesting from there and he is facing once again Pawar versus Pawar battle in Baramati, which is the strong turf, home turf of Sharad Pawar as well as Ajit Pawar, because Ajit Pawar this time he is facing his nephew Yugendra Pawar over there, who is backed by Sharad Pawar over there. So these are the equations that are coming up, and even if we talk about this electoral battle in Maharashtra, this election is crucial for all the 6 political parties, because this is a fight for survival, especially for the two big regional satraps who have now split, especially the Shiv Sena and NCP faction. So it's a question of survival for both the factions of these two parties in the state. Back to you, Rishabh.
Okay, for people watching the broadcast, this has been the most confusing election in Maharashtra for the better part of 2 decades. So pretty much since the beginning of my career, nobody has seen it. Not even the politicians we've been speaking to know exactly how this is playing out. And the reason for that is, of course, that 2 of the principal Maratha parties, which is the Shiv Sena as well as the NCP, no longer exist in the like and form they existed in 2019. Now, at the bottom of your screens, those are the results coming out of Maharashtra. Have a look. The halfway mark is 145. A party, an alliance, is going to have to take 145. Now, what does that mean? That means the BJP, the Shiv Sena. So the Narendra Modi photograph, the Shinde photograph, and the Ajit Pawar photograph are going to have to take it past 145. Meanwhile, the Congress, the Sharad Pawar photograph, and the Uddhav Thackeray photograph are going to have to take it past 145. Last time around, it was 105 for the BJP, and the BJP and the United Shiv Sena together was just over 160, 161. They should have formed the government, but they didn't. It was a different government that was formed. It was a government of Sharad Pawar, the Congress, with the Shiv Sena's chief at that point of time, Uddhav Thackeray, becoming chief minister, hung on for the better part of 3 years in this MVA alliance until it all came a cropper, because one night Uddhav Thackeray woke up in the morning and realized that half his MLAs had just absconded. They're already planning resort politics. Why Karnataka? Well, because it will be into the safe hands of, guess who? The main man, the Congress troubleshooter in that state, who works as a deputy to the current Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who is going to have to hold the fort in case it becomes a hung assembly, in case it's too close to call. It could be. The exit polls left us all over the place. Of the 7 exit polls that we tracked here, and we put those figures on your screens as well, guess what the results were? Slight edge, you have to say, they gave to the current existing alliance. But some said, hey, it might be a sweep either way. Who knows? The exit poll figures of Maharashtra on your screens. Let me take that opportunity to now jump straight across to the battle in Wayanad, where we are expecting, in fact, Priyanka Gandhi to become a member of parliament, elected for the first time after her brother vacated the seat. My colleague Belly Thomas is standing by. Belly, what's happening? What's the buzz on the ground?
Rishabh, I am at present standing in front of the SKMJHS in Kalpata, where it's the prominent counting center in Wayanad. Among the total 8 counting centers here, it's just gearing up here, where the SP have come and inspected the entire counting center, and now the police are allowing the booth agents inside, and we have a few UDF workers supporting for Priyanka Vadra standing here. And let's find out what's the trend like. Sir, you are a UDF worker. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Biju. Our Priyanka ji will win above 4 lakh votes majority.
Okay, so why do you think that the voters' turnout was very less this time when compared to last time? It was only 62.8 is what we heard.
The opposite candidates are very weak persons. It's okay.
Okay. Now we have ma'am, we are live on that. Ma'am, so you've been extensively campaigning, rallies are there, even digital outreach has been happening. So what is your, what is running in your head at now?
We are in full expectation of a victory. The election campaign was throughout like for the next coming 5 years, what we can implement in this Wayanad Mandal for the development was set forward by the NDA. So I strongly believe that the people who really want the development of Wayanad will be voting for NDA. And so we are so confident on winning this election.
Okay, but why do you think the voter turnout was very less? It was only 62.8% when compared to the last time. So why do you think, and would that anyway come in the way of the results?
There are so many adverse conditions that the recent landslide and so many bad impressions that has been put forward by the Wayanad Mandal. So I think the people have a strong aversion towards this bipole. And since Rahul Gandhi had left this Mandal as such and retained the seat in Raebareli, the Congress is also having so many problems that I think the vote share of the Congress and LDF both have come down this time.
Okay, ma'am, as an MP, what are your first prominent things that you will be addressing here? Would it be issues, or it would be some programs that you have planned for when you become an MP of Wayanad?
Yeah, we have plans for the coming 5 years in the agricultural field, in the medical field, in the education field and everywhere. And the first priority will be medical college, super specialty medical college for Wayanad. And then coming to agriculture also, we know that 90% of the people belong to this, they are farmers in different sectors like rubber, tea, coffee plantations like that. So the upliftment of them, and 10% of SC/ST is also of a high priority because they are such they are living in such a pathetic condition, such an underdeveloped society. So they need to be bring up. Their upliftment is also of a high priority. And there are so many issues like in the field of infrastructure and the tourism also. We have a plan for the coming 5 years.
Thank you so much for that. So that was the NDA candidate, Navya Harris, who had just come to the counting center here. So her priorities are, addressing issues, infrastructure issues, and bringing in a medical college, along with empowering trades like the cash crops. Rishabh.
Fascinating. Nice to see that there are still issues being discussed over there. Others would argue that this is a straightforward personality contest, is a one-way street. It's not really the Congress versus the BJP. Here in Wayanad is the Congress versus the left parties who gave a run for the money by putting a pretty stalwart candidate against Rahul Gandhi to take him on in Wayanad just 4 months ago. Well, this time around, Priyanka Gandhi should take it, and we're going to examine this. But before we do, let's take the opportunity of touching base in Jharkhand, where again at the top of your screens, 81 seats with 41 being the halfway mark. We'll see the results coming in very, very shortly because the postal ballot counting has begun just a few minutes ago. My colleague Sambhav Sharma standing by in Ranchi. Sambhav, क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पर? कैसा माहौल है? शांति लग रही है वहाँ पर ठंड में?
Well, yes, Rishabh, the stage is all set for this 81 Jharkhand Assembly seats and the counting will start in some time, approximately 8 a.m. and the trends will start coming from around 9 a.m. In an exclusive conversation with Jharkhand BJP Chief Babulal Marandi, he said that BJP-led alliance is very much confident and they are gonna very easily cross this halfway mark, which you rightly pointed out is the 41 here in Jharkhand. And I'll request my video journalist to pan the camera and show our viewers the wide angle shot of this famous Birsa Munda Chowk where we are reporting live, and the political parties here are eagerly waiting for the outcome that will determine whether the BJP-led NDA or JMM-led India bloc is going to form the government. Both parties, whether it is BJP or JMM, are very much confident because the political dispensation, the political leaders of both the parties have talked to us exclusively, and they are very confident, and everything will be clear by 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. The picture will be clear in Jharkhand. And talking about the exit polls, obviously exit polls are predicting that BJP-led alliance is going to form the government in Jharkhand, but it is quite early to say because we have seen how exit polls unfolded in the past. So we are here at the ground zero tracking what exactly is going to happen.
Okay, Sambhav, we'll come back to you guys. Thanks for setting this up. Lots of excitement happening in Maharashtra about what the Congress is up to. Ladies and gentlemen, just I'll tell you what to keep an eye out for today. So you obviously are keeping an eye out for what's happening in Maharashtra. That's going to be the big one. Okay. Then is Jharkhand. We mentioned Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi. That's going to be a big ticket item because you're going to establish a trend in the Congress's politics, perhaps even national politics. Keep an eye out for the by-polls, other by-polls that are happening. So as I mentioned, there are two parliamentary constituencies that are going. One is Wayanad, where Rahul Gandhi has vacated the seat for his sister. The other is incidentally in Maharashtra in Nanded. There are 9 by-polls that are scheduled in UP. Keep an eye on this because this is the first time we are seeing elections happening in UP, and 9 is a chunky number to give us a trend. After what happened and what was a shock for the BJP in many respects, because they missed out maybe on 30 seats they would have felt in Uttar Pradesh during the Lok Sabha elections. Now, there is a fair chance that the BJP wants to make a thumping statement in UP. So they'll be tracking these 9 by-polls very, very carefully as well. And if the BJP does well in Maharashtra today, if they do well in these by-polls, mark my words, expect early polls in UP, perhaps as early as even a year and a half from now. Okay. So the truncated assembly in UP could be truncated because they wouldn't want to go into elections because there are 2027 and that leaves too little time for them to make headways for the Lok Sabha elections in 2029. Yes, the election juggernaut keeps on rolling. About 4 interesting bypolls also happening in Bihar. Keep an eye out for those. The capital of Chhattisgarh will have to be voting in one of its constituencies again. Karnataka in Shigaon in Sandur and Channapatna, again 3 assembly bypolls happening there. None of these bypolls are going to change the fate of the assemblies. So that's not going to make a difference. A few couple of interesting battles in Dera Baba Nanak in Punjab as well. Punjab has been a hot potato state in politics right now. So keep an eye out for those as well. And in the Mamta bastion, there are 6 bypolls taking place for which results will be announced sometime today. But as I mentioned, big ticket item. Look at the right side of your screens, high profile faces, all up in the air of what happens and what the people decide. I'm going to thank my reporters in Ranchi. I'm going to hop across to Worli. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, once again, a constituency which Milind Deora, the son of a former union minister, is trying to win for his newly adopted party. Remember, he has quit the Congress to join the Shiv Sena. So my colleague Arzu is standing by. Arzu, what is happening there on the ground? I see heavy security at the counting stations.
Well, Worli is one of the most dynamic constituency and also it is very important, and this time it will not be easy for the Aditya Thackeray to win. Like in 2019, if we talk about, he won by 60,000 votes, but this time it will be very tough fight between, because this time it is a triangular fight. And first of all, going to that, we would like to show you the visuals from the counting center, and as you can see, the heavy police force have been deployed here. All the EVMs and the VVPAT devices used in the Mumbai during the Maharashtra polls have been stored in the strong room, one each in the city's 36 constituency. Also, election to the 28 member state assembly were held in a single phase on 20th November. And also, if we talk about 10,000 personnel from the CRPF, CAPF and also SRPF have been deployed also along with the local police for the arrangement, security arrangement at the counting center. These strong rooms are under the strong CCTV surveillance also across Mumbai. Over 2,700 officials and the staff have been deployed to count the votes, and also it is expected that the counting will begin around 8 a.m. and that will decide who will be the Raja of the Mumbai this time.
Okay,
yes,
believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who witnessed with us, watched along with us the counting in the US elections, where nearly 50% of the votes are early votes in postal ballots. In our case, it's just 3 or 4% that is coming in postal ballots. People have lined up just 2 days ago in Maharashtra. Generally, election battles continue because they go into 3 phases, 4 phases. Well, Maharashtra, all 280 seats voted in a single day. That was just 2 days ago. Then we had the chance to, do some khali pilau, okay, as my mum would put it, on the exit polls on what would happen. But here we are, the results come out. Let's open up this conversation. Rajalakshmi Joshi, Himanshu Bhatt, Joyita Basu, Shashank Shekhar Jha, all with us. Himanshu ji, now, what's your gut telling you? Because your gut was telling you, yes, it is the Mahayuti with an advantage 2 days ago. Okay, we'll put the exit polls out the window now. What's your gut telling you overnight now? Has your opinion changed?
Not changed yet. It's basically an undercurrent, and I'm substantiated after the polling day in 24 hours by that 65% figure of voting. Because Maharashtra in last 3 assembly elections have never seen more than 63% votes. Now this, this increase of 3 to 4% from the total voting, and especially, in the places like Mumbai, when you have a 3 or 4% increase, it means a lot. Because Maharashtra, if you see, refer to the figures 2009, 14 and 19, you will find maximum to be at 63 point something. And when this one touches, 64, 65%, it says something. There is definitely an undercurrent. People have decided on which side to go, where to go, and how to go. And that's why you are finding, this gut feeling of this resort politics and shifting people from one state to other. Why does a party have to do that? All these things give an indication. And looking on those hunches, I definitely feel it's going to be an undercurrent and a sweep on one side.
Okay, all right. It's going to be a sweep on one side, but, but the big question, of course, is the multi-billion-dollar question is which side. So, Himanshu, but let me ask you.
I'm looking at Mahayuti.
Okay, you're saying Mahayuti still has the edge, and not only the edge, they sweep it. Okay, so no confusion. It's going to go clear one way.
Absolutely.
But Himanshu, but that's how it went 5 years ago. It went clearly one way. 161 seats was more than enough to form a stable government. So my question to you, sir, is that the people of Maharashtra have cast their vote. Now their game in this, the skin in the game is now over. Will the politicians take the mandate given by the people, or will they do their jod tod marod?
This time around, Rushabh, I'll tell you something. There's not going to be left much in the hands of politicians. People's verdict with this 65% polling is going to be very, very clear. Because that is what resulted in, Hindu Uddhav Thackeray becoming Janab Uddhav Thackeray. For one, chief ministership. This time, there's going to be left nothing to the chance of politicians.
Okay. But
And I'm looking at something, decimation of one side of Shiv Sena and looking at the decimation of one side of NCP.
okay, so it's going to happen
And
one way or
both
the
will be
other.
on other sides, each other, Ajit Pawar on one side, Uddhav Thackeray on this side. I'm
Okay.
looking at that decimation.
Okay, so for those of you wondering, okay, it could be that the BJP got 105 seats last time. Can there be a single party government in Maharashtra this time around? The answer is
Not single party, but two
almost
party
certainly not. Okay. There is only one party that is contesting more than the majority of seats. That's the BJP. And they're only contesting 149. I don't think they are expecting a 95% strike rate either. Okay. So, is there the chance of the BJP not having to worry about Shinde, and the BJP we generally mean Devendra Fadnavis in this case, not having to worry about Ajit Pawar or Shinde or reuniting the Shiv Sena? The chance is unlikely. So, Joyita Basu, the people have been presented at the get-go with the only option of a coalition government. Last time, the mandate chose BJP Shiv Sena government. They got Shiv Sena Congress government. Does the mandate matter, or will the politicians now do their own mathematics regardless of how the people have voted?
Well, given the percentage that we have seen of voting, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Now, given the percentage, yeah, I would agree that, there is possibility of, we cannot, of course, say one party, that one alliance getting a mandate, but I am not certain which alliance that is going to be. I'm very, very frank, because I'll keep repeating, it is too confusing right now. Although BJP may seem to have an advantage, but at the same time, when you actually, it all depends on how you are going to look at the elections in the context of the 2019 assembly elections or the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, because those two verdicts were completely, swung from one side to another. So if you are looking at that, frankly, whatever I might have said on the day of exit poll, right now, I do not know which way things are going, but yes, it's going to be a coalition. But I have a strong feeling that one side is going to do reasonably well, and it may not be as close as we had thought it will be.
Okay. So, let's pick your brains. Okay. So, now if it is indeed that the BJP and the Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde do enough, which means the BJP will have to get about 120 of the 150 they are contesting. Okay. They'll have to have a very high strike rate. And the Shiv Sena will have to win the majority of the seats they are contesting as well. But Joyita, if they did enough and they don't require Ajit Pawar, do they keep Ajit Pawar?
It is not a question of do they keep Ajit Pawar, it's a question of does Ajit Pawar stay or not. If they do not do well enough, I think that Ajit Pawar is the main baggage. If you go by the Lok Sabha election results, it's Ajit Pawar who is the bigger baggage than Eknath Shinde. So and if they do not perform well, will this alliance last? I have my doubts about it, because there is a possibility that Pawar will be Ajit Pawar will be the first person to desert the alliance. I would not be surprised if he cuts a deal with his uncle and goes back to that Mahavikas Agadi, because remember, for certain people the chair is more important. Of course, the thing is that if he goes back, he's not going to be deputy chief minister, but Ajit Pawar likes to stay near power,
Okay.
POW.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm still in my 30s, believe it or not. Okay. So, this grey hair has come from late nights figuring this out. So, now let me put a question to Rajalakshmi Joshi. Rajalakshmi Joshi, exactly 5 years ago, okay, we ended results day. And at the end of results day, we were all looking at, here we are, there's a pre-poll alliance. It's been there for 30 years between the Shiv Sena and the BJP. They won a comfortable majority at 161. Now it's a matter of time that, a chief minister is decided. Sometimes in the past, there has been a Shiv Sena chief minister, but it's never been a Thackeray. Okay. So either it will be Fadnavis or it will be some other Shiv Sena leader who will get sworn in. And we went home. I remember then 2 days later being woken up at 6 in the morning to be told that I need to rush to office because a swearing in ceremony literally overnight has been planned, and the swearing in ceremony is not the BJP Shiv Sena, it's the BJP of Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, and we all came in and said, oh my god, a government got formed and Ajit Pawar switched sides. Wow, epic, very exciting. And then 2 days later he switched sides again. So, I mean, is Ajit Pawar going to be the X factor over here once again?
Very good morning, Rishabh. Yes, the election results in Maharashtra seems to be getting more and more interesting with every election. But, this time round, I think that a lot of people have learned a lot of lessons. So, this situation that you were talking about, yes, it was a kind of a first for a lot of reasons. It was a kind of a first when maybe Mr. Ajit Pawar and the BJP. Mr. Ajit Pawar probably nobody had ever imagined. I would never have imagined that such a situation might have ever arisen. And later, a few months later, I think that nobody would have imagined that Mr. Eknath Shinde would break away from the Shiv Sena. So that those kind of flip flops that happened in Maharashtra, I think that kind of a turmoil that you can say that was something unimaginable. I think maybe 10 years ago. So this time around, I hope that the results will be very starkly in your face. Something that people cannot switch sides, or they will not want to switch sides or want to make.
But that is a mathematical impossibility. It's nearly a mathematical impossibility, because if you wanted a situation where a pre-poll alliance had won a clear majority, you had that situation 5 years ago. Shashank, now my problem is that, I'm a practical man. Okay, at the end of the work day, I want to go home, okay, have my meal and take a nap. Okay. Unfortunately, the Maharashtra elections last night did not allow us anybody to do so, because everything was in the air. Since it's a mathematical impossibility for a single party government to take charge, which will have to mean that either Fadnavis and Shinde do so well that they don't need Ajit Pawar, and that makes it a bit easier. In which case also it's complicated, because Shinde would want to stay on as chief minister, and let's be practical, Fadnavis has waited 5 years. He could feel it, he could taste it when he was being sworn in 5 years ago. He had thought he had done it. But he's been waiting in the wings, and I can imagine he also wants to be chief minister again. So that's also an uncomfortable alliance, Shashank.
Namaste, Rishabh, my fellow panelists and the viewers. Rishabh, one thing is very clear. And that would be the reason why BJP is so confident, and it will answer your question as well. There are 76 seats on which there is a direct fight between BJP and Congress. So we have seen it in since year 2014. Whenever there is a direct fight between BJP and Congress, BJP has an edge. Even the alliance with Congress, the parties, they also mention this time and again that the Congress is the weak party in the alliance, India alliance, what they formed. So that is something, I guess, which have given a very practical impression as to who is getting an upper hand. Now this is a 288 member house. So if you have 76 seats against Congress, in which you are expecting a 50 to 60 seats, I guess that will give you a very good high there. Secondly, I guess there's a difference between Lok Sabha elections 24 and this Vidhan Sabha elections of Maharashtra. At that last time of Lok Sabha, we have got this information that RSS cadre did not come out. RSS was not happy with BJP because of the statements made by the party. This time the condition is very different, and the same thing we have seen in Haryana as well. The third aspect, I guess, and it is again a very practical one. In Haryana, what we have seen is the parties, especially the Congress, they tried to do the caste-based politics and the counting of the numbers, the survey, the numerous statements made by Rahul Gandhi as to caste-based surveys, etc. And on the contrary, BJP came with non-Jat alliance and non-Jat voters, and it gave them a very big good result in the Haryana. The same thing, I guess, can happen in Maharashtra, because now we have seen statements from Yogi Adityanath to Narendra Modi, from batenge to katenge to ek rahenge to safe rahenge, and everyone got impacted with that as well. So these three aspects, I guess, will be very crucial.
All right. So here's the analysis, a generalized analysis out of Haryana. Okay, it was felt on two ways. How did the BJP manage to do what it did? Number one, that the mobilization of the RSS in Haryana was a lot more in sync with the party than it was in the Lok Sabha polls. Okay, why is an internal dynamics for which the history books are written. Okay, but that's the practicality. Number two, that there was a voter sentiment saying that 5 of the seats of Haryana were sent to the opposition in the Lok Sabha. So a correction was made in favor of the BJP and Modi. Okay, that's the rough estimate. Well, my producers are playing around with their screens a little bit. I wonder what they're doing. But that was roughly the estimate of what happened in Haryana. Now, meanwhile, the issue in Maharashtra is that along trends in the Lok Sabha, the Congress won the most number of seats, 13. The BJP only got 9. And between them, the Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, Sharad Pawar, Congress, they did a decent job. They got about 36, 37, 38 seats out of the 48. Okay, so the vast majority of seats were won by them. But what is different this time around? Okay, joining us now on the broadcast is the candidate from Worli, Milind Deora. He's taking on Aditya Thackeray. Milind, thanks so much for joining us this morning. I know you're in a rush, so I'm going to keep it as quick and brief as possible. Highest voter turnout is what we're discussing in several decades. In your favor or against you?
I don't buy into these theories that higher turnout means it's pro-incumbency, anti-incumbency. I'm confident, based on the feedback we received on the ground, that people want to support the government. They want the schemes to continue. Okay. And based on which I'm confident that...
Okay, but let's come to the issues, because one of the threads of Uddhav Thackeray and the erstwhile Shiv Sena now under him was that, listen, that the BJP is coming and you guys as their allies under Eknath Shinde are coming and you're changing the identity of Maharashtra.
These are all distractions. Ultimately, the fact remains that their 2.5 years versus our 2.5 years was for all to compare and see. And that will be the basis on which people will decide.
Okay. So what about the issues? Women, youth, is there a Modi factor? What are the issues here in this election? Because we're still trying to figure them out, even though the results are now upon us.
Certainly, Prime Minister's popularity certainly plays a part. But of course, in an assembly election, local factors also have an important...
Okay, I have to ask you, sorry, we are having a connection issue there, but I have to ask you if you can still hear me. When we talk about Uddhav Thackeray, okay, is it reasonable for you to say now that he is still going against the ideals of the party that was founded by his father, of Bala Sahib?
I have no idea why they changed, but I think the only simple answer is people do things sometimes for power and greed. That's probably what happened in...
Okay, Milind, one of the big questions has been in this election was this Ladki Behna scheme. Now, we've seen it implemented in Madhya Pradesh, it did well. Has it played a factor? Do you think these things matter, or it's been pre-decided and what happened in the last few months doesn't matter?
I think it was a game changer in empowering women, strengthening them, making them independent, allowing them to take financial and economic decisions for their future and their families.
Okay, what happens if you win? Who becomes Chief Minister? Milind Deora. Does it become your man, Eknath Shinde? Does it Devendra Fadnavis? Who do you think?
I am very confident that since we fought under the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister's leadership, the same will continue once Mahayuti receives the verdict, and there will be no problem. There will be coordination, smooth coordination between all.
Okay, all right, Milind, I know you got to run. Thank you very much for just taking a few thoughts on this. Milind Deora there, the son of a former union minister, now a member of the Shiv Sena, taking on Uddhav Thackeray in Worli and hoping to defeat him, and that would be a big blow. Let's pick that thought up with Himanshu Bhatt. Himanshu Bhatt, there are also personality contests, because it's not only the change of dynastic guard that matters in the NCP where it's more urgent, but there is a long time dynasty which is the Thackeray's, and the like in form of Aditya Thackeray. How do you think he's going to perform?
Well, I think that is the seat, what you're talking about, Milind and Aditya. That's going to decide, the fate of Mumbai. I'll put it that way. Because the 36 seats of Mumbai, this one result people are watching. And that's a high profile constituency. Now, Milind Deora is also not a Shiv Sainik. He's a staunch Congressee. All his life he was brought up as a Congressee. And now he's a Shiva Sainik because of the polling arrangements of BJP. You said 149 BJP are fighting. I'll come to that, and I'll tell you exactly 15 of BJP candidates are fighting on the tickets of Shiva Sena and NCP Ajit Dada Pawar. And what I am looking at is a scenario where BJP and Shiva Sena Shinde put together will cross 145 mark. In that case, Ajit Pawar will be irrelevant. And he'll be made irrelevant. And when you are talking of chief ministership, this man or that man, BJP top leadership has very clearly announced Shinde will continue. Because for Devendra Fadnavis, they have a different plan. After these elections, you will see that is what is my hunch. My sources tell me that Devendra Fadnavis will be the BJP national president.
Okay, let's have a blunt conversation. Okay, let's have the blunt conversation. Joyita, since Himanshu has taken this down this path, okay, let's call a spade a spade. Devendra Fadnavis, okay, he is contested from Nagpur, very close to the RSS, has been chief minister. Some would say he's been someone who's closely aligned to a Nitin Gadkari, closely aligned to Nagpur, closely aligned to a Mohan Bhagwat. Still a young man, still has a long way to go. Can that formula work? Would they want to push somebody like Devendra Fadnavis, and will he agree to it? Go away from his power base?
Well, actually, Rishabh, the whole point is, you see, we have been speculating for some time now about Devendra Fadnavis, the chances of Devendra Fadnavis becoming BJP president. But there was also this quote-unquote canard that this was coming from Devendra Fadnavis's office. So, frankly, I do not know. A lot will depend on what today's result is like. Because you see, if, of course, because you see, there are other names also that are floating for BJP president's office. I mean, there is the case of, for example, Mr. Khattar from Haryana. So it all will depend on, but there will be, when you're talking about BJP president, obviously Mr. Modi, it will ultimately be decided by Mr. Modi and Mr. Bhagwat, perhaps they're sitting together and they're finally taking the call. So, and we know how the surprises that can come from this, Mr. Modi in particular. So let us not get ahead of ourselves and speculate Devendra Fadnavis as as BJP president. First, let us see the results, how it comes, and then perhaps, if we see that BJP has done, very well, not so much Eknath Shinde.
Okay.
Then what happens? That factor also we have to take into account.
No, but that's, the majority of the MLAs that in the existing government are provided by the BJP. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the practicality. Okay, the practicality is that if you are a politician, you don't want to necessarily become a union minister. all right? A union, you get promoted upwards and outwards, okay? The reason you don't want to become a union minister primarily is because you, as the popular face, want to stay close to your electoral base. You can send some people from your party to become union ministers, but if you are spending most of your time in Delhi, you get disconnected, especially if you come from faraway states like Maharashtra, which is a distance from Delhi. You want to stay close to your power base. Now, that's for the politician. Then there is the complexities of what's happening in the larger picture. Now, you have to understand that Narendra Modi worked with the RSS for a long period of time. That's where he did his Sangharsh, that's where he did his Manthan, that's where his emergence into politics happened. Then, of course, with Vajpayee and LK Advani, and finally he became the Chief Minister of Gujarat without becoming an MLA. Okay, that was the faith that Vajpayee and Advani put into him. So, in the subsequent years, you have seen the BJP trying to establish more of its own roots. Okay, they've been conducting membership drives, now 11, 10 crore members, 12 crore members, 14 crore members, to try to become and have their own identity, not aside from the RSS, but despite that. Okay. Now, whether this was the factor that resulted in a slight disconnect during the Lok Sabha elections and the check that has happened, I don't know. Since then, the BJP has conducted yet another membership drive, but the Haryana mobilization tells you that the RSS was out in full force campaigning for the BJP. Are they the overwhelming factor in a massive general election? I don't know. Okay. Are they certainly a factor? Yes, they are. Don't underestimate. Sometimes living in urban areas like Bombay and Delhi, in centers that we move around, we might think that the RSS is not everywhere, but they are literally everywhere. They're better organized organizations still in this country. Okay. So now that opens up this question, and it's not an easy question. Rajalakshmi Joshi. Okay. The question of first Devendra Fadnavis, then I want to come back to the Thakres. Devendra Fadnavis has sat, he was sworn in as Chief Minister. He thought he had done a coup. Okay, he had taught Uddhav Thackeray a lesson that listen, you were wanting too much. With only 30-40 MLAs, you wanted to become Chief Minister. Your father never became Chief Minister. So I've got Ajit Pawar, I've broken the NCP, and I'm going to form a stable government. But then it fell apart. Wouldn't Devendra Fadnavis, who's been very patiently waiting in the wings, Deputy Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, wouldn't he want to stay and if he wins this time or helps his party win, to be sworn in once again?
Yes, definitely. Rishabh, everybody has their own aspirations. But then there is one striking feature that you can see among the BJP, that is, and especially the people who have come from the RSS, that, they are extremely disciplined. And even if they have some disappointments and they may be having some differences, they don't come out in the open. So they may be having whatever differences they have, but they don't come and give media statements. So today in Maharashtra, if you see that there is extreme discipline in the BJP and in the Shiv Sena also, where you see that there are just striking three faces for the three parties in the alliances, whereas on the Mahavikas Aghadi side, you see that there are no clear faces apart from Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. So then, there are a whole lot of aspirants, and that kind of a situation is there in the Mahavikas Aghadi, which you don't see in the Mahayuti. And especially in the BJP, there is this situation where if it comes to that kind of a situation, then they will happily take on whatever responsibility they may be given by the higher up commands. So that is a kind of a situation, and it is definitely a cadre based party. And I would just want to add.
So are we saying that will Devendra Fadnavis decide for himself? Absolutely not. Okay, so will somebody else be part of the decision making process? Yes, they will be, for sure. For people watching the broadcast who think that there are the voters are told ideologies and issues, I promise you the brass tacks of politics is once you have voted, nobody cares about the ideologies. Nobody cares about the issues. Nobody cares about whose side they were on. Nobody cares. You only care about being in power. Being in power makes you relevant. Why would the Shiv Sena and the Congress work together? Let's be blunt. Maharashtra is one of India's richest states. Political parties work on patronage and have to be funded. If you come into power, then you start appointing people. There are so many commissions, there are so many posts in which your coteries get appointed. Let's not kid ourselves that these states have to then fund these political parties and their leaders who claim to own nothing. You know, Rahul Gandhi doesn't even own a car. So who pays for the car he's driving in? Okay. So think about these things. So this brings people together, and my only hesitance is that we've seen it in a very unabashed form in Maharashtra in 2019, okay, where ideologies did not matter. The voters get a chance to have a comeback, but that's 5 years later. And do they still remember what happened, or are they being swayed by the emotion of Uddhav Thackeray, you know, leaving the CM's residence and going back to his father's residence in Matoshri, you know, and heralding the Thackeray name, but the same Uddhav Thackeray not finding the time or the inclination to go to Ayodhya? Can you imagine that? It's been 1 year since the temple was made and Uddhav Thackeray still hasn't been. It's for a person who's been following the Thackerays for a long period of time, you would find that shocking. Let me get Shashank into this conversation. Shashank, let's pick up the Thackerays, okay? Uddhav and then Aditya. I want to start with Uddhav. About 10 years ago, okay, the vast majority of us were convinced that Raj Thackeray is the chosen heir of Bala Sahib, the nephew and not the son. Okay? He was looking the part, dressing the part, he was even the cartoonist, he was even walking the same way. Alright, he was literally mimicking Bala Sahib in every way, including the heavy handed, you know, the tough guy who's going to take on these immigrants and beat up the rickshaw drivers. Uddhav Thackeray was supposed to be the softer, more intellectual types in this. But Bala Sahib chose Uddhav, and Uddhav did not let Raj break the party. He proved something at that point of time. What can he prove now?
Rohitji, something which has been just stated on your show also. It has been over 1 year of Ram Mandir and he still has not gone to Ram Mandir. Just few days before the voting, Uddhav Thackeray specifically said that he is sorry for 1992 riots, for which even Bala Sahib always throughout his life took credit of. So if you are so desperate, even voters are very clear as to what they are seeing and the stark difference which your ideology is now. We have seen how earlier people used to go to Matoshri to meet Thackeray's, versus now how Thackeray's have to travel to Delhi to meet their alliance leaders. Because when they were with BJP, the entire BJP, including Amit Shah and all, they used to actually go to Matoshri, but the scene is very different. So the hold which Thackeray's were having, and this time because you talked especially about the Bal Thackeray's son, we also need to understand that he is responsible himself for denting that thing, and the most of the voters or most of the seats which Shiv Sena usually get is from BJP, the larger Mumbai. So this time I guess it will be very tough task for the Thackeray's to gain. As far as Aditya Thackeray's question is concerned, I guess last time when he fought the election, it was very easy for him because, you know, ideological stuff, plus BJP and Shiv Sena was aligning together, fighting together, etc. But now when alliance have broken, there are two Shiv Senas, two NCP, BJP and Congress. I guess the momentum which BJP gained since Haryana elections, or for that point, the BJP gained momentum after 2024 elections, in which they got less number of seats as per their expectation, and the momentum which was lost by the opposition alliance after getting a significant higher position, but not, so that is something which I can call a paradox.
Okay,
BJP won the election and it went for a fighting spirit. Opposition lost the election, but they thought that it is the highest what they can do. So I guess that
I'm not following clearly, but if you're referring to what happened in Lok Sabha, as already mentioned, yeah, 13 seats for the Congress. Everybody did well except the BJP in Maharashtra. Maharashtra was one of the disappointments, not as big a disappointment as UP, but a disappointment in the BJP ranks. If Odisha was a surprise, Maharashtra, Bengal, these were disappointments.
Rohitji,
Okay, in
just
the
one
BJP ranks for 2024. Okay.
Rohitji,
Yeah, my name is Rishabh, sir. I'll get my team to correct that
I'm
for
so
you. So,
sorry.
Joyita,
I'm
let
so-
me, Joyita, the point is, is this a species of genius? All right. Is an Uddhav Thackeray saying that, look, the days of Ram Mandir politics and being the tough guy that my father was, that I would take a gang and we would, beat up the rickshaw drivers who had come from outside the state and we would represent Marathi identity. Hardcore Hindutva. Remember, Shiv Sena was more hardcore Hindutva than BJP. That those days are gone. That this is the day about environment, about not cutting trees. This is the day about having shopping malls open late into the night and allowing the people of Mumbai to to have restaurants open late into the night, which is what Aditya Thackeray has been pushing. That this is an evolution, and maybe that evolution is genius.
Well, Rishabh, let's put it this way. One of the things that has, I would say, BJP and Shiv Sena, the original Shiv Sena, going in Maharashtra and still going is our Hindutva. Let's not make any mistake about that. The only factor that is working in favor of Uddhav Thackeray is sympathy, nothing else. So that is what we have to look out for, and that is what helped him in the Lok Sabha elections. Whether the Sena voters are still sympathetic towards him or not, we have to see. But I mean, whatever little bit I know of Maharashtra, whatever little bit I know of people who vote for the Shiv Sena, they do not go for RA Metro shade and green energy and all. No, they don't. So the only thing, frankly, Aditya Thackeray is at one level disconnected from his voter. And the thing is, you see, so we have to see whether the sympathy has worked.
Okay, so I'm asking a basic question. Let me put that to Himanshu. Himanshu, but who then is Uddhav Thackeray? Who is Aditya Thackeray? Because Aditya Thackeray is not building an image of his grandfather. He's either evolving and either he's evolving in the right direction or the voters will say not in the right direction. Bala Saheb Thackeray, if you disagree, people can really watch the movie. Okay, now it's a good representation in ethos of what he represented. Tough guy. Okay, Marathi identity, Marathi language, Marathi culture, and hardcore Hindutva. Don't mess with me. Okay, I'm going to slap you silly otherwise. Kind of mercurial personality. Aditya Thackeray is not that.
Uddhav Thackeray is not that, and he is not become half of that. See, that is what the problem of basic Shiv Sainik is. If I put it what Joyita said in another way around, it's something like this. In Maharashtra politics, Shiva Sena has been relevant, and so has NCP been, but they have never crossed 75 seats, barrier in last 50 years. Shiva Sena has never won in assembly 75 plus seats, and so has NCP. So they have their, importance, but that importance is not so big. Whereas Bala Saheb Thackeray, as far as Shiva Sena is concerned, was a larger than life figure. Uddhav Thackeray doesn't come even halfway through it, and he wants to be called the heir apparent of Shiva Sena. How will a Shiv Sainik believe that? My argument is basic. What Joyita says exactly is correct. They do not care about anything else but hardcore Hindutva.
No, but
and in such a scenario,
no, but what is? I mean, it could be, but what is the lesson? Rajalakshmi Joshi, what is the lesson that the electorate just told us about hardcore Hindutva from UP, where the BJP lost Ayodhya? Okay, so it could be that the Thackeray's are going. Listen, that the younger population has got different priorities. They are more interested in the don't cut the trees and keep our shopping malls open, and these things matter to a younger urbanized population.
You're partly right, Rishabh, but then let me just point out something that it was not as if the BJP lost Ayodhya. It was that there were some 5 or 6 constituencies, out of which one constituency or 2 constituencies voted with the Muslim population voted overwhelmingly against the BJP, because of which the BJP lost in a totality. So that is what has happened in a lot of places in Maharashtra as well. And now today, when the ulemas, they say that if you don't vote for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, then you will be banished from being a Muslim. That is something that goes completely against the Shiv Sainiks. So the Shiv Sainiks have actually traditionally, they have very strongly they have actually stood for this Hindutva, which I think, it has been completely neutralized by Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. So, when he talks about his lineage, or when he talks about his line of Hindutva, which he says that, he talks very lowly about Gomatra, he talks very lowly about a lot of things about Hindutva, that goes completely against him. And only people who would have been very staunch followers of Balasaheb Thackeray, they would still be a little hesitant, they would be
sensitive. So if you want to step away
about this.
You would think so. So if you want to step away from what we hope politics is about, which is about development and vikas and sending people to the moon, and what it often becomes about is identity and religion and all sorts of other things. In that case, will Muslim people in Maharashtra vote for a hardcore Hindutva party like the Shiv Sena? We are about to find out by the end of the day whether that happened or not, believe it or not. I take a break. We're back in a couple of minutes. We carry on this conversation and the numbers start rising on your screens, because by 8 o'clock is when the voting machines start getting opened up. See you in a minute.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
NPS वात्सल्य, ये किसने दिया?
ये हमने दिया है। सभी चाहते हैं अपने बच्चों की आज की नहीं, कल की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करें। इसीलिए हमने चुना है NPS वात्सल्य, जो सालाना 1000 रुपए के निवेश से भी शुरू हो जाता है।
NPS वात्सल्य आप 18 वर्ष तक के बच्चों के लिए ले सकते हैं, जो 18 वर्ष बाद खुद ही NPS अकाउंट में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा।
इसीलिए कहता हूँ, हर उम्र के लिए NPS जरूरी है।
खुद को पैम्पर करिए MDH बादाम रोगन के साथ, जो आपको सवारे, निखारे और नरिश करे।
चमके चमके हाँ, दमके दमके,
त्वचा में समाए, हाइड्रेट करे, हर उम्र की त्वचा का पोषण करे।
You deserve the purity.
MDH बादाम रोगन, नेचुरल, टेंडर, प्योर।
चमके चमके।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's now where it begins. Okay, we're going to see results. It is exciting, no doubt, because we've come from a Lok Sabha battle. We have gone into Haryana. What an upset there. We've gone into US elections, which were heck really interesting for us as well, and gone straight into Maharashtra, into Jharkhand. In Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi is about to become a member of parliament for the first time. Meanwhile, in UP, 9 of the assembly constituencies are up for grabs. How's that going to play out? Because the BJP was well nigh disappointed with what happened in the Lok Sabha in Uttar Pradesh just a few months ago. They'll be testing the waters there. Lots of interesting battles happening in Bengal, there's a Vaipol even happening in Gujarat to keep us fully occupied for the rest of the day in trying to figure out what is the message that the voter has once again given to us and to the politicians who have to form the government. Now, the tricky thing in Maharashtra is we don't know if what the voter is indicating actually then forms a stable government, because 5 years ago we would have left result day thinking a BJP Shiv Sena government pre-poll alliance been there for about 30 years is pretty sorted. We are done. Okay. But then the absolute opposite took place, an upset took place, and this is one of the most confusing elections because some of the party men themselves are finding it difficult to remember who they work for, because if you were in Baramati, for example, you have Dada, which is Ajit Pawar, who is the nephew of Sharad Pawar, who is contesting against his own nephew, which is his brother's son, who is also a Pawar. Now, if you are the NCP worker there in Baramati, you're highly confused. What's going on? Okay, because Dada is still Dada. He's still the main man. He was your mentor a few months ago, and now he's the enemy. It's really confusing. Politics is often like that. Let's open up this conversation and take it piece by piece as the numbers start trickling in, and we'll be able to educate this conversation maybe in a couple of hours to where the trends are establishing themselves. On the broadcast with us, we have S.S. Maan from the Congress, Himanshu Bhatt is still with us, and Priya Sagar, editorial director of NewsX, joining us on the broadcast. Priya, here we are. Let's start with Maharashtra. How's it going, you think?
I think you chose the best state to talk about. Maharashtra is really the most exciting state for all the reasons that you mentioned and more, because also we don't know which alliance is forming the government, and also who's going to be the chief minister. I think that's going to be the huge bargaining point if the numbers don't add up. I think if the numbers add up, I think this time around all the partners are going to stay where they are in the boxes that they've been allotted, because the only confusion that's going to really happen is between the Shiv Sena, Shinde and the BJP, because although they've gone in with Eknath Shinde as the CM face, it's not clear, they've left it to the numbers, but within the BJP also there are those who don't want Devendra Fadnavis as the CM, so there's going to be a lot of maneuvering there. Uddhav Thackeray might see his chance and come in, as deputy CM or something, and just try to edge Shinde out. So there's going to be, as you said, the more fun, and the games have just begun once the numbers are in.
So let's look at scenarios. All right, most unpredictable person for some reason is an Ajit Pawar. Okay.
Yes.
So last year we wake up one morning and he's become deputy chief minister under Fadnavis. 2 days later he's deputy chief minister under Uddhav Thackeray. Okay. He's remained deputy chief minister for the entire 5 years. He was sworn in as deputy chief minister 3 times in the last 5 years. Okay, believe it or not. I'm sorry, but it is funny. Okay, because it's unpredictable what the heck is going on there. So now scenario number 1 is there is no party. Only the BJP is contesting 149 seats, and I don't think they'll win 100%. Okay, so there's no party they can form a single party government in Maharashtra. It is mathematically impossible. Correct. So there has to be a combination, Priya. Okay, now the combination can be anything. It can be BJP, Shinde and Ajit. It can be BJP and Shinde only. It can be BJP and Uddhav and Shinde back together. Who knows? It can happen. It can be BJP and Uddhav back together and Shinde cut out. Who knows? It can be that Ajit goes back to Sharad Pawar and comes back with Uddhav Thackeray and the Congress. All the options are on the table. Now, how is it that the voters have voted and still we don't know what options are on the table?
Because of the very reasons you just told us, because the leaders don't know which side they are on. So the voters, and ditto for ideology, who's the custodian of Hindutva, who's the custodian of welfare scheme, whose scheme will give you more, who is there for the farmers. Early on, it was pretty clear, Sharad Pawar in the Vidarbha region, Congress, going in for the welfare schemes. Now, Shinde is talking welfareism. Reforms was something the BJP was known for, but Congress is alleging that all the reforms and all the big ticket projects are going to Gujarat with this government. Maharashtra is getting nothing. So if you see it, there is a lot of confusing rhetoric that is happening on the ground. And also Rahul Gandhi, he's suddenly done a U-turn. You saw that editorial he wrote about the New Deal. He's relied in the financial capital. He can't be anti-corporate. So of course, the Adani scandal that broke is another thing that he gives him strength, but it's post the elections. So that won't matter. At the end of the day, everybody is reinvented himself, even the Congress, as I said. So there is reinventions. We don't know who's standing for what. Nobody is sticking to the ideology. So there is confusion galore, especially in Maharashtra.
I've never seen it like this. Yeah. The parties are confused. Parties split. That's not uncommon in politics. That happens all the time. But there was a core to Marathi politics, pretty stable for the better part of 20 years. Okay, some would say 30 years. Okay, but that core is gone. Sharad Pawar has been there since before I was born. Okay. The Thackeray's have been there since before I was born. So there was a predictability in Maharashtra politics, and there could be a plus minus, and the swings would happen. So you've seen the decline of the Congress to the rise of the Marathi parties, the resurgence of the BJP. That's all out of the window. And what troubles me is the experience of 5 years ago, that regardless of what the numbers tell us, the numbers could tell us that this pre-poll alliance should be forming the government. Okay, but then Ajit Pawar changes his mind. Okay, and he does huggy jappi with uncle, and there's a lot of asu, a lot of tears, and that can happen. Who knows? Anything is possible. Himanshu, but let's now discuss this step by step, point by point. Is there or was there an ideological battle in this election? Was it clearly that if I'm voting left or right, okay, as most people would think, did that exist?
Yes, it does exist. To a great extent, it does exist. And that is the reason you are having, two Shiva Senas fighting their own battle and two NCPs fighting their own battle. Irrespective of the fact, as you said, 5 years experience. But I'll tell you, 50 years of experience of Maharashtra politics tells us that these Maratha parties, nobody, I'll reiterate this point, none of these parties, NCPs or Shiv Senas, they never won more than 70 seats. I was just checking through some facts. They've never won more than 70 seats in a 288 house and still being able to govern either BJP or Congress. See, at the back door, what has been happening is, in last elections also, you said, after 5 years, so many people changed, so many things. But do you know which was the least number of seats, which party had the least number of seats? NCP. And still it managed to have a deputy CM and run things their way. And a coalition which was formed and voted by people was broken. And that sympathy vote, Uddhav Thackeray getting out of CM's house, how many times did he go to the CM's Karyalay in 2.5 years? 2 times. Just 2 times. And still, people gave him a sympathy vote in the Lok Sabha seat. Now, people have understood.
Himanshu, but it's work from home these days, no? No, it's not yet? Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, you're working from home also. Come on, give him a benefit of the doubt.
Pardon?
Come on, we can work from home these days, can we not? Don't tell that to my employees also, please.
It's something like this. It's something like this, Rishabh. What is going to happen is, I very clearly foresee a decimation. Decimation is the word I am using. It's a bipolar contest. People might say confused and so many after seeing the voting and other things. I am still saying it's a bipolar contest wherein the one chunk from one side and other chunk from other side are going to be badly decimated. People are not that foolish.
Okay, I don't know. All right. Okay, let me try to examine this with Priya before I get the Congress spokesperson into this conversation. Priya, okay, so I'm now trying to understand this. So, from what we understood, Bala Saheb Thackeray came into the political forefront in Maharashtra. He was the tough guy. Okay, I am the guy who is going to come out on the streets. Okay, I'm going to beat up these out of Maharashtra people. I'm going to stand for Marathi identity. I am more hardcore Hindutva than the BJP is. I am more gung-ho about Kar Sevaks and Ayodhya than even the BJP is. Okay, and I have an identity about myself. And Uddhav Thackeray is different. And Aditya Thackeray is Aditya Thackeray is known for Mumbai, late night scenes and don't cut the trees, okay, but do environment friendly. That's not an identity. So either he's the genius evolving this, that look, the younger urban youth, they are looking at different things. They're not interested in Ram Mandir very far away. They're not interested in beating up people from outside. They are interested in these new era things. So either it's a species of great evolution or that identity is gone. Which is it?
I still agree with you. Identity is gone. I mean, you put Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora. You can interchange which parties they stand for. The rhetoric will remain the same. The values will remain the same. They are contesting each other. But in terms of ideology, in terms of values, both are new age politicians. Both stand for balancing environment with reforms. Both are talking about Maratha pride and Maharashtra, taking Maharashtra, making it like another Singapore. So the conversation, I went for the campaign and you could interchange. You could put one's face on the other and they're talking the same language at the end of the day. So I think the ideology is is taking, his lines are getting blurred, and there is the new age politician that is there on the block who is talking a language that was different from Bal Thackeray and at that time Pramod Mahajan. Also, why that alliance worked was because it had a legacy, there was a history, there was committed Advani, there was Pramod Mahajan, there was Vajpayee, they had a history of camaraderie with Bal Thackeray, there was an equation. Here these are overnight, fly-by-night operators. Eknath Shinde is there one side, he's on the other side the next day, ditto for Ajit Pawar, ditto for Uddhav Thackeray, who was warring with the Congress for so many years and now suddenly they are best friends. So there is no legacy, there is no common ideology, there is just the thrust for power. It is just a mathematical game, it's a theorem. You plus this thing gets the Maharashtra throne, so all of us will come together. But with chemical theorems can go wrong and explode also, Rishabh, as you've seen. So it is a very volatile situation over there, and if a government is formed, how stable will it be will determine on how much the two national parties get, because national parties do bring some sort of stability, whether it is the BJP or the Congress.
Okay, so we are saying that, all right, if the voter of Maharashtra this time was sick with this Jod Tod Marod, okay, then they are probably going to lean towards one of the national parties. So actually, by that logic, you should see the BJP and the Congress, both their vote shares go up slightly. Does that a stable government make? Don't know. Okay. Now let's rope in the other one, Priya, the Pawars.
Yes.
Okay. Now, my gosh, everybody knew, I mean, you know this better than I do, you've been doing this longer than I have, right? So, Supriya was at the center in Delhi, looking after things there, and Ajit was one looking after things in Maharashtra, okay, as the power base was. He was the man taking care, carders, campaigning. Baramati was also Ajit Pawar was looking after, okay, and Supriya was handling things in Delhi. That's what she was being groomed for the better part of 20 years, all right? But then Sharad Pawar changes his mind. Why?
Ajit Pawar changes it for him. Ajit Pawar felt insecure. He thought that he was not getting his time. Perhaps also look at what happened. There were coalition governments. There was a lesser chance of NCP really getting a toe in the center. So Sharad Pawar, as all the opposition parties have now seen that their best bet is at the state level. That is why Ajit Pawar felt insecure, and he felt that this arrangement is not going to work, and Sharad Pawar is going to impose Supriya Sule perhaps at the state level. She is his heir apparent. Sharad Pawar had also aged. He said again this time round, this is my last battle. If he's an octogenarian, how much more can he go? Another election at the best. So in that sense, the time had come for Sharad Pawar to set his house in order, and he began doing it by giving Supriya Sule more heft than Ajit Pawar, as is natural, father and daughter equation. So that is where Ajit Pawar felt insecure. Secondly, I think there was the ED cases also that had their own tell in Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar. That part of the conversation we've heard playing out in the elections also. So that also had its fair share of play, I think, in terms of the NCP. Okay. And thirdly, without Sharad Pawar, Rishabh, there is no NCP. Supriya Sule is very good, but she is there because of Sharad Pawar. Yes. While Ajit Pawar, without Sharad Pawar, can still make a difference or not, this is the election that will tell us.
Yes, so Ajit Pawar can probably hang in. He can hold on a few seats even without Sharad Pawar. Supriya Sule cannot. Let's be realistic. Okay. Okay, let's absorb some details that are coming in, because yes, we get to watch live results from Maharashtra. 15 leads being reported out, 288. Early stages, the BJP leading in 7, the Congress in 3. Eknath Shinde himself is leading in his constituency. Aditya Thackeray meanwhile is leading in Worli, where he's taking on of course Milind Deora of the other side of the Shiv Sena. In Zishan Siddiqui, after having joined the new party, is leading in Vandre, also known as Bandra. The NCP of Ajit Pawar leading in 2, the NCP of Sharad Pawar leading in 1, the Shiv Sena UBT leading in 1. On the top of your screens, in Jharkhand, it is the JMM that has taken the early 2 leads. The reporting feedback from there might be a bit slower, even though there are less votes and less EVMs to count in Jharkhand. Meanwhile, there's an epic battle going on in Wayanad, where Priyanka Gandhi is hoping to become Member of Parliament for the first time. Let's open this up to the Congress spokesperson joining us on the broadcast. And I want to pick up with that thought, because Priyanka Gandhi, no surprises, is leading from Wayanad. She is expected to win that very, very shortly. SS Man with us. SS Man, let me pick up the contest in Wayanad before I bring you to Maharashtra. Now, she's going to win that seat. I'm pretty sure you're very confident of a clean win there. Priyanka Gandhi entering Parliament. First question is, why now?
she has had a lot of experience with the party. She has worked with the party. She has worked with the organization, and then she has gone into the electoral battle. And she has the voice of the party, and now she's bringing voice to the people, to the parliament. So it's very wise, matured, and it is taken a lot of experience in Indian politics before she has taken this call, and that what we would expect from a seasoned politician.
Okay, that's it. That's the excitement for Priyanka Gandhi entering parliament for the first time.
I think there should be a lot of fear with the NDA, with the BJP, of her entering the parliament. We have seen over the years how people have followed her. People have seen her as a leader in Uttar Pradesh. In many states, she has been one of the most demanded campaigners for the Congress across India for so many years, for decades. And she coming into the parliament, she bringing the voice of people of Wayanad, she bringing the voice of people of India. I think it's a very, very big milestone for Congress. And BJP is going to face a very tough challenge with her inside the parliament. She, with Mr. Rahul Gandhi leading the charge on BJP has a lot to fear.
Okay, Priya, I mean, let's face it, we've been waiting, predicting, wondering about this day because it will be remembered for Maharashtra, but I think in history it will probably be remembered more for Priyanka. Okay, so Member of Parliament Priyanka, what does that now mean for Indian politics?
And this is a debut that has taken so long to come, but that is, I think, happening with Rahul Gandhi. It's happened with Priyanka Gandhi. Finally, there will be Priyanka and Rahul both on the floor of the House. I think there's going to be a very interesting, all three of them in Parliament, Sonia also, but there's going to be a very interesting interplay in the Lok Sabha, I think, with Priyanka joining in. I do agree with the Congress spokesperson that in terms of the Congress, there is going to be a lot of enthusiasm and excitement. She will do more for the Congress rather than for the politics as a whole, because she will be, of course, taking cue from Rahul Gandhi. But say if an Anurag Thakur is talking, or any of the next gen leaders, Priyanka would be a good counter for them. Now Rahul has placed himself as he will be taking on the Prime Minister and Amit Shah. Priyanka can take on anyone. She has no problems, and she has it. She has that Hazir Zawabi. She knows how to give it back, and she can get away by saying something that is slightly risky, which Rahul Gandhi, I think, now is trying to let's see. Rahul, no one knows, but he should be trying to portray himself as prime ministerial, as someone who will not go into the no joke. So for that, Priyanka Gandhi is going to be a very good asset for him. And of course, let's see how this plays out in terms of the equation between the two siblings, because everybody will be watching. Here will be the next heir apparent of the Congress. Will it Rahul stick to his guns, or will Priyanka Gandhi take over? It's going to be very interesting.
Okay, for people watching the broadcast, for all those who will try to convince you that Rahul and Priyanka don't get along and they, there's a contest between the two of them for the leadership of the Congress, that is bald bunkum. Okay. They get along thick as thieves, all right? They get along really well. They are pretty closer than most people can understand or imagine. Yes, there are coteries who might pit each other against each other, but there is no difference of opinion between Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. A large aspect of Rahul Gandhi's political career shaping has been done by his sister. Now, why she entered politics now? There were many pretexts for Priyanka Gandhi not entering politics. There was the fact that she was making space for Rahul to establish his identity. There was a personal logic that her, children were still in school and she wanted to wait for them to go off to college. Lots of considerations were put in place. Whether they were excuses or good reasons, you can decide. But now she's here. She's going to win that seat in Wayanad. She's going to enter parliament, and she's going to now be playing a factor in the 2029 elections, where the BJP will have to still decide whether there will be a generational change in 2029 or not. We don't yet know. Meanwhile, let me take you through the big ticket items of how the counting is progressing before I rope in Jasmine Sandewala of the BJP. Aditya Thackeray leading in Worli. Shaina NCE of the BJP trailing. Prithviraj Chavan of the Congress is leading. Priyanka Gandhi leading in Wayanad. That's a Lok Sabha battle, remember. Mahua Manji meanwhile leading in Ranchi. Babulal Marandi meanwhile is leading. Amit Thackeray is also leading. Let me open this up to Jasmine ji from the BJP. Jasmine ji, let me take you to a battle in which you do not have skin in the game in Wayanad, but that is going to be something I'm sure you're tracking very carefully yourself. Priyanka Gandhi is going to be in parliament. How will you take her on?
Well, we welcome that Priyanka Gandhi, the early trends are predicting that she is going to win. in the BJP. We are mature enough and seasoned enough to welcome, and this is a democracy, and she will be a good voice for the people of India. And in a democracy, you have to appreciate your opponents also, because then only a democracy is vibrant. And it has taken a long time for the Gandhis to decide to pitch her and send her to the parliament, but I hope that she plays a constructive role in the parliament and is not very, very destructive. And we wish her the very best, and we hope that she brings up issues which relate to the people of India and not just personal ones.
Okay, quick updates. Okay, okay, all right. That's reasonable. That's decent of you to say so. That we wish her the best and see you later. And I'm sure the ugly political fights will come. Quick updates. Zishan Siddiqui, whose father was brutally assassinated just 1 month ago, has switched sides. He used to be a congressman. He is now leading from Bandra East, also now known as Vandre East. Devendra Fadnavis, meanwhile, in Nagpur, is leading in his seat. Forgive me, because this is how incestuous these elections have become. Shaina NC, of course, is of the Shiv Sena and not of the BJP, as I remember her for all these years. And one wonders that Milind Deora, who's quit the Congress, has also joined the Shiv Sena, not the BJP, believe it or not. Those are the details that are coming in on your screens. She, of course, is contesting from Mumba Devi and is currently trailing. On the bottom of your screens in Maharashtra, 29 seats now reporting. The BJP leading in 20, the Congress is leading in 3, the Shiv Sena of Shinde leading in 2, Ajit Pawar leading in 2, Sharad Pawar leading in 1, and Uddhav Thackeray leading in 1. The total on the top of your screens is telling you that the BJP is now leading in 4 seats in Jharkhand, the Congress in 1, and the JMM, that's an alliance, remember, that's the India alliance that is continuing of the Congress and JMM. That total is what matters in government formation. The BJP would like to take it pretty much on their own. These are how things are standing. SS Man of the Congress wants to make an interjection. Go ahead, sir.
About ideologies, as you earlier discussing, Congress has been the anchor of the ideology. If you even see the Maharashtra alliance, the Congress has stood by its ideology from the beginning, for the constitution, for the backward, for OBCs, SCs, STs, for youth, for farmers. You see our manifesto. Yes, BJP tried to copy, the government tried to implement some agendas from Nyay Patra. They tried to take some ideas. We were very happy with that. They are doing if it is good for the people. But Congress has stood by its idea. BJP is trying to protect Ek, which is Adani, and we are trying to fight for all the people of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. I think that anchoring Congress has done, and Rahul Gandhi and Congress party has stood by that ideology. So it's very clear. We can't say that there have been two different there are so many ideologies. There's a mix. I think it's very clear that Congress is anchoring one side of the ideology and BJP is anchoring the other side of ideology. And how we go to the people. The abuse of power, the breaking of government in Maharashtra, the trying to break of government in Rajasthan, the same ED, IT, CBI abuse in Jharkhand, the arrest of the chief minister, what happened in Delhi. So seeing all that, I think people are going to vote for progress. People are going to vote for good businesses rather than monopoly. People are going for welfare schemes for the
fair
farmers,
enough. But Mr. Maan, I'm sure you were aware of the fact that you formed a government in Maharashtra and you ran it successfully, to your credit, for the better part of half its term with the Shiv Sena. Now, what is your ideological alignment with the Shiv Sena?
That's what, when I say that Congress is anchoring its ideology. It is the abuse of power by BJP. It is the destruction of India's constitution. The going against the minorities, going against the SCs, STs, OBCs, basically dividing every community, basically dividing everyone that BJP was doing. And Shiv Sena realized that it is better to be with the Congress for the progress of India. It is better. It is right to stand with the constitution, because that is a core idea of any political party working in India, to stand for the protection of constitution. You cannot allow a political party that is breaking parties, dividing.
Okay, all right. So it is reasonable. It's not unreasonable what you are saying. Priya Sehgal, is not unreasonable what the Congress is now telling us, that actually the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray more closely represents the Congress's worldview rather than Bala Sahib's worldview.
Actually, you're right. We've been discussing since how Uddhav Thackeray hasn't yet made it to Ayodhya. He's been accused by the BJP and the other Shiv Sena for also switching ideology. So yes, I would say in that sense the Congress is right when they are alleging that they are, in terms of as he used the word, anchoring ideology, but kind of there is some kind of narrative setting that is happening, which is going the Congress way, moving this Uddhav Thackeray Sena more to the left of centre, not totally left, but towards the centre really, rather than totally on the right. And Sharad Pawar has always been there. So, where Sharad Pawar stands today, he's not going to stand tomorrow. But today at least he is there with them. So, in that sense, I would agree, give him that point.
Okay, Nana Patole leading in Sakoli against the BJP's Avinash Pandey, who I'm hoping will be joining us very shortly. Who will be joining us very, very shortly. Updates, Ajit Pawar meanwhile in Baramati is leading against his own nephew Yugendra, who's contesting. Aditya Thackeray meanwhile leading in Worli. Kalpana Soren, wife of Hemant Soren, now leading. Shaina NC has taken the lead in Mumba Devi. Babulal Marandi meanwhile is leading. Amit Thackeray is leading. Zishan Siddiqui is establishing his lead in Bandra, expecting, he's hoping to win that seat. Devendra Fadnavis meanwhile in Nagpur is still leading. Very, very interesting battles that are going on, and we're getting you updates as they're changing. They're still too early to say anything, but the EVM results come very quickly. In an hour and a half, we will have a clear trend, at least in many of the seats. Whether we'll have a clear trend in the states, we don't yet know. It might go down to the wire. Himanshu Bhatt disagrees. Himanshu Bhatt says this is going to be an undercurrent. It's going to be a wave election. Himanshu Bhatt, are you still sticking to that?
To that, because we are talking here at what time is it? It is about 8:32, and it's just the voting. The counting has started. Postal ballot results are out. After that, there will be in the Vidhan Sabha constituency, assembly constituency, there will be about 15 rounds, 13 to 15 to 18, 20 rounds, depending on the number of votes. So,
have we lost him? Can we not hear him? What's happened? So, okay, my PCR crew has mucked up something. We'll just come back to you. I was just quickly updating you that Nana Patole is indeed leading. Please forgive me because tracking these elections as a journalist has been hell. All right, I promise you. I mean, there's some faces that I know. Okay, Milind has gone now to the Shiv Sena. The other faces I'm still tracking to, because to the best of me, the Ajit Pawar, who is contesting against his own nephew in Baramati, is now leading. I'm being told that we are going to be joined very soon by the Congress General Secretary Avinash Pandey. Mr. Pandey, can you hear us? If you can hear us, sir, I'm going to ask you a basic question because the trends are still too early. Let me ask you about the turnout. Highest turnout in 3 decades. Hopefully, you're hoping in your favor, sir, or could it be in favor pro-incumbency?
Definitely, it is in our favor when it is a pure anti-incumbency vote where the people have come out openly to change the government, and we feel it is very much in our favor.
Avinash ji, we've been discussing ideology. Okay, we have, the conversation is what is the commonality between the Congress ideology and the Shiv Sena ideology?
BJP should not give this lesson when they can have their alliance partner in Jammu and Kashmir, what they have done there, and in other places also they have unethical alliances. Here, ideological to save the country, to save the state from the price rise, from unemployment, and also for the development of Maharashtra. We all came together, and we are confident that the people of Maharashtra will believe on us.
All right.
They will definitely give us
Avinash ji, on the issue of ideology, one of the major issues for you through the Lok Sabha elections into Haryana, into Maharashtra has been caste census. Your party leadership is talking about it. You've been talking about it. Some would say it didn't work in Haryana. Will it work in Maharashtra?
Definitely. See, caste census is basically to give justice to all the class of the society, especially the economically poor classes, who are being denied the benefits and security just because their real census is not available. And so it is the basic idea to give justice to all who are poor, below the poverty line, and also who need this kind of reservation for supporting the future of their generation, and also to carry all the benefits which other classes are taking.
But Avinashi, it is difficult. If you are voting in Maharashtra, it is confusing because, let me put it this way. What part of the approach or the message of what Bala Saheb Thackeray stood for, and many would say that he was more hardcore Hindutva than even the BJP, what part of that did the Congress party feel makes sense for them, that you guys are in tune in this?
See, basically, Balasaheb Thackeray has attained a very respectable position in not only in Maharashtra, but I think being a journalist, being a cartoonist, and being a leader who has been identified as the pride of Maharashtra. So I think we all respect him, and the people of Maharashtra definitely carry the ideology the feeling what he has for Maharashtra, and we all respect him. And I think ideologically there is no difference as far as the Hinduism concerned. I think now in the last coalition you have seen that they have a secular ideology and they believe in basically Sarva Dharma Sambhav. So I think there is no difference in ideological.
So there is no difference in ideology between the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray and the Congress party. I don't know if the Shiv Sena voter agrees with that or doesn't agree there, but I appreciate you being blunt about it. That they have approached a secular ideology. They are different. Uddhav Thackeray is different. Here's now Avinashi, in Karnataka, coming out with those 5 promises worked for you. That's what your assessment is of the party, that it worked for us. You can argue that for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, this Ladli Behna scheme worked. They've come up with a similar scheme in Maharashtra. I know it's only been 3 months, but are you worried that that could have swung some women votes away from you?
See, Ladki Behan Yojana, sincerely speaking, we are all there for the upliftment of our ladies and our all the women who need the help, and that is why the Aghadi, Mahavikas Aghadi, has announced a special assistance to all the ladies up to 3,000 rupees per month, and this is basically to help them. As far as Ladli Behan Yojana, if you just see in other places, and we have given the successful model of Karnataka and Telangana. Whereas if you see in Madhya Pradesh, the earlier scheme announced by Madhya Pradesh government, now if you find hardly any women are getting this benefit of Ladli Behna Yojana. So their slogan is just, I can say, election stunt, whereas we are going to make a proper provision in our budget to ensure the continuity of this benefit in future also.
Some would say that the budgetary provisions in Karnataka haven't worked out well, sir, and it really hasn't happened. Before I let you go, if your alliance wins, who's going to be Chief Minister? Is it going to be Uddhav Thackeray?
This is one thing where we are sure that Mahavikas Aghadi is going to form the government. And as far as this election of Chief Minister is concerned, all the senior leaders, they are very much matured enough and they know what is good for the state, stability, and also for the development of state. So I think all the senior leaders, they will sit together and with the consensus, they will take the decision.
I know it's been a long haul, all political campaigns are. Avinash Pandey, wish you the best for the results today. Thank you very much for joining us. Quick update for our people watching the broadcast. Amit Thackeray now leading from Mahim. Keep an eye on the right side of your screens because Ajit Pawar is trailing from Baramati. He should win that seat. If he loses that seat to his first-timer debut-making nephew, that will be a shock to the system and pretty much seal the fate for the NCP as it stands right now. So that's a big development. It's still early, but keep an eye out on that. Meanwhile, more good news for Sharad Pawar because in Islampur, his candidate is leading. That is Jayant Patil is leading in that constituency. No surprises there. I'm being told that police security outside Matoshri has now been increased. Why that is, we are going to find out very, very shortly. Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, is leading. in his constituency. No surprises there. He should be hoping to take it. Ajit Pawar in Baramati is where the big battle is shifting as we speak. In Sakoli, Nana Patole is now trailing in that constituency. Milind Deora, as we know, is trailing. Shaina NC is now back to trailing. Prithviraj Chavan now trailing. Tanaji Sawant, who's an existing minister, trailing in his seat. A lot of dramatic developments taking place. Milind Deora, of course, taking on Aditya Thackeray. It is interesting. It's going to go down to the wire, and that's going to keep us pretty much entertained. Let me quickly get Himanshu back into this con. Priya wants to make a point. Priya, go ahead, then I'll get Himanshu ji.
On our screens, if you look at the Maharashtra, out of 58 leads, 35 are for the BJP. You know, that's a huge, if you look at the other numbers, they're all within 10, 4, 2. But BJP 35 at this early stage, I think that shows indication of the wave that Himanshu had, I think, detected perhaps.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask to be me briefed about a review on what are these seats, because it depends on which seats are counting first. If they were from BJP strongholds, yeah, then it doesn't matter. But if there is across the state, then who knows? Yes, it is. Priyanka Gandhi is leading in Wayanad. No surprises there. She should take that election. It's been a slightly demure, slightly lower voter turnout, but she's expected to win that election. Lot of interesting battles happening. Keep an eye out for the 9 assembly battles happening in UP. I promise you, if the BJP does well in Maharashtra, does well in UP, there will be an early election in the state of UP. Mark my words, we'll come back, make a promo of it if it happens a couple of years later. I want to get Himanshu Bhatt back into this conversation. Himanshu Bhatt, your take on the numbers. No party in Maharashtra can form a single party government. Right now, as we stand, it is 55 for the existing incumbent Mahayuti. Where do you see this going?
I'm seeing, no single party will form the government. Number fine, I agree. But I foresee BJP and Shiva Sena Shinde, both of them, minus Ajit Pawar, crossing this 145, 150. I am seeing this type of an undercurrent in the entire state. And right now, I am not going to call anything because it's just very, very early. Maybe 1 or 2 rounds of counting has taken place. So, whatever leads are coming now are not important. It's after 10:30 what you will see that there will be a sweep on one side, and I am not expecting anything less than 165 to 170 seats for one side. That means the other side will be decimated. And I am taking my neck out to make a prediction that it will be Ajit Pawar who will be decimated on this NDA side, and Shiva Sena Uddhav Thackeray will be badly decimated on the other side.
Okay, so then you are thinking that the BJP is going to up its numbers from 2019. That is not going to be 105. They're going to have to get closer to 120 to make it without Ajit Pawar.
No, I'm not talking about 120. I'm talking about just 100 seats. Because see, BJP has fought 150 seats, plus there are 15 candidates of BJP on the tickets of Shiva Sena and NCP Ajit Pawar.
Okay, is Milind Deora one of them?
Their strike rate of 60% or 65% will lead you to 95 to 105.
Okay.
Then what they will need is about 40-45 seats from one of the partners. So, Ajit Pawar, if he wins 15 or 20, will become inconsequential as far as forming the government is concerned. And that's where I said, I'll reiterate again. What is happening is, BJP leadership is very firmly said, Shinde will again lead. That means Devendra Fadnavis will be out in the national politics.
I agree.
Probably BJP national president. Simple as that.
Okay, this conversation has been going on for a long period of time. Don't know. We've been discussing Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis, ladies and gentlemen, let me brief you and I'll have a blunt conversation. Okay, Devendra Fadnavis has been very close to the RSS. Okay, close to Gadkari. All right, but became chief minister at. Okay, all right. Please come in. Priya wants to update this. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Rishabh, but Fadnavis and Gadkari don't get along, so that is also a problem because both of them have a turf war
in the recent
RSS.
past, because the turf war is in the core headquarter area of Nagpur. But finish your thought, Priya.
Yeah,
tell
exactly.
Tell us a bit about Devendra Fadnavis.
No, Devendra Fadnavis, I think I agree. His future, he is very keen to become the CM of Maharashtra. He said that it's been denied to him for a while, and he has been working very hard. He's put his face on all the posters also, along with Eknath Shinde. But on the ground level, Amit Shah does not like him very much. The RSS is backing Devendra Fadnavis. But so if the one way of sorting the situation out would be, there are many within the BJP who would like Eknath Shinde to come back as Chief Minister and accommodate Devendra Fadnavis at the centre. Perhaps in the cabinet, BJP president, I am not sure how comfortable Amit Shah is with that. RSS would like him. RSS's other candidates also. Manohar Lal Khattar is there. So BJP president, I don't know, but Devendra Fadnavis coming to the cabinet, to the centre, I think in some shape or form, I would agree with that.
Okay, so that's how it's playing out on the bottom of your screens. 90 seats out of 288 are now reporting. It's still early because we are not even at 9 o'clock yet, but it will be over soon. Within an hour and a half, we'll have an idea whether it's a hung house, and it seems to be the BJP spiriting itself into early leads, leading in 42 of the 90 seats that are reporting. The Congress at 11, the Shiv Sena at 11, the NCP of Ajit Pawar at 6, the NCP of Sharad Pawar at 8, the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray at 12. On the top of your screens in Jharkhand, it is still neck to neck, 8-6. Which is the NDA versus the India alliance of the Congress and the JMM, with the JMM taking 6 out of those 8 seats, leading right now 7-8. Close battle. The BJP, of course, is hoping it's winning Jharkhand. Remember, Hemant Soren was recently in jail, so they are hoping that they're going to take that state. If he comes back, it will be a comeuppance for him for sure. Let me get the politicians back in. Jasmine Sandewala, we are discussing. I know it's an academic conversation. You can't comment much on it, but I'm nevertheless going to try. Why deny Devendra Fadnavis another term as Chief Minister if you do well?
We are a very democratic party, and decisions are taken with great deliberation. And I am nobody to say that we are going to be denying him anything. He's a very tall leader. He's a very significant leader in the BJP, and a man who has a great future ahead of him. He's done substantially well for himself. The central leadership will decide what his role will be in Maharashtra, and I am sure our central leadership will play a very righteous role for him, and he is very committed to the party, and the party is very committed to him.
Okay, thank you for the diplomatic answer. I appreciate it. Let me update our viewers. In Mumbai Devi, it is the Congress leading against the Shiv Sena's Shaina NC. That's Amin Patel is leading. In Ghatkopar, Parag Shah of the BJP is leading. In Karjal, it is Rohit Pawar who is leading. In Borivali, the BJP is leading. In Nasik East, the BJP's Rahul Dikale is leading. Meanwhile, in Kamti, the BJP is once again leading, is established itself. In Chandrapur, it is the Congress, the candidate that is leading. Meanwhile, in Latur, Amit Deshmukh is currently leading. Amit Thackeray, meanwhile, is consistently leading from the Mahim constituency. A flip has now happened in Baramati, where I am being told that Ajit Pawar has now once again taken the lead. So this is going to go upwards and downwards. Be ready for it. It's live reporting. How the system works is that at the end of one round of EVM counting, the electoral officers physically paste the results outside the counting booth. Okay, that's the rule. Then they submit the results to the Election Commission of India. Then they update it on the website. I'm tracking both. So the Election Commission of India right now is only reporting 2 seats out of Maharashtra, of which the Shiv Sena is leading 1 and the BJP is leading 1. I'll keep updating you as more of the results come from there. Finally, a Form 20 is filed at the end of the evening for the official results. Meanwhile, Priyanka Gandhi leading now by just under 4,000 votes. That vote margin is expected to increase across the course of the day. Chhagan Bhujbal, meanwhile, is trailing. Amit Thackeray has now fallen into the trail. Ram Kadam is now leading in his seat, as Ajit Pawar updates on your screens is leading in Baramati. Have a look at the totals at the bottom of the screen. 114 seats now reporting. The BJP at 42, the Congress at 23, the Shiv Sena at 11. Beware of the mathematics in this case. I know it's confusing because it will be 42 plus 11, which is 53 seats for the existing alliance plus the 6 of Ajit Pawar, so 59. They need to make it all the way till 145. On the other side, Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray is already leading in 18. This is going to be a very complex trend so far, and we are
55.
We are an hour and a half away before we can be certain about it. Himanshu, but so far the leads and trails, which are flipping every minute for obvious reasons, are telling you that this is about to become a hodgepodge result.
Rishabh, I'm looking at something like after 10:30. It will be one-way sweep after that. Just what the fun. Because generally there have been trends, if you have been watching, I've been watching last 20-25 years elections. If you look through, what happens is the things stabilize only after about half the counting is done. It's after that with the certainty you can always say which side is going to go on. And right now, initial stages, in some places it may be just postal ballot. Some places it may be for first round. Some places it may be second round. So, it's going to take time. First few hours are going to be dicey.
Yeah, so we are in EVM counting now for sure. We are in EVM counting now for sure. That's the feedback I'm getting from the ground. Go ahead, Himanshu.
So, actually, I am looking at about 10:30. That is the time, and that is the time the number of leads what you are seeing will start solidifying on any side that is going to happen. My predictions is something, forget about that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, the actual results or the actual trends people will come to know.
Okay, hang a second, because as we've been speaking literally in a minute and a half, look at what's changed at the bottom of the screen. The BJP now leading in 62 seats versus 24 for the Congress. The Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde down to 9. A few seats have flipped to their disadvantage by about almost 11 seats. The BJP has taken the lead as we head into 9 o'clock. This is now EVM counting. There are several rounds to go. Sometimes it's 10, 12, 17 rounds of EVM counting depending on the number of machines. So a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye out on the figure of Sharad Pawar there as well. 21 seats the NCP SP is currently leading as we head into 9 o'clock. This is still not a clear result. We've got a long way to go. You heard Himanshu Bhatt saying maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half is going to be a tough one. Let me ask a more diplomatic question then to Mr. S.S. Man of the Congress. Mr. Man, you guys have your own WhatsApp groups and you get your own feedback. How confident are now you feeling now the counting has actually begun?
See, we are very confident. Since, as Himanshu was saying, this is very initial, and in the beginning itself, we can't judge what is going to happen. And after 10:30, 11 was the initial rounds, things solidify. But as I was saying, the only fear which we would be having is BJP continuously undermining institutions. Be it agencies we're talking about, be it electoral results, people's mandates, and even in this election, as we were saying, in Nagpur Central, the BJP candidate went inside the polling booth. In Parli, they switched off the CCTV cameras. In Dharavi, they were distributing slips with candidates' photo, the voter slips with candidates' photo on it. In Shirdi, there was fake voting. So I think in Uttar Pradesh, there was complaints that minorities were police barricaded and not allowed to come and vote. So this undermining on institutions is what we fear, and we are looking forward to the people's mandate. We are going to respect the people's mandate, and it's very early on to judge it at the moment, but we are looking forward to it, looking forward to know it and respect it. But it is the BJP's undermining institutions that we really fear.
Okay.
And of people's mandate.
All right. Okay. I'm going to give Ms. Jasmine ji a chance to respond to that. Jasmine ji, I know you guys get your updates also, and a part of it is, of course, tracking what we are in the media reporting. It does get nervous, I'm sure.
We are very confident. Look at the early, of course, I totally agree that these are very, very early trends. And in another hour's time, things will start panning out a little bit. But we are doing substantially well in the leads also, if you notice. And we are very sure that we will emerge as the single largest party with the maximum number of seats in Maharashtra, and we are going to do very well in Jharkhand also. Now, the real situation, of course, will start emerging around 10:30 and 11 when at least 10 rounds have been counted and the margins are, more specific. But there is no nervousness as such in our camp. There is, we are upbeat about it, and we really done our homework well. When we went to elections, and we are very queued up on every single constituency, and the leadership chose the candidates with great care and consideration. Great deliberation went into that who was going to be contesting from which seat. So far we are doing very well, and the predictions are also looking very upbeat for us.
I've got some details coming in from a reporter in Jharkhand meanwhile, that in the postal ballot round, which is now concluded, the BJP-led alliance is ahead. EVM counting has now begun in Jharkhand. So in the postal ballots, the BJP has taken it. That's just a few percent of the votes. Here is some news for our viewers watching the broadcast. An election battle that has begun and is already over. Priyanka Gandhi now leading with 25,000 votes. In Wayanad. No surprises there. Eknath Shinde has led the first round of voting by 4,000 votes in a single round. That's a chunky lead to establish. Who knows? Priya Sehgal, this could be Eknath Shinde's election. Who knows?
No, if you go, on the ground also, it had been Eknath Shinde's election, because the whole narrative for the Mahayuti was Eknath Shinde's delivery, his welfare schemes, which very interestingly, Rishabh, he waited till after the Lok Sabha and then he announced the Ladli Behna scheme. He wanted the effect to happen only in the assembly elections and not in the Lok Sabha. It was on Rakhi that the first tranche went out. So he, they were talking about his delivery, his governance record, his stint as chief minister, how he gets everybody together in terms of, even the BJP people want him back. So it has been Eknath Shinde's narrative. Prime Minister Modi, yes, but it has been Shinde's on the ground. It's been a very local election, and it was Shinde's track record, not Devendra Fadnavis, not Modi's. That was really on the conversation over there. So that's why I'm saying, even if they come back, even if for Devendra Fadnavis to become CM again, he will have to get at least 125. I know it's going to be very difficult. His people will make a pitch for it. The numbers that are notching up close to 100, it will be difficult to deny him. But I think Eknath Shinde again is going to argue the way Uddhav Thackeray did earlier, that it's his track record that is at stake over here.
The reason I'm mentioning this is because the seat that Eknath Shinde is contesting should be a safe Shiv Sena seat, but safe which Shiv Sena? That's the question. So this is the first time it's actually being tested. Lok Sabha elections can be a completely different matter when it comes to assembly elections. That was more about Modi, this is more about Shinde. Yes. Let me get Himanshu Bhatt into this. Himanshu Bhatt, I don't know what seats this will translate into, but Eknath Shinde already has a thumping lead. A lead this strong, this early becomes very difficult to overturn. So at least somewhere the people are giving him the personal thumbs up, even though they might not give it to his party men.
Then it will happen that way, because Eknath Shinde, when he was in United Shiv Sena also, Rishabh, you must know that he is a ground worker. He's a basic ground worker, and his connection with the Seva Sainiks has been maximum. And after Bala Saheb's Thackre's death, I would say Eknath Shinde was the glue man. We have been talking so much about in media about Uddhav Thackeray or this Sanjay Raut and other people, but Eknath Shinde was the one who kept Shiva Sena alive after Bala Saheb was gone. And that is the time, that when he rebelled, basically. He rebelled on the account of what? He rebelled on the account of, ideological differences. And out of 56, 40 came out with him. That says a lot. That says a lot. See, whether people accept it or not, that you will know in the election results. But basically, a man's conviction was very correct when he came out with the 40 people. And that has paid him rich dividends after that. BJP made him the chief minister, putting Devendra Fadnavis aside. Why?
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because as we speak, the Mahayuti, which is the BJP-led incumbent alliance in Maharashtra, is edging closer to the 100 leads mark. 71 and 9 and 16. There are 96 leads as we stand. BJP's Ram Kadam has just taken the lead in Ghatkopar, and we are now well into EVM counting as we are now speaking. I'm trying to get you as rapid fire updates as we can, but the man of the moment right now at about 9 o'clock is Eknath Shinde. Priya Sehgal just come in on this. Eknath Shinde, who is he going to be if he personally does well? His alliance comes back to power. Is he then the no-brainer Chief Minister of Maharashtra now?
Well, no brainer, perhaps not, because the numbers, the BJP is going to be crossing 100 on its own. It's going to be a fight. He is going to have a tough time proving that it is his track record and not so much the BJP worker on the ground. So there will be that conversation and that debate that will take place. But I have a feeling that although it's not official, unofficially, he does have the backing of the big two in Delhi, and that is going to work in his favor. Perhaps he will be the titular head and they will keep all the big ticket ministries to keep the BJP cadre happy. Some arrangement of that sort perhaps will be worked out, but I do see him coming back, even though his numbers are not stacking up as much as of now. Uddhav Thakere's Sena is doing better than his Sena, even though he's sweeping his own seat. So he'll have a tough one.
All right, SS Man, before I let you go, and either you've gotten very lucky by being here early or you missed out by being here early, so you couldn't celebrate with us, but there is going to be one celebration for sure in Wayanad. How's that shaping up? What are plans for celebrating Priyanka Gandhi?
I think that every Congress worker across India is going to celebrate this. See, if you look from the Congress workers' perspective, they have been waiting for this for decades. India has been waiting, but Congress workers have been waiting. And even in my constituency, I normally hear people asking this, ki wo leader hai, we should bring her. And so I think across India, there are going to be celebrations. They were hoping for this, and there's going to be a lot of upbeat. As you earlier once mentioned, that this could be Priyanka Gandhi's election. So I also have a feeling, regardless of what happened in the two states, for the Congress workers, this is going to be a very big thing to hope for, to look forward to, because this is a big shift. This is a big improvement. This is like adding 1+1 in the parliament for us. A big voice is going to come in the parliament in national politics. She's going to be elected MP. So that's we're all looking forward to it.
Okay, so Jasmine Sandewala, even if you win Maharashtra, it's still Priyanka Gandhi's day.
Maharashtra has another significance. Priyanka Gandhi has a totally different charisma. And like I said, that in a democracy, the wise leaders will always welcome the opposition also to come and be there, participants in the parliament. And we are happy that finally the Congress has projected her, and she's been working in the Congress in the back door, and finally an entry has been made. And we wish her the very best, and I'm sure, I'm hoping that she's a very intelligent woman and she will play a constructive role in the parliament. We wish her the very best.
All right, appreciate that. Jitendra Awad, meanwhile, has taken the lead in Kalwa in Mumbra as well. Have a look at this. Eknath Shinde still holding on to that lead of 4,000. The battle in Wayanad is also over. Can I ask my producers to track the UP constituencies also, please? It'll be educative while we track the big battle. But the main battle for today, on this date in November, ladies and gentlemen, is happening in Maharashtra. And the main numbers that will be remembered are at the bottom of your screens, where the BJP is now leading 71 of the 152 seats that are currently reporting. The Congress in 25, the Shiv Sena in just 10. One of them is Eknath Shinde himself, who's taken a thumping lead in his constituency. Ajit Pawar holding on to 9, including his seat in Baramati. The NCP SP, which is under Sharad Pawar, leading in 21 seats, and Uddhav Thakere's UBT is leading in 16. The totals are what are going to matter, and the totals are now telling you that as we speak, it is just under the 100 mark for the existing government led by the BJP. They are sitting at just about the seats that they will require to cross the 100 mark. It's got a long way to go, and it's looking like Himanshu Bhatt might be right an hour later, but it's looking like right now that this is going to be a bit of a mixed bag. We'll have to see, wait and watch. EVM counting is well and truly underway. In Kalava, meanwhile, the NCP has now slipped into trailing Have a look at this. Tanaji Sawant, meanwhile, is trailing in Paranda. Jitendra Abad, I've already mentioned, is leading. Sita Soren in Jamtara, leading and expected to win that seat. Interesting battle going on in Jharkhand also. I want to just take a second away from all of this and bring Priya Sehgal into UP for a second. Priya, there are 9 assembly constituency bypolls that are taking place in UP. They don't affect the fate of the government, but why are these important?
No, these are very important because, as you mentioned earlier, also these affect the fate of national politics, because if Yogi Adityanath manages to wrest a large chunk of these, that means the Lok Sabha election was an aberration in terms of the state elections. He still holds sway, and that UP is going to be going in for polls for 2027. So there was a buzz that in case they don't get the number of seats, Yogi Adityanath is losing his hold in the state and he could be changed. But if he manages to get a big chunk, then Yogi Adityanath stays. They could even prepone the elections. And what does this say about for Akhilesh Yadav? Because he did a very good showing during the Lok Sabha. He is contesting the elections alone without the Congress. This time the India alliance is only on paper. It's Samajwadi Party versus Yogi Adityanath. This is the I think the forerunner to the battle for Uttar Pradesh that will take place in 2027. That's why it is very crucial, these elections. I would say almost as crucial as Maharashtra in terms of the national narrative.
Okay, crucial, very crucial, so crucial. Trust me, every battle is facing out like that, because it is today. I mean, what we'll be discussing Priyanka Gandhi for sure. We'll be discussing what happened in Maharashtra. Jharkhand matters. These bypolls matters. Interesting battles are taking place all over the country. I would say not only UP, but the 4 assembly battles that are taking place in Punjab are also going to tell their own side story. So be ready to be fascinated on developments that are taking place. Let me bring Joyita Basu back into this conversation. Joyita, here we are. We have some leads. It's still too early, too close to call. But we are seeing that the BJP's performance initially is looking pretty strong. Now, if this establishes itself, who knows, there could be a strong showing for the incumbent. But I want to take you to the election which is started and pretty much concluded. In Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi is winning, no surprises. What next for her?
Well, obviously she's going to enter parliament, and after that, whether they are going to lead the charge in parliament, both brother and sister, has to be seen. Because you see here, Rahul Gandhi's own ambitions are also concerned when it comes to Congress. Rahul Gandhi is the boss, even though Kharge is quote unquote the titular head. But the thing is, you see, this is interesting because 3 Gandhi family members in parliament, 2 of them in Lok Sabha, 1 in Rajya Sabha, that throws wide open the charge of, that family politics, dynasty. It does, while it consolidates the Gandhi family's hold on the party, which I think they never lost anyway, while it basically paves the way for perhaps Priyanka's son to enter politics eventually, as there is already a buzz about it. But also it gives their rivals, I would say particularly the ruling party, the BJP, a huge ammunition in terms of talking about dynasty. That glass ceiling, that nobody is going to break that. So it's basically predictable politics that is going to happen.
Yeah, but the dynasty argument, is going on for 50 years, within the Congress, outside the Congress. So, what do we do? There it is. A quick update meanwhile. I've got the updates from UP. In Kanpur, it is the Samajwadi Party leading by about 2,000 votes against the BJP. In Aligarh, I'm told the BJP's Surendra Diler is leading by about 1,000 votes. Let's get more details. I'm trying to get details from Ghaziabad as well. Aligarh, I told you the BJP is leading by about now 1,700 votes. In Katahari, the BJP is leading. In Phulpur, the BJP is leading. So, of the 9 constituencies, 1, 2, 3 BJP leads and 1 SP lead. I'm going to have to wait to get more details from this before we tell you everything, including on the outskirts of Delhi. Ghaziabad, remember, is also having a bypoll as we speak. At the bottom of your screens, 188 leads and trails now available. The BJP at 73. The Congress at 21. The Shiv Sena, look at that figure, has gone up to 22 now. All right, with Eknath Shinde setting himself for a thumping personal win in his own constituency battle. Ajit Pawar at 11, Sharad Pawar at 25. But don't count out the fact that this can be a mixed bag election, because the Shiv Sena of the UBT is sitting at 36 of those leads. This, ladies and gentlemen, is, as we speak, a mixed bag election. It could be something completely different half an hour from now, 1 hour from now, because safe to say it's going to take until that happens before we can establish whether a trend is leading you towards a pre-poll aligned stable government or not. Let me quickly get Priya back into this. Priya, just bringing you back into what's happening in Maharashtra. If Uddhav Thackeray hangs on to something, okay, can we have an election that everybody feels that they've done very well because there's no base to judge them on?
Well, the base is who gets the chief minister's chair. You can have a stronger platform than that. So, but it's interesting that Uddhav Thackeray is hanging on to his legacy. We were thinking that Shinde is the real Sena, man on the ground. But Uddhav Thackeray still holds that emotive appeal. So, there is that dynasty politics still very much at play over here. Uddhav Thackeray, if he holds on to these leads, I would say we are back to the results of the last elections, where the BJP and Uddhav Thackeray were really the natural governance partners, and the others have just a new entrants who've come in. Sharad Pawar is holding on to his turf. I think that emotive appeal, this is my last election, and of course it is Sharad Pawar. He's been planning this election ever since, even before the Lok Sabha election. His eye was always on the Maharashtra state. So, given that, I think it says a lot about the regional chieftains, who's in, who's not. If Eknath Shinde doesn't manage to get a sizable chunk, Uddhav Thackeray does usually better than him, gets double the number of seats. Where does that leave Eknath Shinde? Here we were talking about him as being the next chief minister, but a lot can change within the flip of a ballot vote, which is what we are seeing right now. A little bit about UP, you mentioned the seats Ghaziabad and Phulpur. It's very interesting because Ghaziabad is the seat that Samajwadi Party offered to the Congress, and that's the reason why the Congress said no, we are not going to be contesting in UP, because Ghaziabad has been a very strong BJP stronghold. So, I'm not surprised BJP is leading over
waiting
there.
for the results there. Bombay strong performance for the incumbent alliance, because Mangal Prabhat Lodha is leading from Malabar Hill by 3,000 votes now. He's been a former minister there. Kalidas Kolambakar in Vadala is leading by almost 6,000 votes. In Bandra East, Zishan Siddiqui is leading. He's from the NCP, so technically from Ajit Pawar. So this is very, very interesting. If you look at these seats out of Mumbai, it is an overwhelming performance for the incumbent party, minus the one seat which is the battleground of Worli. Keep an eye out on that, because it is a high powered contest. It is Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora. Okay, one is Shiv Sena versus another guy who's joined the Shiv Sena very, very recently. Let me take you through a few other updates before I come back to details with my guests. We've been talking about Mumbai. Let me tell you that in Kolaba also the BJP is leading. In Mumbra Kalwa, the NCP is now trailing. Jingsaj Ibrahim joining us on the broadcast. Your quick thoughts on the trends. Still early, maybe an hour away, but they are telling us that this is still a mixed bag, still too close.
Good morning, Rishabh. Thank you for having me. As we see the results pouring in, we, like you mentioned just a while ago, we see a mixed bag results today. So it's something we all expected. We do not see a clear winner, only time can tell. But one thing to take note of is, from all the constituencies around India, there is no clear upper hand for the BJP yet. As in, we do not see a wave. Now, if we go to Kerala, we know that there are 3 seats up and back. One in Palakkad. This used to be a stronghold of the BJP in Kerala. In fact, the Janata Party used to have an MLA from as early as 1969. So we see a major vote dip in the urban areas where the BJP holds sway. So in all, we see a good day for democracy. We do not see a clear winner yet, but let's hope that the best party wins.
I'm trying to track the other bypolls as well, but the one bypoll that is concluded is, of course, not over in terms of counting, but over in terms of numbers. Priyanka Gandhi is going to have to now contest how many votes she wins by and whether that matters. So here we have Priya, Wayanad is now a Gandhi family bastion. What do you know?
South has always been kind to the Gandhi family, even in terms when the chips were down, the rest of the country voted against them. Indira Gandhi held her own. South is a bastion which the Gandhi family was very keen to develop, especially now with the BJP coming and, having a strongholds in the north. Apart from that, it's very interesting. We are saying, yes, it is Priyanka Gandhi's moment, she's come in. But look at the way it's been choreographed. It's a seat that Rahul Gandhi has given to her. It's not a seat that she has won on her own. There is a lot of difference because the whole choreograph, I know you said there's no turf war between them, I agree with you, but in terms of positioning, it's very clear he's allowing his sister to come in. Here's an easy seat, I have done all the hard work, I have won it, and now here I'm giving it to you. We all know during the Lok Sabha, Priyanka did want to contest. She could have contested from Amethi, she wanted to contest from Phulpur. There was a time she wanted to take on the Prime Minister from Varanasi also. She wasn't given those trophy battles. She's been given a very easy win, saying, you are here, but here I'm the one who's choreographing it for you. I made it easy. Here's the red carpet, walk on it. So it's very interesting the way her whole entry has been choreographed by in terms of where she stands within the Congress vis-a-vis Rahul Gandhi.
Okay, there are coteries there who like to wage war against each other. Okay, but don't underestimate the unity of this family. They've taken on all and sundry since the times of Indira. Okay, here are the results coming out of UP. 6 of the 9 seats the BJP is leading, the Samajwadi Party leading in 3. So that means in Mirpur, the BJP RLD candidate is currently leading. In Katehari, in Philpur, in Munjwa, in Ghaziabad, the BJP is leading in all those seats. In Karhal and in Kundurki, the Sapa, which is the Samajwadi Party, is currently leading, and in Sisamau also the Samajwadi Party is leading. Meanwhile, Kalidas Kolumbakar in Vadala is now leading by 6,000 votes. Mangal Prabhat Lodha in Balabarel has extended his lead to more than 3,000 votes. Sanjay Gaikwad meanwhile has taken the lead. In Rajasthan, the BJP is leading in 5 of the by-poll elections that are taking place in that state. Can keep a lookout for all these small battles, but the big ticket item is once again at the bottom of your screens, where the BJP and Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar now are sitting, ladies and gentlemen, over the 115 seat mark, with the BJP at 77 leads as we speak. Suresh Nakwa joining us this morning. Mr. Nakwa, I know it's still too early, there is time to go, but are you a bit concerned that this might not be a clear verdict?
These are just the early trends, and might be 1% votes have been counted, 1 or 1.5% votes, but we are very confident that Mahayuti or NDA is forming the government in Maharashtra. We are very clear on that, and the figures are showing itself.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I know it's going to be short and sweet at this point of time. Joyita Basu and Sumit Peer also joining us. Joyita, what if, and I can only speculate on what if it is a hodgepodge? What if it's a confusion? Then I think it's make hay time for people like Ajit Pawar once again.
Well, if you are looking at the results right now, the first thing that strikes me most is the underperformance compared to what the Congress had done in Lok Sabha. It is underperforming majorly, massively. It is just 24 seats. Now we have to see in terms of how many of these seats that the Congress is ahead, and these numbers, from where these numbers are coming, because if you are looking at BJP and Congress, they are directly contesting against each other on 76 seats. So are these 24 seats coming from against the BJP or from the others? This is something we have to see. BJP is doing pretty well, I would say, and Rishabh, I was just talking to someone and that person was saying that the RSS wants Devendra Fadnavis as Chief Minister. Okay, now if that is the case, if BJP is unable to pull off a large number of seats on its own, then what is going to happen? The Shiv Sena factor comes into play. What does Eknath Shinde do? Because you see, then what's going to, BJP will need Shinde and obviously Pawar to, and obviously the claim of Shinde will be first to become Chief Minister. So that is where, and the last time also, 2019, if you see, this is the reason why the alliance fell apart, because one particular person in BJP, I would say, and I think everybody knows who, in Maharashtra, did not want to give up the Chief Minister's chair to Uddhav Thackeray. That is the reason, sole reason why the alliance fell apart.
And that same particular person, thought he had got Ajit Pawar, that he had performed the biggest coup with Ajit Pawar. So if you are Ajit Pawar right now, Joyita Basu, you are hoping that it's a confused verdict and it's a hung house. That's your best bet.
Yeah.
Joyita. Okay, maybe she can't hear us. Yeah, take that, Priya, take that thought. If you're Ajit Pawar right now, you're hoping it's a bit confused. So you keep your options open.
What both,
yeah, let's get the connection sorted. Let's get the connection sorted, please. Okay, we'll wait for the connection to stabilize. Priya, take that thought.
Absolutely, Rishabh. I agree with you. Ajit Pawar's best bet is that there is a hung thing, and the Shiv Sena, Shinde and BJP's numbers don't add up without him. They need him. Otherwise, you know, they will very happily, they've already been given signs that they've had enough with Ajit Pawar. He also fielded a candidate, they haven't supported Nawab Malik, for instance. He was not given the same amount of seats as the other two parties. So he has been shown the side door. He's been carrying on a huge turf war with Eknath Shinde over the Ladli Behna scheme. All the posters had him. They didn't have Devendra Fadnavis or Shinde, considering that, one is the chief minister and deputy chief minister. It had only the finance minister and Ajit Pawar's face on it, his own face. So in that sense, he's been undergoing a turf war of sorts, but there is nowhere else he can go. Sharad Pawar has made it clear he won't take it back. He may take the rest of the party workers back, but not Ajit Pawar himself. For him, it is a do and die election, and for him to win, he needs the alliance to fall just short of the halfway mark. So they need him over there.
Somebody's got to need him, and he's going to be open on both sides. And I won't take him back. And we've seen the battles between Mulayam and Akhilesh, between HDK and Deva Gowda, and somehow family does come back. Peace can be made. Anything is possible. That's the bottom line. The voters now are irrelevant, guys. Sorry to break your hearts, but now you're irrelevant. Now it's these guys who are going to sit down and figure out who forms the government, and they're going to decide. Anything is possible. I've just been told that they're already ready to send the Congress MLAs to Karnataka under the good hands of the veteran deputy chief minister there, who's handled the resort politics, owns a few resorts, so it makes it convenient for him. Sumit P joining us on the broadcast. Quick updates before I come to you, Sumit. In Mainpuri, in the Vidhan Sabha contest, it is, I'm told, the SP Tej Pratap Yadav is leading only by 800 votes. Not a surprise that he's leading in Mainpuri. But here is an interesting twist of fate. The Samajwadi Party is now leading in 5 out of the 9 UP by polls. Okay. Now this may not stick, but the BJP should be hoping to win at least 6 of the 9. So that will be a trend change which will be disturbing for the BJP, because that would tell them that the trend from Haryana is not sticking in UP, which means no early elections in UP at any point of time. Very, very interesting. Let me take you through a few more details that are coming in as we speak about Maharashtra, where in Sakoli, the Congress, Nana Patole is behind. He's trailing. I'm told Chhagan Bhujbal is also trailing. Quick thought, Sumit Peer, as we track the results.
Rishabhji, good morning. Pleasure to be on election result day. Well, looks like that Maharashtra is going on expected lines, that UT is going to make it. And I think that the number which I said, that 145 to 155, looks well within the reach as per the trends right now. If you look at Jharkhand, they are kind of heading towards that kind of a number. UP will be interesting to see, because UP BJP is expecting to make 6 out of 9. That is what Yogi ji is at least expecting. So far on the expected lines. But if Maharashtra, what you were rightly saying, comes to a close finish, then, and if the numbers matter, I swear to God, nothing matters. Everybody might have said whatever they have said. We won't be surprised if Ajit Pawar goes back to Sharad Pawar and all kind of things happen. And resort politics, what you were rightly saying, is upon the cards. But I think that won't be required, because MVA, in the UT on its own, BJP-led alliance will be easily able to steer through the numbers, because what Joyita ji rightly pointed out, the performance of Congress, what I was saying that day also on the exportometer, the performance of the Congress is still doubtable.
Yeah, the Congress won 13 Lok Sabha seats, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so you do the mathematics into 6. They should win at least 70 or 80 assembly seats to be at par with their Lok Sabha performance. Okay. So anything less than 70 or 80 would be a disappointment, and currently sitting at 21 will be a shocking disappointment. Now let's judge it, Sumit, for a second. Yeah. Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray. Now They have to split the Shiv Sena vote, maybe gain a point here or there, but in the end, in principle, they are splitting the Shiv Sena vote. If Eknath Shinde can do a 50-50 split, good enough. Is that good enough?
It's good enough because he has been able to get 50% of what Uddhavji claimed to be his legacy, his inheritance. If that Eknath Shinde is able to pull, it's not too bad, because in the long run, Rishabh ji, only one Sena will survive. It is Uddhav Thackeray ji or Eknath Shinde ji. Two cannot be there, because now it will determine if Eknath Shinde ji is able to pull, let's say 60-40, then Bala Saab's legacy and Bala Saab's heritage and Bala Saab's blessings have shifted to Eknath Shinde, not to Uddhav Thackeray. And Uddhav Thackeray has a problem that people say that he has given up with the Hinduism, that he has given up all the Hindu image, he has given up all the Bala Saab's legacy. That will be, if that is reflected in the numbers, that perception will be cemented, which is not good for Uddhav Thackeray.
Okay, all right. Okay, Priya, just come in on this before I get Jim Sawa back in. When it comes to Uddhav Thackeray, we are assuming that he has got some sympathy vote this time. Okay. Now, even with that sympathy vote factor, if he doesn't make it past the at least 50% of what happened last time mark, is he in trouble for next time?
No, he is in trouble because what keeps the cadres motivated is being in power. So he's been out of power for a long while now. There has been sympathy vote. There's been also some good memories of the way he handled COVID. He's been praised for that. I know people have a dig saying he worked from home, but he did manage COVID very well, and he has been given some his due share for that. I think where he falls short is the promotion of Aditya Thackeray. That gave a message down the line that after Uddhav it is Aditya and no one else. Whereas in Eknath Shinde's Sena, there were other people coming from the ground. Organic leadership was being promoted. That is something that may have worked against him in terms of the workers. But yes, this was his last, not last, nobody can say last, but this was, this is going to be a huge setback for him to keep his flock together if he does well, because he is keeping his end of the bargain. He is doing well. It's his allies who are not doing so well. The Congress you mentioned, Sharad Pawar is again doing well. He's doing better than Ajit Pawar, but they're not making the numbers are not adding up. So here he will feel let down. Perhaps he chose the wrong allies. If he had stayed on with the BJP, then both the Senas you add up, they already passed the halfway mark or very close to it.
Yeah.
So if he just stayed back where he was, he would be in a bargaining
Hey,
position.
anything is possible. Sumit, there is the reverse possible also. That I mean, I don't think an Uddhav Thackeray would sit under CM Shinde, would he?
No.
I think
would that be too much?
Yeah, that would be too much now, because looking at the reality on the ground, you have to really smell coffee and see it's a matter of political survival or not. And Uddhav Thackeray ji has said, if I'm not going to make it, you are not going to give me votes, I will retire from politics. Quote unquote, he has said that. So will he hold to his thing? And they always say it's about the Putra Moh. And this election has two mohs, Rishabh ji, Putra Moh and Putri Moh. So which of the two will stay? That will be also interesting to see, because who are the two players with Putra Moh and Putri Moh. So that will be interesting to stay also.
And both have said it's my last election. If Uddhav has said it, even Pawar said it.
Okay, quick updates. Meanwhile, in Raipur in Chhattisgarh, where a by-poll is taking place, the BJP is leading that, expected to take it. The BJP now leading 5 out of the 9 by-polls in Uttar Pradesh. They would want to win at least 6 of those as we speak. There is a fascinating battle. Watch out for, no matter what happens in the results, watch out for this one. In Mahim, it is the Maharashtra Nav Nirman Sena versus the Shiv Sena UBT versus the Shiv Sena Shinde. Okay, believe it or not. So it's Amit Thackeray versus Mahesh Sawant versus Sada Savankar of the Eknath Shinde faction, and it is so close. 2,156 seats for Amit Thackeray, votes for Amit Thackeray, 2,270 votes for Shiv Sena Uddhav UBT, 2,142 votes for Shiv Sena Shinde. Almost identical votes in a 3-way split of all of those aspiring to take the votes of Bala Saheb Thackre's, the legacy vote in Mahim, in the core battleground of Mumbai, which was the core area of Bala Saheb Thackre during his heydays. Prithviraj Chavan now in the lead in his constituency. In Ghatkopar, meanwhile, Ram Kadam is in the lead, leading now by about 2,500 votes. It's looking to be a thumping lead there. Keep an eye on the bottom of your screens as the BJP edges closer to the 100 mark. They were at 105 in 2019. But even then, Devendra Fadnavis could form a government only for 2 days. They would want to better that. But if they equal it, if they even equal it, would it be good enough? The Congress at just 25. Let me get Jimsa Ibrahim into this. Jimsa, it's difficult to say what's going to happen right now, but what is marked is that as we head into 10 o'clock, the Congress is not in good shape. They're not reflective of what they did in the Lok Sabha just a few months ago.
100%. The BJP and the Shiv Sena Shinde group has actually successfully kept this election away from the national spotlight. They've focused on the Ladli Bahna scheme. They've improved a lot of problems that people have been facing on ground. And especially, I think the taking away tolls from a couple of very important checkposts within Mumbai also did the trick. That being said, BJP is at a very safe spot, shall we say. They were contesting in 150 odd seats. They have now reached 90 already. The Congress, again, in the spotlight for the wrong reasons. Now, the only thing we have to check though is if in these 25, have they gained significantly in the Vidarbha region, the cotton belt? Rahul Gandhi has been talking a lot about soya beans and helping the farmers through crisis, the prices that the government is willing to pay. Has that found any resonance with the local populace in Vidarbha? That's the only thing we are now left to check, because 25, as dismal as it is, it's also disappointing nonetheless.
Okay, that figure is going to change. I don't know how much it will change. It could change a heck of a lot. But ladies and gentlemen, as we head into 10 o'clock, I can tell you some of these leads are stabilizing. Once it starts crossing 10, 20, 30,000 votes, it becomes difficult to flip it. Only a few of these seats will be won by lakhs. This is not a Lok Sabha battle. Okay, a few thousand votes goes a long way in the assembly seats. So if you're leading by 10, 15,000 votes after a few rounds of counting, you are doing okay. You're in good shape. But that doesn't mean that those trends are all going to hold, because as I pointed out, look at the battle that is going on in Mahim. Between the three candidates is 100 votes. Okay, all the three candidates battling for the legacy of the Shiv Sena is just 100 votes between the top three. So there are some very close battles that are going on. But the bottom line battles are telling you that the BJP is edging to the 100 mark. They would be very happy, would Devendra Fadnavis and everybody, if they got 100. And Eknath Shinde did reasonably well. Between Eknath Shinde and the BJP, they are sitting at 124. They just need another 20. Of those 20, in the pre-poll alliance, Ajit Pawar is providing 16 as we speak. So they are just 5 seats away from having a clear lead majority in the formation of the next government in Maharashtra. It could change, it might not change. Gautam Seth of the Congress joining us on the broadcast. Gautam, before I come to you, quick update from Moradabad, where the BJP is expected to take that seat is leading pretty comprehensively by about 2,500 votes already. Gautam Seth, let me jump in, bring you in on this. It's not looking good for the Congress as we head into 10 o'clock.
You see, these are still very early trends. We have seen how the early trends have shifted in other states, be it Bihar or in our case, be it Haryana. So early trends have many a times shifted when, they start taking final shape. And when you speak about Maharashtra, our own keen observation is that there are about these 60 seats which are seeing a very, very close contest. And that close contest is, a lead in hundreds, which could go the either way, up or down. So we still need to wait, and we need to wait for things to shape up, because our alliance has fought an election which resonated with people. We spoke of inflation, unemployment, we spoke of supporting women financially, we spoke of the farmer issues, and on the other hand, we had somebody who were talking about division and polarization. So how has it gone down well to the electorate of Maharashtra is yet to be seen. But our alliance is very confident that we still need to wait, because the numbers will change.
Okay,
and our
fair
alliance
enough. No, they will change for sure. Okay, the one number where it will not change is the result out of Wayanad, because Priyanka Gandhi is now leading by 37,000 votes. No surprises on that front. But the mathematics tell us, Gautam Seth, that you performed well in the Lok Sabha. You got 13 seats, which is a strong showing in the overall trend of the Lok Sabha. By that logic, anything less than 60 or 70 seats in Maharashtra will be a poor performance.
No, that's what I'm saying. The Congress is confident that we will cross rather the 70 mark. And as far as our inputs from the ground is concerned, there's a very close contest. You cannot rule that out. We are not saying that it is going to be a difference of multiple thousands. So even now, if you look at the results, I'm looking at other trends also. Someone is showing the Congress as 40. You are showing the Congress at 25. So there is still variation happening, and we need to wait for things to come down and unfold. And at least in the next 2-3 hours, I am hopeful that you will see the Congress crossing the 60-70 mark, because we are confident of the campaign we led. We are confident of the direct connect and the resonation we felt with the voters. So we would still like to wait before coming down to comments on how many seats has the Congress performed good on and how many seats has the Congress failed to perform.
Okay, quick updates from the bypolls that are going on. They're going on in several states, from Madhya Pradesh to Assam to Bengal. This is happening in Madhya Pradesh, in Shiopur, Vijaypur. The BJP's Ramnivas Rawat is leading, I'm told, by 3,000 votes against the Congress, expected to now take that seats. Meanwhile, in another battle that is taking place in Kedarnath in Uttarakhand over there, second round of counting is taking place. It's still very close, but Asha Nautiyal of the BJP is leading by about 500 votes over there, and there is an independent Tribhuvan Chauhan that is playing the spoiler for the Congress in that seat in Uttarakhand. In Phulpur, the Samajwadi Party has now taken the lead and is in the lead. Interesting battles going on all across the board. Jimsa Ibrahim is still with us. Suresh Nakwa is still with us. Sumit, let me come back to you before I introduce Sakshana Salgar of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction as well. Sumit, now I know this is going to change. We are a long way to go. I want to slip away from Maharashtra for a second and come to Jharkhand, because Jharkhand is at this point of time too close. It is in fact a lead for the India Alliance, Soren and Congress. Now that would be a surprise, no surprise. How do you see it?
I think Jharkhand, Rishabhji, if you look at the seats, have a very less margin, and secondly, if you look at the electorate, it's very small. I will still stretch my neck out and say that BJP-led alliance is going to easily make it in Jharkhand, because again, if you look at Maharashtra and Jharkhand both, it will depend upon the performance of the Congress. When we are discussing Maharashtra and Jharkhand, in Maharashtra it was how good or bad does Congress do and how good does Shindeji do. Here Congress doesn't look to be doing good and Shindeji looks to be doing pretty good. So even if you look at Maharashtra, these Shindeji and BJP is doing fantastically well. Devendra Fadnavis, they put together can cross the halfway mark. That is a possibility. We can't rule that out. But if you look in Jharkhand, I think Sorenji will do his part wherever he is strong. But overall, BJP will be able to pull it up. I think it is too early, because if I'm looking at some other, through on my mobile phone, if I look at my some things, they are showing a very clear edge for.
Okay, Sumit, sorry to interrupt. Priya, nice one happening in Worli. Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora. First round is 4-2-3-1 for Aditya, 3-7-3-6 for Milind. Milind Deora holding his ground against Aditya Thackeray. What's that telling you?
That's going to be a very interesting contest if that happens, because Milind Deora really, he already has a Rajya Sabha seat. So he went in it because they wanted a high profile candidate against Aditya Thackeray, someone who would at least give him a good fight. But if he walks away with the fight, then that really shows it's not just Milind Deora, but Eknath Shinde also, his thing at play, because Milind has just joined the Shinde Sena. It is really, he fought on the Shinde Sena card. So it is the Shinde Sena workers also, apart from, that seat has been held by his father, Murli Deora. So there is a lot of legacy for the Deoras also. So it's a mix of the Deora's legacy and of course the Shinde Sena. So I would be really interested to see if Milind walks away with it. What will he do? Will he have to give up?
Close. It's neck to neck. He's holding him neck to neck. Surprisingly, Aditya Thackeray's life is being made uncomfortable. Still many rounds to go. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this. The BJP now sitting at 110 leads in Maharashtra. They are only contesting 149 seats. The Congress is sitting at 29. It is the NCP of the Sharad Pawar faction that is facing trouble, because Ajit Pawar is sitting at 18. It is Uddhav Thackeray that is facing trouble because Eknath Shinde is sitting at 38 leads. and it seems that Maharashtra is heading in the direction of the incumbent Mahayuti governments. I would still say we are probably an hour away before we can firm this up. But have a look at the top of your screens, because the leads from Jharkhand are telling the exact opposite story. They are saying that Hemant Soren is going to return as Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Now, Sumit has put the caveat, and the caveat is that Jharkhand, the electoral margins are very small, a few hundred votes at most. So again, we are probably an hour away before that stabilizes. But 45 is what is required for a government formation in Jharkhand. The India alliance between the Congress and the JMM are currently leading in 45, with the BJP-led NDA only at 26. Can they overcome it? Maybe. But with every minute that is passing, with every round of voting that is completed, and 2 rounds of voting are already completed now, it's looking difficult. The Congress sitting at 29, meanwhile, in Maharashtra will be heartbreakingly disappointed if that figure actually holds. Let me get a different perspective now from Sakshana Salgar joining us on the broadcast. Sakshana ji, welcome back to the telecast. Appreciate your time with us. Now, you of course represent the OG, the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP. How are you absorbing the lead so far, ma'am?
Very good morning to all of you. I would like to tell you just 1.5 hours is completed. Postal voting is done. It doesn't mean that the picture is clear. Just we have to wait for another next 2 hours. I'm very sure, I'm damn sure MVA is coming to form the government. शरद पवार जी के साथ जितने भी महाराष्ट्र के लोग हैं, जो लीगेसी उनके साथ है, मुझे बहुत श्योर है कि ये गवर्नमेंट सिर्फ महाविकास आघाड़ी ही बनाएगी और महाराष्ट्र का सीएम जो पवार साहब बोलेंगे वो होगा. इसलिए आई एम वेरी श्योर. अभी तो नंबर्स फ्लोटिंग ऑन द स्क्रीन, बट अभी हम लोगों को इंतजार करना पड़ेगा. वी हैव टू वेट अलोंग टू आवर्स एक्चुअली.
Okay. If you don't have enough, is Ajit Dada welcome back? Is he welcome back?
महायुति का जो करप्शन है उसके अगेंस्ट ये जो छेड़छाड़ है, आईस, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई, ईडी का ये जो सारा झोल डन बाय द बीजेपी एंड देवेंद्र जी, इसका पर्दाफाश होने वाला है और एमवीए ही गवर्नमेंट बनेगा.
Sakshana ji, if you don't have enough, is Ajit Dada welcome back to the party?
He will not taken back. वो गद्दार है. आई एम रिपीट माय वर्ड्स. उन्होंने पवार साहब के साथ नहीं और महाराष्ट्र के साथ गद्दारी की है. अजीत पवार जी को कोई भी पार्टी में नहीं लेगा. आई एम वेरी श्योर. कार्यकर्ता ले सकते हैं पवार साहब, बिकॉज ऑलरेडी रिस्पेक्टेड पवार साहब टोल्ड to the media, print media, electronic media.
But the problem is that if you were to take a screenshot right now of the leads and trends out of Maharashtra, the NCP under Sharad Pawar is performing really, really badly. An unhappy performance if things stand. It might change an hour from now, I don't know.
We will cross 60 seats.
60 seats sitting currently at 28. It could happen. It could happen. We'll have to see. I want to interrupt you for just a second, madam. I want to interrupt you because I want to go to Joyita. Joyita, West Bengal by-election results are coming in. 6 out of 6 thumping leads for the TMC. They are leading by thousands. I mean, look at Mamta's party in Cooch Behar, in Sitai. They have a 25,000 lead in just 2 rounds of counting. The other guys have only got 500 votes. What is happening in Bengal? I mean, it's not a surprise that the TMC is winning, but it's a thumping leads.
Rishabh, I'm surprised that TMC is not leading in 10 seats out of 6, I wouldn't have been surprised at all, if they were winning 10 seats, all the 6 only went to vote. So that should, sum up what West Bengal situation is like. If you want to talk about it, I intend to talk about
it. Let me read this out, because in Sitai, which is in Cooch Behar, the TMC candidate is already leading by 26,000 votes, The BJP candidate has only got 4,000. The Congress only got 500 votes in the 2 rounds of counting, along with the forward bloc which is contesting. So a 4-cornered contest, and it's a thumping win. Meanwhile, in Harua, again leading by 2,000 votes. Look at this. In Medinipur, leading by 2,000 votes. In Harua, it is leading by 12,000 votes in Harua, 5,000 votes in Badarihat. In Taldangra, 3,500 votes. All of these are, Joyita Basu, are just going to be sweeps across the board. I mean, people are going to lose their deposits.
Okay, Rishabh, with great sense of responsibility and seriousness, I'm going to say elections in Bengal have become a joke. Take me seriously when I say this. You know, so the thing is that you see that the opposition has even managed, and especially these bypolls, given that, you know, there were no central forces, there were no, BJP was also not giving any attention to it. I'm saying it with great seriousness and a sense of responsibility. But even I think TMC has outdone itself. Perhaps it could have ensured, you know, some votes went towards the BJP and the opposition. But I think TMC is looking for records here that we will make everyone lose their deposit. You know, that is what the...
Yeah, at this moment, the Congress party candidates from there are losing their deposit for sure. The BJP guys, some of them might even lose their deposits. Forward block, everybody losing their deposit. That's how things stand. But the big ticket items, ladies and gentlemen, are happening at the bottom of your screens, where the BJP, with 261 leads reporting, is leading in 112. Remember, they are only contesting 149. The Congress unable to breach past the 30 mark. The Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde is leading in more seats than the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray. And Ajit Pawar is holding on to 18 seats and is expected to convincingly win his seat in Baramati. Ladies and gentlemen, as things stand, the existing Mahayuti alliance is in a very comfortable lead at just about edging towards 10 o'clock in the morning. They are in such a comfortable lead that they are sitting closer to the 170 seat mark, more so than the Shiv Sena and the BJP were sitting at the end of the 2019 results. But a completely different picture is being told to you on the top of your screens, where the India Alliance, led by Hemant Soren, backed up by the Congress in Jharkhand, is heading towards government formation. It could flip, it could still flip, but I promise you, it is now looking that some of these trends are going to stabilize and take it the other way. So before I get the BJP spokesperson into this conversation, let me get Priya back in. Priya, let's just focus on Jharkhand for a second. It has been chaotic. Hemant Soren has been to jail. His wife has become chief minister. He's come out of jail. There's been a Lok Sabha election in which they wish they could have done better, held on to it, but could have done better. The BJP was really hoping on Jharkhand, if not Maharashtra.
BJP, yes. BJP was hoping to turn Jharkhand around because, you know, Amit Shah is always on the quest for uncharted territory and new lands to conquer. He posted his best man there, Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Also, they also gave a lot of sops and concessions and reached out to the tribals. But if these figures hold, that is not happening. And on ground, in fact, the CM has a huge sympathy factor also. You know, he went behind bars. There is a kind of an empathy. And the message that went out was also that BJP is not really in favor of tribals. They put a tribal CM behind bars. So all that also has worked. The narrative that the Congress and the JMM have taken to the people seems to be working. There seems to be empathy connect with the CM and the people. And I do think, I agree that the electorate is very small, so anything changes can happen. But this is the trend that one was expecting in Jharkhand, at least, that the India Alliance people will go ahead, and that seems to be holding true.
Okay, but if you're sitting in the Congress in Maharashtra, you are now facing heartbreak because the veteran figures who are left in the party are currently all trailing. Nawab Malik is trailing, Prithviraj Chavan is trailing, and if that holds, it will be a disturbing performance. One is one of the senior most leaders, national spokesperson of the party, the other is the former chief minister of Maharashtra, trailing in their constituencies. That might change. It might be different, but look at that in Karad South. Prithviraj Chavan, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra of the Congress, currently is trailing. The Mahayuti in Maharashtra sitting at 168 leads. Aditya Thackeray is leading by only 500 votes in Worli with 3 rounds of counting that have been done. Milind Deora is giving him a run for his money in that seat, believe it or not. That would be an upset if Milind Deora takes it, holding on to Eknath Shinde's flag. And defeats Aditya Thackeray. It's still too close, but 500 votes. If Aditya Thackeray does not win by thousands in the heartland of Mumbai, in Worli, the place where he is pretty much started his politics and will continue his politics, is going to be a massive heartbreak. Let me get Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP into this conversation. Mr. Tyagi, good morning to you. I know it's still early. It's looking good in Maharashtra. In fact, it's looking very good in Maharashtra. It's looking good in UP also now, where the BJP is leading in 8 out of 9 seats. But it's looking not so good in Jharkhand, sir.
No, actually, it's a beautiful sunrise in the dawn of 23rd of
Sir, not in North India, sir. It's very smoggy outside. Not in North India. Anywhere else but North India.
In Uttar Pradesh also, we are doing pretty well, much contrary to the predictions earlier that this was dominated by Samajwadi Party. And I think Yogi Adityanath is doing pretty well looking at Uttar Pradesh by-elections results. But Jharkhand is certainly surprising me. But as you rightly said, there is still more rounds to come. But I don't know, maybe the demographic alteration because of huge infiltration and voters' spurious entitlement has perhaps led to this kind of a change. But we were all sure, including all the exit polls, that Bharatiya Janata Party is forming the government in Jharkhand. And it was held in two, I think, sessions. And so let's see, let's wait and see. But I think rest of the, in Maharashtra, which was the most challenging, Rishabh, in terms of our positioning there, and including anti-incumbency and also a renewed consolidation by Maha Vikas Aghadi, which I rechristened. It may not be an anecdotal hyperbole. It has become Maha Vinash Pichhadi. And if you see all their top satraps are losing their in the hustings, so that shows how BJP, Eknath Shinde and RSS put together under the leadership of Mohan Bhagwat ji, Pradhan Mantri Modi ji, Nadda ji and Amit Shah ji, how the Maharashtra government is heading for a very stable government.
I have to ask you a straight question, sir. I don't know if you'll be able to answer it, but I'm going to ask you. If things stand currently, the BJP and Eknath Shinde are currently sitting at 150 seats. You don't need Ajit Pawar.
It is very early to say anything. I mean, what will happen? Let's wait and see. And I'm sure it is a decision will be taken by the top position. Though NDA believes, I mean, whether it was a 2019 parliamentary election or 2024 election, we have always kept our alliances partner with us. And it does not matter whether they contribute to the victory or they don't contribute to that's the historical position of NDA. And BJP has been extremely principled in that basis. It was Nitish Kumar, we made him the chief minister. We believe that, yes, the highest policy, it's a, I'm sure this issue will be already discussed. And what will happen, we will get to know.
Okay, I want to close some of the battles because we know that they are now heading one way. I'll close some of the battles in the by-polls in UP first because Aligarh now the BJP is expecting to take that seat. Mirzapur the BJP is expecting to take that seat. The rest of the seats are really close. So we'll have to leave it there. But the BJP 8 out of 9, the 9th being Mainpuri with the Samajwadi Party should hopefully take. It will be a shock to the system if they lose that by-poll. But 8 out of 9 the BJP is leading. 2 I would consider now wins and 6 would be leads. But have a look at this. Sana Malik herself is trailing. Prithviraj Chavan trailing. Nawab Malik all trailing. Eknath Shinde is leading and he is heading for a thumping win in his constituency. He is going to be really a happy person if that's how it plays out very shortly. At the bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the BJP at 112, outshining their performance of 2019's 105. These are still leads, but between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, they now have 150 leads. They don't necessarily need Ajit Pawar, who is holding his own. If he gets near about 20 seats, you'll have to say that Ajit Pawar has held his own in this battle. You'll have to say that Eknath Shinde has upset the apple cart. He has not withered into nothing. And the sympathy wave for Uddhav Thackeray has not worked out. And this puts a serious question mark because with the immediate sympathy wave with a reasonable showing in Lok Sabha, if then also in the assembly it didn't work out for Uddhav and Aditya, they are going to be in trouble, because backtracking at this stage is going to be a long haul. Priya Sehgal, if they realize that, oh my God, what did we do? We now need to head to Ayodhya. Are they going to be able to, regain their old ways?
No, I don't think they can head to Ayodhya now. They're too committed on this other path. But even if you, supposing they get Ajit Pawar to break and join them, the other Mahavikas Aghadi doesn't have the numbers. They won't even cross 111 and BJP is 112. So in that sense, Uddhav Thackeray is will
Just
have
look at the figure on your screens. Eknath Shinde leading by 14,000 votes after 4 rounds of counting only. It should have been a Shiv Sena comfortable seat. So had this been the same Shiv Sena and Eknath Shinde was winning a Shiv Sena bastion seat, nobody would have been surprised. But this is not the Shiv Sena, Priya Sehgal. Eknath Shinde is turning out to be a man of the moment.
He is a man of the moment. And if Milind Deora, as you said, I was just checking the numbers, Aditya Thackeray 4231, Milind Deora 3736. So there is just a 500 gap between the two. Aditya Thackeray, for all intents and purposes, is the face of the Uddhav Thackeray family in this election. For him to lose would be a huge blow. The fact that Milind Deora can even give him a few rough moments during the campaign shows how much the sympathy wave is not working for the Uddhav Thackeray and family. So that itself is a telling moment. I don't think Uddhav Thackeray is committed. Only if the numbers fall short, he can do a deal with the BJP and the Sena Shinde, but he will have to play second fiddle to Eknath Shinde, who now will represent the real Sena and will decide what seats will be
Ajit Pawar about to beat his own brother's son, his own nephew in Baramati, after his wife Sunetra lost to Supriya Sule by 2 lakh votes in the Lok Sabha elections. This is of course an assembly constituency which is 1/6 of the electorate, but he is now leading by 4,000 votes after 3 rounds of counting and is expected to take that seat. Very, very interesting battles going on across the board. Let me quickly rope in Sumit back into this conversation when we come back to Jimsa. Sumit, now we are now stabilizing, in Maharashtra, and there are still about 20 odd seats where we are still to hear from what those leads will be. But it is a trend that is establishing itself, and the trend is telling you that it is the BJP's day, it is Eknath Shinde's day so far.
Correct. I mean, goes without saying, Rishabh ji, BJP outperforming itself, Eknath Shinde ji doing exceedingly well, and Ajit holding to what he's expected to hold. But if BJP does well, they will want to keep Eknath, they will want to keep Ajit with them, Ajit Pawar ji, because that will make sure that the other side doesn't even remotely have a chance in any way whatsoever for next 5 years to even try out forming a government. And by the end of 5 years, you will have Sharad Pawar ji, unfortunately out of politics. You will have Uddhav ji not going to Ayodhya but going to Haridwar because for a pilgrimage, and maybe Aditya Thackeray will also go to Haridwar for a pilgrimage, because now what they have done, the classical mistake they did, they let that Hindutva plan go. The moment they let that Hindutva plan go, the bedrock of their politics is Hindutva. Balasaheb Thackeray ji, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj ji, it's all about Hindutva. You let that go, you have diminished, you have been reduced, and you are literally getting decimated from politics. That is the unfortunate part for Uddhav Thackeray ji, which he never realized. And all these statements which he has been giving right and left have been all working against him. And if he and his son are, kind of put in a box, I don't think after 5 years, God knows who will be what relevant. The things would have really shifted. I think they have missed the bus permanently. I agree with Priya ji. Now going to Ayodhya is not going to help. They had a time to go to Ayodhya, but now going to Ayodhya will not help. It's all gone, because now if you look of Balasaheb's legacy, it is Shinde ji. It is Shinde ji who has taken that legacy. Unfortunately, Uddhav Bhau has lost it. He has given it out on his own hands.
Sumit, I'm coming to you in a second. I just want to close some results, because Mainpuri now seems to be going, the UP by-poll is going the way of the Samajwadi Party, leading by 6,000 votes, expected to take that seat. Interesting battle going on in the heart of Marathwada in Beed, which is Dhananjay Munde is leading by 3,500 votes. He is, of course, in the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. The numbers there changing on the bottom of your screens, but changing on the bottom of your screens in favor of the alliance, if not in favor of the BJP. The BJP at where they left off in 2019 at 105. Look at the number of leads for the Shiv Sena Shinde, crossing 50. Look at the number of leads for Ajit Pawar crossing 30. Ajit Pawar, for the first time since counting began this morning, is currently leading in more seats than Sharad Pawar is. Believe it or not. Now that could change. It probably will change in the course of the next half an hour, 45 minutes. But with every minute that passes, we are getting an established trend. And the established trend is telling you that in Maharashtra, it is the BJP led alliance that has done reasonably well, probably very well. That in Jharkhand, the BJP has given a fair shot, but they have not been able to make a dent on the local boy Hemant Soren despite everything. That in the polls that are taking place in other parts of the country, Priyanka Gandhi is about to enter as a victor in electoral politics for the first time. Mamata Banerjee is still sweeping Bengal no matter what happens. And in UP, the BJP might take 8 out of 9 of the by-polls. They will be thrilled if that takes place. 2 out of the 9, I think they've already won. Mainpuri, they will not win. So now the battle is for the remaining 6 seats. Zishan Siddiqui, meanwhile, remember, the son of a man brutally assassinated just last month is trailing in his seat. He is fighting with Ajit Pawar there, is trailing. That may change, but he's currently trailing. Let me take thoughts now. Alok Mehta joining us this morning. Alok ji, good morning. Let's take your first thoughts. How are you observing the patterns and trends that you can see on your screen right now?
Good morning, Rishabh ji. I think this is the very interesting because in Jharkhand, the tribal area, they are losing. BJP is surprising at the moment.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. Aditya Thackeray now trailing. Aditya Thackeray is now trailing in Worli. Milind Deora has taken the lead after the third round of counting. This is, this could change. There are still 10 rounds of counting to go. But Milind Deora giving a run to the money to Aditya Thackeray. Quickly, Alok ji, carry on.
This shows how the Milind Deora was working for the party all the time. And now Congress is losing there, or even the Uddhav Thackeray family, they are also losing. So in Sharad Pawar, game is over in Maharashtra. You remember earlier also we were discussing 2 days back, and I said in Maharashtra is a last chance for the Sharad Pawar and Congress party, especially for Rahul Gandhi, because in Maharashtra they are losing badly still, and I think the NDA, they are in a very, very good position, and BJP is also gaining a lot. So I think the Ajit Pawar, what we were discussing earlier, but he will be with the BJP. He is not going to be Sharad Pawar now because they were fighting so much. Rishabh ji, have you noticed Pratibha Pawar, first time she appeared for against Ajit Pawar there for their nephew. These kind of, they were all prestige issue for the Sharad Pawar, and that's why I think Maharashtra is a historical change for the BJP, because BJP can very independently can rule in the Maharashtra. But the Eknath Shinde, certainly, earlier also they
Lots
did.
of interesting things to discuss. Quickly, Priya. Quickly, go ahead.
We were writing of Ajit Pawar, but we have to also see the number of seats he is contesting. Ajit Pawar is contesting only 60 seats, whereas Sharad Pawar is contesting 86 seats.
Correct.
So there is, he is getting 33. He is getting 50% of his seats, whereas anyway he is getting more than Sharad Pawar as of now also. But in that sense, Ajit Pawar may turn out to be the real NCP. You know, we've been writing him off, but he is holding his own, and even his own alliance partners may be surprised by the number of seats he is gaining up, considering the number of seats that were allotted to him. The second thing is Milind Deora's win will be very interesting. Supposing he wins and the alliance comes into power, then Milind Deora could, Eknath Shinde would not want to be deputy CM to a BJP chief minister. He could very well appoint Milind Deora. Milind Deora and Eknath Shinde have a very good equation. Milind Deora and Eknath Shinde's son are very
Priya
close.
saying Milind Deora chief minister or Eknath Shinde. Okay, deputy chief minister. Why not? Yeah, why not? Why not flip it around?
BJP chief minister.
Why
If
not?
BJP wants
So
his
Devendra Fadnavis to the centre, Milind Deora as deputy chief minister gives up his Rajya Sabha seat. Anything is possible, but that is of course if he wins, that will be hell of an upset. CS Jha is with us. He is a Uddhav Thackeray loyalist. Mr. Jha, it's not being a good morning so far, sir.
Then we don't rely on this right now. But eventually, if you see the afternoon will show the results clearly what will be the situation. But again, I am saying that we are on the winning streak and we will make the government. And if you see the trends, within 1 hour or 2 hours, this trend will going to be changed. and eventually this divide and rule policy of BJP will be fittingly replied by the voters who have done the voting.
Okay, it can change. I've done it long enough. There was a Karnataka election where it did change very dramatically into the afternoon, where the BJP was all but celebrating, and then it was just not enough to form a government. So it can change. I don't want to. Good news. Good news is that Aditya Thackeray is holding on to that seat, hopefully, but Milind Deora is giving him a run for his money. It's 8,236 on the second round to Milind Deora's 7,540. I am told that in the third round, Aditya Thackeray is actually fallen behind. So we are going to come back on that once the third round figures come with us also.
But it's 600. Milind Deora is leading by 600.
No. That was after the second round. I'll come back to the third round figures that come.
Okay,
second round figures have come our way. The lead has happened in the third round for Milind Deora. We'll come back to that figure in just a quick while. Let me get Jimsa Ibrahim, who have been wanted to rope in for some time. Jimsa, very now interesting trends are establishing themselves. Okay, there is a shift and change happening in Jharkhand, where it is becoming closer. In Maharashtra, it's pretty well established. Lots of bypolls happening. What is your perception now of results day 23rd November?
Right. Primarily, I've been staying put in Maharashtra for the last 2 months, and I've been very keenly keeping a watch on how the campaign process was going on. So from my vantage point, it was clear that the BJP and the Shiv Sena led by Shinde had caught up from a very dismal place in the last 2 months. They've had a lot of people-friendly schemes, and honestly, they hit the ground running. Like I said earlier, now, though the mandate is mightily in BJP's favor, it's too early to say that it's only because it's BJP and it's a vote for Narendra Modi. Like we see in Jharkhand.
You know, ironically, now that you mentioned it, Jimsa, we've been sitting here since 7 in the morning. None of us have discussed Narendra Modi for a second until you brought him up, which is very strange. I want to hold your thought on that. Alok Mehta, how is that? In the last 11 years, that's never happened. We are discussing Shinde and Uddhav and all these people. Why am I not discussing Modi?
I think we should discuss, because they are all gaining because of the double engine Sarkar, especially in Maharashtra. What Narendra Modi was doing in the meetings, when he went there in different areas, and especially for the woman power. Certainly, there is the RSS also there, and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigning, and the Amit Shah. You see, this time the meetings, the corners meetings also there, and they all organized by these high command. They were monitoring since long, and even then in Nagpur, you see, you will surprise. Even people will ask, don't go anywhere. If you are in charge for this area, you have to be there. These kind of, I think, calculation was there. And that's why the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was monitoring, even I have been told that when he was out of country, even then he was monitoring what is happening there, what kind of development, because he worked almost 18 hours a day.
Okay. Eknath Shinde leading by 14,000 votes in his constituency. Priya, quick interjection, go ahead.
No, it's okay, very well to give Prime Minister Modi the credit, but over here on ground, it was Eknath Shinde's scheme. It was the RSS workers who worked hard in this election and in Haryana election. Prime Minister Modi only addressed 9 rallies in Maharashtra, and he came up with the Ek Hai To Safe Hai slogan. That is just about all that happened on the ground. On the ground, it was the local issues, local candidates, local faces by the RSS worker on the ground. So we have to give, which is why today's discussion has been about local faces.
Okay, Dhananjay Munde, meanwhile, yes, it has been. Dhananjay Munde, meanwhile, taking his seat in the Beed area of Marathwada. Devendra Fadnavis in Nagpur leading by 4,000 votes now. Some of these leads, ladies and gentlemen, are stabilizing. And they are telling you that the BJP has already equaled its leads tally, where they stood in 2019 at 105. The Congress has not been able to so far make it past the 30 mark even once since this morning. Eknath Shinde is the man of the moment in Maharashtra. I don't know if Devendra Fadnavis will be thrilled with that, because he'll think 105 will be a damn thumping performance. But Eknath Shinde was up against it. It is trouble stations for Uddhav Thackeray. It is trouble stations. I wouldn't say for Sharad Pawar because he can go into a glorious retirement. He's done his bit in Indian politics, but it is trouble stations for Supriya for sure if the results like this hold. Now, holding on to this thought, let me rope in Sumit. Sumit, now what happens if, let's assume for a second that this is the screenshot and this is where it ends, okay? Do we then just assume that more of these elected MLAs, even those who won under UBT, are going to switch sides and the coup will now be completed?
It is a very, very strong possibility because they don't see a lot of political future with Uddhavji and Aditya Thackeray. That is the...
So no, there will be loyalists. There will be some loyalists who will never leave, but there will be other pragmatists.
Yeah, majority of them will not see. Some of them will still hold on because, there's a lot of stake for Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. Looking at the numbers, I think Shinde ji has taken what was the legacy of legendary Bala Saheb Thackeray ji, Hindu Hriday Samrat, that Hindutva icon, that Hindu legacy is now with Shinde ji. Unfortunately, Uddhav Bhau has lost it and now his MLAs will be reconsidering. Look at Milan Devra, if people like him are what they are doing, if they could join Shinde Sena and do fantastically well, why do you think other MLAs cannot do it? Because they have to also look at the political future, because with Uddhavji, they are getting that, impression anti-Hindu, not pro-Hindu. That will be something very difficult for them to handle and, go on with. This is a risk which Uddhav Thackeray took and unfortunately it has not worked for him. And Rishabhji, in Jharkhand, I still don't believe that BJP-led alliance is not going to make it. I'm still optimistic on that. Let's see in an hour or so.
It's close. It's 33 to 39 now for India Alliance versus NDA. So it's close, but Jharkhand is a few hundred votes are going to decide the constituency. A few tens of thousands of votes are going to decide the state. So it can still go either way. If it goes that the BJP wins Maharashtra, I don't think they'll sweat it out if their Jharkhand performance is slightly better than last time and they lose. Jharkhand was supposed to be the upset. Maharashtra was required. Okay. Please watch out. I've been saying this in the morning. Watch out. If the BJP wins in Maharashtra this comfortably, if they win 8 out of the 9 seats in UP, be ready for an early election in UP. Watch out for it. It could happen as early as next year because Delhi is next and the BJP is going to have its wind in its tail. For Delhi, rope in a new candidate. Who knows? It could be Sushma Swaraj's daughter to be a CM face, and you could give Arvind Kejriwal a run for his money in Delhi as well. Very, very interesting battles taking him. Before I get in the BJP to speak on this, let me get Jimsa back into this conversation. Jimsa, now there's a national battle going on, and they're in the national stakes. I have to ask you for a second about Priyanka because it's a no contest in Wayanad. It's for some reason become a Gandhi bastion now in Kerala. But what do we make about Priyanka Gandhi's entry into politics? Or electoral politics rather?
Well, we are not expecting her to make much noises to begin with. Like somebody, a panelist a while ago mentioned. Her brother is very active in the parliament. He is the leader of opposition. I would be surprised if she makes it to the front benches actually. I think she would rather put the limelight on her brother and lead from behind, if you see what I mean. We are not going to see many ripples, but of course a few fiery debates in the parliament is in the offing. And Priyanka Gandhi would look to better her brother's record of 3.5 lakh victory margin in Wayanad this time around.
I mean, less of a contest this time around, but nonetheless, she's going to win it by lakhs of votes. It might be 3.56 lakh, it might be 2.95 lakhs, who knows. Sana Malik, meanwhile, the daughter of Nawab Malik has taken the lead. So some good news coming in for the opposition ranks in Maharashtra. But overall, the picture let's correct that for a second, please. Just correct that for a second. On Aditya Thackeray, Sid, just be careful. Wait for the actual result to come out because I don't think it's gone from 500 to 8,000 very quickly. It could have, but I don't think so. Just keep a note on that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It is now past 10 o'clock. We're at 10:15. The numbers in Maharashtra have stabilized. I can't say the numbers in Jharkhand have stabilized because the margins are too slim. There are still about 50 seats in Maharashtra where the margins are so slim that we cannot call it. and there are still about 8 or 9 seats in which we don't have a trend yet. I'm trying to find out why that is, whether we have a reporting issue or simply we don't have boots on the ground. It could be either of those two things. So there are still about 60 seats which can go either way. 60 seats in an assembly of just about 288 is a lot of seats. So be careful. We have sat here in other elections. I remember Karnataka the last time around, where it seemed like it was going the BJP way and it did not. The BJP thought it was going the BJP way and it did not. So let's be slightly careful on how this is panning out. But it has been a fascinating morning, as it is every single time. Let me get Alok Mehta back in. Alok ji, I want to take a quick thought on Priyanka Gandhi before I come back to Maharashtra. So here it is, Member of Parliament Priyanka Gandhi, Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi, Member of Parliament Sonia Gandhi.
And Robert is still in the waiting list because
he said last time he wants to contest.
Yeah, and maybe he will again come from the Rajya Sabha, because then the 2 and 2 here and 2 there. Because he said that I can come also. Last time in NewsX interview also he spoke about, and I think few.
But is he serious about it? Do you think he's really serious, or he just making a monkey of all of us?
Rishabh, I think
he just throws it in there just to keep us guessing.
From the very beginning, you see, I was following Menka Gandhi when she married to Sanjay Gandhi. Since then, I was following them, and that's why Robert Vadra also very ambitious, more ambitious even than the Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi was reluctant in the beginning, which Sonia Gandhi herself was telling me at that time. And now Rahul Gandhi will work more in the field for next election. Priyanka Gandhi will hold in the parliament, and maybe Rahul Gandhi suffer something and go to jail because of number of cases is there. Then that's why this is a backup plan, like in any strategy in the politics or in the battlefield. I think that's why the Gandhi family is very sick.
Should it be the opposite? Should it be Priyanka Gandhi on the field and Rahul Gandhi in parliament? What is better for the Congress, in your view?
I think because in the parliament also, Priyanka Gandhi looks, to some extent, and she is also trying to do what, remembering Mrs. Indira Gandhi. That's why she is in advantage, and maybe election time certainly, whenever she go out of in a different area. But I think the Rahul Gandhi, because he like going in the field nowadays and he want to show that I'm a man of masses.
Okay. All right. Priya, quick thoughts on Priyanka, because today the Congress, are they going to be sweating Maharashtra and thereby crimping the celebration of Priyanka? I think not. I think they'll be celebrating Priyanka and trying to forget Maharashtra.
They'll try and forget, but you can't lose a state if these numbers hold and just celebrate one candidate, even though it is the high-profile candidate Priyanka Gandhi, for winning what was a very sure seat. So in terms of within the Congress, within the party workers, yes, but the India alliance or the whole, they're not going to take this as a consolation prize. No, so what, we lost Maharashtra, but Priyanka won. That's not going to work with the alliance partners at all. In terms of party morale, I think they would be looking at the Congress tally in Maharashtra also coming after Haryana. Congress didn't do as well in Haryana. Congress is not doing so well in Maharashtra. The allies are going to raise the cry, is Congress an handicap? Congress, should we keep the alliance going with the Congress? Akhilesh Yadav already decided in UP in the by-polls. He just announced the candidates without the Congress. So Congress is going to have its own existential turmoil, and no matter, yes, it will celebrate Priyanka, of course. Her win, and a spectacular win, her coming in the floor of the House, will give a morale booster. But opposition politics, I think they will be looking at a slightly better win. Maybe Jharkhand will help, But again, the question will come, where Congress has little stake, the alliances do well. Where Congress has larger states, the alliances don't do well. So this is the debate that is going to now start.
Okay, a debate as going to start, and it's going to cut across all sorts of confusions. A very interesting battle, as I mentioned, is going on in Mahim. Watch out for that. It is the Sena versus the Sena versus the Sena. MNS versus Shiv Sena UBT versus I'm sorry, I've lost track now. How many was it? It was Shiv Sena UBT and just the Shiv Sena. Yes. There is no other sobriquet to be added. That laddus have arrived at the BJP office, I've been told by my reporter in Delhi. They're not distributing them yet for good reason. Let's keep it safe. Okay, Raipur, I just wanted to close this election battle because the BJP is going to win that by-poll in Chhattisgarh pretty well. If you had asked them 2 years ago if they would win things in Chhattisgarh pretty well, they wouldn't have been as convinced, but Chhattisgarh is going their way. In Moradabad, the battle is over. The BJP is going to win that seat. Incidentally, Vadra's hometown. Okay, but the BJP is winning that seat. The Sapa is only being able to cough up a few thousand votes there, not doing very well.
Oh.
So, Dausa, meanwhile, which is very interesting, there's another battle, remember, going on. There's battle going on in Tonk as well. This is Rajasthan. Tonk expect the BJP to take that very, very easily. So that's good news for the BJP.
Not for pilot. And Tonk also. So
Yes.
not going to do well for pilot. Not good news.
Not for him. Okay. I don't know what's happening with Sana Malik. Sid, can you please check with Sana Malik here, because I'm being told she's now leading. Okay. Just check this so that we can update this. The figure at the bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, has changed in the last 3 or 4 minutes while we've been talking. The BJP is now sitting at 113. The Congress has inched past the 30 mark for the first time, and it is the Shiv Sena UBT which is now facing decimation in Maharashtra, down to less than 20 leads, with Shiv Sena under Shinde at 56. The NCP of Ajit Pawar leading in 32 seats as opposed to Sharad Pawar leading on only 23. The two stalwarts, legates is the word, of Maratha politics have now been left, it seems, in the dust by the rising stars of Eknath Shinde and the nephew having his comeuppance like never before. If this holds, it is now Ajit Pawar's party to take. It is not bad news for Sharad Pawar. He's done in politics. He's been doing it for 60 years. And it is bad news for his daughter Supriya Sule. She's going to have to make peace with her cousin if she wants to continue in politics, if this trend holds as we speak.
Or she joins the Congress.
Or she joins the BJP, who knows?
BJP
Anything is possible in politics. Alok Mehta wants to jump in. Alok Mehta, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I see Supriya Sule, because earlier also, if you remember, Sharad Pawar used to meet Narendra Modi ji, and at that time they asked, okay, she can get a post in the cabinet also. So I think they are the options, because Sharad Pawar politics, Priya ji, you remember, from the very beginning, 69 to now 2024, all the time he changed, shifted from here to there, from Mrs. Gandhi to Sonia Gandhi. All the time he dissed everybody. So he can diss any for her. His one ambition, because I wrote in some article also, that he wanted from the very beginning, when he married to Pratibha ji, he said, I want only one child, and that's why he legacy for Supriya Sule. Ultimately she can join with the Ajit Pawar, and they can join hands in the central government, and she will be a cabinet rank, she will get something here.
But yeah, I agree with you what you're saying about Sharad Pawar, but knowing Supriya and having some conversations with her, she is very against the BJP. In fact, when she speaks also, you look at her speeches in parliament, I know everybody goes back on their word.
Okay.
She has been very strong against the BJP, and in fact, when Sonia Gandhi and Smriti Irani had the face-off, it was Supriya Sule was standing by Sonia's side. She is more inclined towards the Congress. One reason why Sharad Pawar did not also go through with that Ajit Pawar rebellion was Supriya Sule.
All right, sorry to interrupt. Take a look at the top of your screens in Jharkhand and look at what has happened there in the last 10 minutes. The NDA, led by the BJP, has taken the lead from the India Alliance, led by Hemant Soren in Jharkhand at 43 to 35. If things stand right now, the BJP is looking at a day to celebrate in politics. They are going to improve their performance in Maharashtra and sweep the state with the pre-poll alliance. They are looking in good footing in Jharkhand, better than they could have possibly hoped. And in UP, if they take 8 out of the 9, Mainpuri, they were never going to win anyway. So that will be 8 out of 8 for them. They are going to be having a happy day in politics, which will definitely add to Haryana and improve the situation, which would have left a sort of sore throat because of what took place in the Lok Sabha elections. Gopal Agarwal is joining us. Gopal ji, I know it's still early, and we've seen things in Karnataka that in the past, early calls haven't panned out. So I can understand caution, but I'm sure you have some reason to be feeling slightly excited this morning.
Surely we feel excited, because not only about the exit poll or why, because the earlier trends, it is because at the ground level we have found a new resonance about what BJP is working at the national level, state level, good governance, welfare politics, economic growth, global image of India. All these factors show that BJP's ideology, BJP's working have again found a strong resonance. Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra were a setback in 2024, but if we this shows that we have overcome that false narrative which the opposition had tried to create with the people. So it is an happy moment, but finally we respect the judgment of the electorate. Final result will come. We are very hopeful that we will receive the love and affection of the people of Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and other states where by-elections are taking place. And it also encourages when you find that what you have been communicating, what your efforts on the ground are getting appreciated by the people, it's always very heartening and very elevating for all of us. So I must congratulate and say that BJP NDA efforts are bringing fruits for
Okay,
all
quick
of us.
updates. Ashok Chavan, former Congress Chief Minister of Maharashtra, now with the BJP. His daughter Srijaya, who is now contesting on a BJP ticket, is leading in her seat also. The figures on the bottom of your screens are telling you that the BJP is leading at better than expected, better than 2019, 113 seats in Maharashtra. The Congress at 35, not a whole lot different. But it is Eknath Shinde who is about to complete his coup in the Shiv Sena. He's already got the name, he had the majority of the existing MLAs, and he's going to take the majority of the seats contested this time around. And it is Ajit Pawar who's looking like he's established himself as the inheritor of the NCP, the Nationalist Congress Party in Maharashtra. And the loser is Uddhav Thackeray. Let me guess Mr. Jha, who is a supporter of Uddhav Thackeray, into this conversation. Mr. Jha, is looking like an unhappy morning. Will you yourself perhaps consider joining Eknath Shinde ji in a few days?
See, we are not traitors in our party, and we have been doing good with this party, and we don't expect this to be changed. And eventually, if you see these are early trends, we are relying by one or two, we will get all the current trends to be changed, because we know that this is going to be a very tough fight. And eventually, Eknath Shinde faction is having contest with us on all 40 seats. So those 40 seats have to be required to be considered whether they are winning or not. So these are early trends. We don't go on these early trends. Let us wait. One or two will come to know what will happen. And eventually, see, the Maharashtra government will be formed by us.
Okay, it could be. All right, I can't deny it because we are still 10:30. We are in the 5th or 6th round of counting. In some cases, there are at least 7-8 rounds of counting to go.
Which are going to be counted because in some
So less than, let me put it for our viewers this way, less than 50% of the votes have been counted so far. Okay, so that's why it's an early trend, because there is still the possibility that with more than 50% of the votes to be counted, that the trends could change. In my experience, if it is this clear by 10:30, it is unlikely. It would have been a lot closer for those trends to change, but there are plenty of battles. I put it out there, 60 seats are still close. 10 seats we don't have details for yet. Okay, so those are 10 anyway that are up for grabs. There are at least 40 or 50 other seats where the margins are still in their hundreds. And even though an assembly constituency is generally won by thousands and not by lakhs, hundreds is too close to call. So it is going to change. This figure is not going to remain static on your screen. But is it going to change dramatically? Is it going to mean that Shinde is going to come from 56 down to 20 and Uddhav Thackeray go from 20 to 56? Probably not. Okay, it could happen.
The trend always show that early trend cannot be relied at this moment.
I agree with you, sir.
Eknath Shinde camp will not have more than 25 seats.
Okay, so 25 seats you say. Okay, so that their leads will have to half. And if that is the case, then it will be unhappy news for Eknath Shinde. That could happen, but we are it's looking more and more difficult and more likely. So now let's pick this up with Alok Mehta and now discuss a potential overall picture. Alok Mehta.
I think Rishabh
yeah,
especially
sorry,
in
yeah, go
Jharkhand,
ahead.
in Jharkhand we have to watch because the tribal area and the women voters, how they proved, and the Hemant Soren, the future of the Soren family, because ultimately he is suffering, his case is also there. So very interesting in Jharkhand because
Alok Mehta, is it the future of the Soren family? I would say it's the future of the Congress in Jharkhand. I think Hemant Soren is there to stay. He'll make a comeback. Is the Congress in trouble in Jharkhand?
Jharkhand Congress is trouble in everywhere now. The Rahul Gandhi is leading, and that's why you see the Kharge Sahab. You see since Mr. Kharge took over, I think Congress is losing a lot. I think that's why I think they should think about after Lok Sabha election.
Kharge ji will tell you Lok Sabha
in Haryana, in Maharashtra, they are losing badly. In Jharkhand also they are losing. So they will just give blame to him. What you are talking about the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, here we should also talk about the Rahul Gandhi. Because the whole stake, everybody was talking what will happen to Rahul Gandhi. Nobody was talking about the Prithviraj Chauhan. Because they have not projected Prithviraj Chauhan at least. Because he was the most senior person, very honest, no allegation against him. But even then, Congress is not ready to give any. Even the Milind Devda also left Congress party. Because even they don't want a clean person. They want corrupt people mostly who can bring money. That's why you remember, Bhupesh Baghel is still in charge, observer to manage. That's why the resort is there, plane are ready just to take, because they blame the BJP. But ultimately they are trying, they think, okay, on money power, we will come in the power. That's why I think the very interesting piece, because the RSS role in Maharashtra and even Jharkhand also, they are working in tribal areas since long. So this is a stake for the RSS also in this election.
All right, Sid, can you do me a favor? Can we just commission someone to now start making graphics for all the bipolls? I especially would like to see UP, Bengal and Punjab for all the seats. I think there's 4 seats in Punjab, 6 in Bengal and 9 in UP. Those are crucial. And maybe one other graphic that has all the other bipolls from Rajasthan and Assam and all the other places, so that we can get an overall picture. So, Alok Mehta, let me come to you on the overall picture once again. If we are seeing at this point of time that the BJP takes a thumping return as an incumbent in Maharashtra, flips Jharkhand, takes pretty much all the bipolls in UP, in Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan, which is where they should be taking them, they are in government in these places. Is the BJP in a position to say that we have made a comeback from the slight dip that we saw in Lok Sabha?
I think they have to, they are very calculated. I think they will say, okay, we are ruling in so many states and it will going to affect in the Rajya Sabha elections also, because they want to change the constitutions, UCC and other what they are thinking. That's why I think, because they are calculating in how many people will join hands again after this debacle of the other parties also, because they want a big alliance with everywhere. And here also, I still feel maybe they will say, okay, Eknath Shinde, we will adjust him, because they want to show what happened. Shabji, in Manohar Joshi was also there. So Shiv Sena was earlier also as chief minister. Maybe Devendra Fadnavis will come in the central level, and the Milind Devda will be deputy chief minister, what earlier also we were talking. So they will have adjustment, but the larger picture is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, again I will tell you, because the credit they will give to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because the state leadership also depend on him. What kind of a woman vote, still he is the vote catcher, and that's why.
There's no doubt about it. But I think he'll be a happy man to think that without his overwhelming presence in the electoral campaigns, because the BJP has pretty much been one man show for too long, that even on local issues, on local politics, they managed to hold the fort, which will be a relief. Priya Sehgal, no doubt about it. You know, the BJP formed the government, historic. Very happy to do so. It was a big ticket in the history of India to form 3 consecutive governments under the same Prime Minister. I mean, not many people have done it, only one before that. So, after Haryana, after this, are they back in the driving seat?
Oh yeah, after Haryana for sure, they didn't even need Maharashtra. They were back after Haryana. In fact, if you saw the Prime Minister's press conference after Haryana and compare it to the one after Lok Sabha, I think there was more mojo and more maza in his walk in the Haryana. He gave a longer speech. It was a back to the old Modi that we saw. His speech after Lok Sabha was a little tamed and he was talking NDA, not so much BJP. After Haryana, it was BJP, Modi, he was back to how it was earlier. So definitely he got his mojo back. The Maharashtra win is and if they rest Jharkhand, which is still very close because the numbers are going up and down. But let Jharkhand be for a while. Even if they just rest Maharashtra and this wins in the bypolls, UP, Rajasthan is going to be a huge win for whether I stand by the fact that the campaign was really fought with local leaders, but the shray and the credit will be given and taken by Prime Minister Modi. So we will probably see him walking into the floor of the house with his old elan and coming back and a more combative BJP, because what we saw in the first parliament session, monsoon session after the Lok Sabha was a BJP that was doing rollbacks, not so certain. They were rolling back a lot of promises that they make. This time around, they will be more sure-footed. They will. I don't think they will be going back on any of the plans. Maybe even bring in UCC, which is something they've been wanting to bring in. So we'll see a lot of confrontation. Opposition will of course try and. I noticed in Dharvi. The Congress is winning, so they will try and bring up the Adani fact. But the fact is, electorally, the BJP can now combat them and say, look, whatever you are saying, we are still winning elections, and it's the voice of the people that matters. So this will give them a lot of heft to take on the opposition.
Okay, here we go, Jimsa Ibrahim. If there were others who were getting pretty gung-ho after the Lok Sabha verdict, which did cut down the BJP from over 300 down to 244, well, here they are. Haryana fourth term government in unprecedented ways. They've hung out, beaten incumbency in Maharashtra. They've taken Jharkhand, one more in the kitty, and they've proved a point in UP with. Let's face it, Mainpuri they were not going to win. That was it's a Samajwadi Party bastion. So of the remaining 8 seats, they've got 8 out of 8. They are back.
100%. If anybody has to be worried from this debacle, it has to be the Congress. Let's just hope and pray that they cross at least 50 in Maharashtra. And coming soon, this is almost on the heels of the winter session of Parliament. So this is going to massively affect the confidence and morale of the opposition. No matter, the Congress party can tom-tom the fact that Priyanka Gandhi is going to Parliament from within a couple of weeks, but that's everything. That's all that you can take away from this election. And honestly, for all the hard work and the grit that Rahul Gandhi has shown, he should be a fairly disappointed man today.
Okay, the disappointment is because in the Congress's performance from 2019, after having spent about a half term in government, as a junior partner, but their performance from 2019 to 2024 is a dip of 11. The takeaway was that in the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP won only 9 seats. There are 48 seats in Maharashtra. BJP won only 9. The Congress was the leader. They won 13 seats. You do the math tells you that they should have won on that logic around about 70 to 80 seats. That should have been a par performance. So exactly. This is half of what it was, worse than 2019. But the Congress is facing a diminishment in Maharashtra. It's a slow decline. They are going and falling very, very slowly. But the big ticket is, and there is no running away from it, it's going to have to be the faith of Uddhav Thackeray. Like I've told you, Sharad Pawar has done his duty in Indian politics. That time is over. So Sharad Pawar is not in a state of shock. Uddhav Thackeray, his time was only beginning. Aditya Thackeray, time is not even yet begun. Is going to be in a state of shock. Can we get out some details out of Worli? How's it going?
The lead is narrowed.
Okay. Aditya Thackeray leading by less than 400 votes against Milind Deora. The man has taken him down to the wire. That's not how it should have played out with a sympathy vote for the Thackeray's. It's very clear, Alok Mehta, there is no sympathy vote for the Thackeray's today.
That's the main problem, because the second line of leadership, what we are talking about, BJP and all, Eknath Shinde was the real lieutenant since Bal Thackeray days, and ultimately for Uddhav Thackeray also he was working. So this time the Aditya Thackeray is a minister also. He is a nice person, doing whatever he was doing because of his mother. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray, in the beginning, even the Mrs. Thackeray wanted that Adit Thackeray should be chief minister. This kind of, I think Priyaji also knowing about it because she was following all the time. I think that's why the Uddhav Thackeray is losing, because there is no second line, the people who work in the field. And here again I will say, Prime Minister Narendra Modi tried to do second line everywhere. You see, Manohar Lal ji was, everybody was in the party also, there was a dissatisfaction in last election, but even then, now in the central, maybe he will be party president in future. You see, these kind of second leadership, this is the RSS line, almost, if you can give credit, because Narendra Modi is also from the RSS. They also create, Amit Shah is there, Yogi Adityanath is there, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is there. So they have a number of people who have a second line. Problem in Congress party, they are not ready to accept even Sachin Pilot. They have not projected. They use him because he is not going to anywhere. That's why I say, okay. But they never use the younger leadership or the old leadership. Kamal Nath, you see how he was, even Manmohan Singh days also, he was cornered like anything. Jairam Ramesh used to write letter and giving to press media against the Kamal Nath. These kind of second leadership, they have finished themselves. That is the reason of the victory.
I mean, lots of personal contests here. We are talking about Prithviraj Chavan. Priya, I mean, if he loses, what is the Congress leadership in Maharashtra? Ashok Chavan is gone. His daughter is contesting for the BJP and is likely to win for the BJP. Prithviraj Chavan loses his seat. Nawab Malik losing his seat. I mean, they'll have to be an overhaul of the Congress in Maharashtra.
Nana Patole losing his seat. Nawab Malik,
Congress down to 20 leads now.
Yeah, so Prithviraj trailing is in a way, he is a decent man. For him to lose is a bit
I'm sorry
sad
to interrupt you. The figure on the change at the bottom of the screen has changed very dramatically. So I want to highlight that to our viewers. Sharad Pawar is only leading in 10 seats. Uddhav Thackeray only in 19. Ajit Pawar leading in 37. Look at this. The Congress leading in only 20. It is the Shiv Sena under Shinde leading in 58. We are heading towards 11 o'clock. These leads, if they firm up, this is a one-sided election we are looking at this particular stage. This is a 120 plus for the BJP after contesting 149. If that's what holds or anything anywhere close to this holds, and this could change. This is not a normal election in Maharashtra. Something different has happened, Priya.
This is an this is an election that is clearly, we were talking about anti-incumbency. This is a pro-incumbency election. This is an election. It's a totally different verdict from what happened in the Lok Sabha, which is very interesting because Lok Sabha was for Prime Minister Modi. So this election is really for the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. This is the argument they're going to give when they are going to be making a bid for retaining the Chief Minister's chair. We can now
look at the figure on your screens. The Mahayuti at 217 leads as things stand. The MVA shattered to 49. Now I know this figure will also change, but oh my God, this is not what one was expecting at 11 a.m. on counting day. Alok Mehta.
Jharkhand has changed.
Really very interesting because in Jharkhand,
Jharkhand is flipped the other way. Yes.
Yeah, Jharkhand is changing, but in Maharashtra the sweeping for NDA is a sweeping, but very surprising in Jharkhand what is happening. He said again India is 48. At the moment.
So Jharkhand is flipped the other way. Jharkhand is going to flip a lot more. Beware of that. Okay. So there is a lot of caution that needs to apply over here. So the Jharkhand is generally hundreds of seats. It is hundreds of votes per seat. It is still hundreds of votes per seat. But we are looking into several rounds of counting completed. And some of the Congress stalwarts are in trouble. Prithviraj Chavan is in trouble. Nawab Malik is in trouble. He should not have been, his daughter is doing okay, Nawab Malik's daughter, but the veterans are in trouble. And this would be one of the worst performances of the Congress if this was to hold in Maharashtra, making it an existential crisis for the Congress in Maharashtra. This is not going to be a tinker change. It's an existential crisis. And something different has come because the people of Maharashtra, if things even close to this hold, have overwhelmingly voted for, I would assume, stability in government. They have not looked at who's the Marathi party. They have just overwhelmingly wanted stability in government, and an assumption has been made that the people more likely to offer stability are the incumbents, with the BJP holding the chunk of the seats.
But also BJP contested more seats than Eknath Shinde. So we have to see the percentage.
149 to win, leading in 122. I'll get you the figure of how many the Shinde faction. I think it was 80 something. So the percentages are almost, almost similar. I mean, look at Ajit Pawar contested 50 something, he's leading 37.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
better than it's about 3 out of 4 seats, because the trend is that you're winning 3 out of every 4 seats.
Correct.
If the Congress is at 20 and the others are reduced to 10 and 19.
Totally. In fact, it's a vote for the alliance, but who was the face of the alliance? Now we are going to come down to that when it comes to the chief minister's position, and Eknath Shinde will argue.
NCP and Shiv Sena, the symbol. This also give because in rural area, especially in the rural area in the Maharashtra or anywhere, the symbol always give help to these parties.
Yeah.
That's why the original Shiv Sena is Eknath Shinde. When people are voting, they say, okay, we have to give to Shiv Sena. They don't know even the name. We have seen even Delhi also, people don't know the name, they know the symbol.
Correct.
That's why they see the advantage, what they achieved in the last time from Election Commission. They got the symbol. So NCP and Shiv Sena, original Shiv Sena, they are getting, that's why they are more suffering than Sharad Pawar.
Okay, they say a week is long time in politics. 7 minutes is a long time for us as we speak, because it is still all over the place. But what I can tell you is that we are looking at now one-way traffic in Maharashtra. Jharkhand is too close to call. Some of the seats are still down to a few hundred votes, but some of the elections are already over. The bypolls, you can imagine. It's closed. Mainpuri is closed, but it looks like the BJP is winning 8 of the other 9. The bypolls in Bengal are closed. Everybody is losing their deposit. It's a TMC thumper in Bengal. Keep an eye out on that. Interesting ones happening in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, and of course the big one happening, guess where? In Wayanad, where Priyanka Gandhi is going to win by a few lakh votes. Let's see by how many lakhs. But keep a look at the bottom of your screens and the top of your screens. That's where the action is happening. Aditya Thackeray is leading in Worli, but only by hundreds of votes, because Milind Deora, as we've been discussing this morning, has given him a run for his money. It is going to be a dramatic finish. It may or may not be a photo finish. Much water still needs to flow under the bridge. I still have Mr. Jha with me, but before I come to you, sir, Kaushal Kant Mishra of the BJP joining us in the broadcast. Mr. Mishra, let me start with Maharashtra. Are you now quietly confident that this is heading your way?
Rishabh, I think Maharashtra is very clear, and Uttar Pradesh Upchanav is also very clear, but in the Jharkhand the condition is moving as per time. I think we should wait for Jharkhand, but otherwise yes, as you yourself is telling that Maharashtra is almost clear, rest other places are clear. In the Jharkhand it is a pretty close condition, so I think we should wait. But yes, in Maharashtra, in the way BJP is 109, Shiv Sena is almost 49-50, and NCP is I think 33. It's a good show in Maharashtra. So we are happy, and we are confident that the result will move in our favor in the Jharkhand also.
Okay, what's your welcome party plan for Priyanka Gandhi from Wayanad? Kaushal Kant Mishra. Yes, go ahead.
Can you ask again?
Yes, go ahead. How are you planning to welcome Priyanka Gandhi, the soon to be elected MP from Wayanad?
With no problem, we will make jalebi for her. No problem. She is also welcome.
Okay. All right. Baramati, the firecrackers are bursting for Ajit Pawar. He is going to take that seat. He has beaten, the nephew has beaten his own nephew, who had been brought in by the uncle to defeat the other uncle. I'm as confused as you are. Okay, but Dada is taking it in Baramati, and the firecrackers are out, because if Ajit Pawar needed it to happen this time, it is looking like he has made it happen. I repeat, it is not Sharad Pawar who is going to be heartbroken and disappointed. It is going to be Supriya Sule. She will have to now accept the fact that this will be worse if Sharad Pawar was not there or no longer involved in active politics. It is a clear mandate from the people that the NCP is to be inherited by Ajit Pawar and not by Supriya as things stand. she is either going to have to fight it out and make a comeback 5 years later, or make peace with her cousin, or join the Congress or the BJP. That's the fate of Supriya Sule also being decided in this election. But what happens to Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray? Alok Mehta, will there be space for Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis to say, okay, we've taught you a lesson, welcome back?
I think the Eknath Shinde is a very good position, and the same thing Fadnavis. But at the same time, the Raj Thackeray, now we have to watch for next few years, because Raj Thackeray claimed that the next time the Chief Minister will be from his party. So you see, there is still they will be fighting for Shiv Sena, legacy of the Bal Thackeray ji. I think Eknath Shinde, he will try his best, and either the BJP will adjust, because the BJP also had good relations with the Raj Thackeray since last few months or years also, I think. That's why Raj Thackeray was in fray, and even then sometimes they are fighting each other. When the BJP candidates were also there, the other candidates were there. So Raj Thackeray is for long term, and if you remember, Rishabh ji, ultimately Bal Thackeray also wanted Raj Thackeray to project him. But after Bal Thackeray, the legacy came to Uddhav Thackeray, and he was not very fit, because he was a reluctant, he was a different kind of person, not fit for to rule everywhere, especially in the Maharashtra. I think that's why the Raj Thackeray is the real legacy of Bal Thackeray.
Okay, Bal Thackeray chose Uddhav Thackeray. Everybody thought it would have been Raj who was being mentored, but when push came to shove, the son had thicker blood than the nephew. The same could apply in the NCP, that when push came to shove in Sharad Pawar's elder years, the daughter was thicker blood than the nephew, despite the fact that both the nephews were being groomed to be the heirs and not the immediate children.
And Sonia Gandhi wanted the son. Rahul Gandhi, the Priyanka Gandhi was the real leader at the time. Since 1999, she was campaigning, she was working hardly, but I think maybe somebody advisors are there. So they said, okay, this son will be there.
I think she wanted both. Okay, let me be neutral on this, because I strongly disagree with the premise that the Gandhis, as in the Sonia, Rahul and Priyanka, are a divided lot.
No, they are not divided.
I don't know the family well enough, but I know them reasonably well to understand that they are not a divided lot. They stick together through thick and thin. The coteries are a divided lot for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, that's where your screen is standing. It is turning out to be a complete flip show. So if you are Hemant Soren, you are going, just holding on. You're just holding on because you need this badly. And let me ask a slightly different question. Priya Sehgal, Delhi's next. Okay. So this is Arvind Kejriwal watching Hemant Soren. What's he thinking?
I think he'll get some good cheer from this, what is happening in Jharkhand, because no doubt I think the jail did play its role. It was an election issue and there is some sympathy factor. So I think, and also there is a pro-incumbency vote over here. So I think Arvind Kejriwal will take some good cheer from this, at least from the Jharkhand vote, and also for the India Alliance. They needed a win at least somewhere, at least they can just score as 1-1, or unless you put the by-polls in the mix, then of course the score goes all right.
49 seats. We are now saying that Eknath Shinde has won more seats by himself than the entire MVA. I mean, Priya, this is a one-sided election if this holds.
If this holds, and I'm really now looking ahead. I know you are being cautious, but I would say the election does seem to be, even though it's halfway through in terms of countings, it does seem, the leads seems to show that this trends will hold. If these hold, then we're going to have a very interesting combination as to who will be the chief minister. You can't deny Devendra Fadnavis when he's notched up over 120 seats. You can't deny Eknath Shinde when the vote was in his, he was the CM face. They went in for the election.
What do they do? They do their 50-50, 2 years.
They can't deny Ajit Pawar also, because he's also now shown a good, he's come and shown and brought his thing to the table. So he also wants a seat on the table. It's going to be very interesting to see how they play it out. It will take all of Narendra Modi's diplomacy and political tact to deny it to Devendra Fadnavis. Then will he, because it's also clear that he doesn't want him as the BJP president. He wants Mohanlal Khattar. So what will happen to Devendra Fadnavis? The whole crucial issue, the hot potato on the table is Fadnavis.
Alok Mehta, when winning is a problem, because everybody's done very well. It's a good problem to have, but it's a problem nonetheless.
You see, Rishabh ji, in BJP always there is a loyal worker and RSS is there. So Devendra Fadnavis will be adjusted for the future. You know, in the union cabinet also they need, after Nitin Gadkari, I think Nitin Gadkari is low profile nowadays and usually relations, that's why they groomed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi groomed Fadnavis. You remember those days when he came from mayorship to directly to as a chief minister ultimately. So I think that's why he is not going to anywhere, or he is not going to revolt. Maybe they will adjust the Ajit Pawar, Milind Devda, everybody. Depends if Milind Devda
But do
also
they bring him then union?
And union cabinet,
do you see Devendra Fadnavis is a BJP president at his age? Could be.
I don't think, because he will be not the
I don't think so
because,
either, but could be. But
maybe in union cabinet he can get good position, and ultimately because
would he want to leave his base? Would he be comfortable leaving his base? And would the RSS be happy with him shifting out of Maharashtra?
Because age is with him.
Yes.
That's why he can wait, because the Nitin Gadkari was the candidate, if you remember, in 2004 earlier also, either for prime ministership or even the chief ministership. Even the Shivraj Singh Chauhan was not very reluctant to come to center. You see, because he always said, okay, even the last time he said, no, I will never go to Delhi. But you see what happened afterwards when he was offered. He was offered earlier. Even
no, but that's a retirement. Delhi, once you're away from your base, you are being retired, right?
No, not retired. You see, remember, Rishabh, sorry, 1 second. Narendra Modi was shifted Delhi in organizations. Everybody thought that now he will be not trouble in Keshubhai Patel and all. Since then I was following.
And then he came back with a bang, came back straight as chief minister.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the second line will be there.
Okay, I know it's not as straightforward as it looks.
Scheme, this is also a shot in the arm for that.
I mean,
just
they've got a formula now. You know, I promise you, everybody, Bollywood stars, TV editors like me, politicians, we all are hoping that there is some formula that we can do that, that is successful. So as a politician, if you got this formula, you're in love with it, because all the other formulas, Kashmir and we beat terrorism and Ghar mein ghus ke mara and Ram Mandir and all, not really working in the past 1 year.
Ayodhya hasn't worked.
Ram Mandir I mentioned is not working in the last 1 year. So if this is the formula, Ladli Behna, way to go. Good formula to have. And if the Ladli Behnas actually benefit from it, great. What a nice rounding up to Indian politics. But Jimsa Ibrahim, let's be realistic on the other side. If Sharad Pawar ends up with only 10 or 12 MLAs, knowing full well that he is not going to be in active politics any longer, those 10 or 12 MLAs pretty much already belong to somebody else. Can we hear him?
Oh, yes, much better.
Yeah, so if Sharad Pawar ends up with just 10 or 12 MLAs, knowing full well that Sharad Pawar himself is not going to be in active politics for much longer, those 10 or 12 MLAs already belong to somebody else. They already belong to Ajit or somebody else.
Exactly. Might as well join the Congress then.
Yeah, could join the Congress or could join Ajit Pawar. Similarly, I'm assuming Uddhav Thackeray, if he ends up with less than 20, most of them will be gone in 6 months.
See, there was an interesting speech made by Uddhav Thackeray in Aurangabad, where he had requested BJP workers to vote against the Shiv Sena Shinde contestant. This happened this election when he was electioneering in Aurangabad. He gave the speech where he requested BJP workers specifically to make sure the Shinde contestant is not elected and they vote for his party's member. So very interesting dynamics there. Is the red carpet still rolled on? Can Uddhav Thackeray still walk back to the coalition? Will he be seen more as a philosophical guide to the coalition that is the Mahayuti? We'll have to wait and find out.
What are the options? Alok Mehta, what are options for Uddhav Thackeray? Does he say, okay, I play the long haul, I've also got age on my side, so does Aditya, and we wait for the next 10 years? I mean, Rahul Gandhi's been waiting for a long time.
I think that Aditya Thackeray will lead the party, because ultimately they wanted him to be projected for the future. And that's why, depending on what will happen in the next 5 years and how long he will organize the party itself. Because if Uddhav Thackeray go behind the scene, then the Aditya Thackeray, they want to project Aditya Thackeray, and ultimately depend on the situation. Maybe afterwards, because remember Uddhav Thackeray was also trying to have relations with the BJP, if you earlier days, and that's why he was the chief minister also. So maybe Aditya Thackeray will again join hands with the BJP after a few years or so, or depend on situation what will happen.
Okay, yeah, anything.
Yes.
Anything is possible.
Yeah.
But what is now currently impossible is that Uddhav Thackeray, well, I don't know, is that impossible for Uddhav Thackeray to become chief minister again?
Not as of
Okay,
now.
no. Alok Mehta, who knows? Could it happen?
No, not at all. Uddhav Thackeray.
No, can't happen. So he can't go cap in hand
he will be
and
more.
saying, guys, it was my bad, oopsie daisy. How much I love you, and yes, you will be such good friends. 30, 40 years we were friends.
Yes.
So we have to be together. So he can't do that. Okay, but this is the fate. This is life. This is politics. It is exciting. It is running point by point commentary. I promise you, our results are generally about an hour or so ahead of the official results that the EC is going to declare. But let me take you to those figures, because those figures are even worse for Uddhav Thackeray, because the Election Commission on its website only has 16 leads for Uddhav Thackeray. It still has the NCP at 20 though, and 55 for the Shinde faction and 127 for the BJP. Some of those have changed subsequently, and we are reporting figures mostly out of what is posted out of the booths. The EC has to be slightly more circumspect because they have to get it bang on, and we are getting WhatsApp messages, so I can rely on those as we are reading out the details of what is happening. I'm going to quickly I'm going to start requesting our reporters to start joining us once again on the broadcast, because we'll have to seek reactions from Baramati, from Bombay, as well as from Ranchi, to get us an update on what is happening on the ground, because I'm told in Baramati the celebrations have already started. Now, whether they've started only for the seat win, which he certainly won, or started beyond that, we'll have to come and see. We are also being told that the BJP is all set to celebrate the victory in Maharashtra, but they are just being held back by their party leaders before the laddus distribution begins. We are past 11 o'clock, so more than 50% of what matters is done. So if something dramatic had to happen, it should have happened right now. It has happened in the past 1 hour. We've seen a dramatic shift in Jharkhand, where it was neck to neck, and it is Hemant Soren and the Congress in the India alliance. They needed to get 45, they're sitting at 48. The BJP, even with the others and the NDA, are not even close. So it's looking a one-way street in Jharkhand. Could change. Anything has changed. And as we speak, some more figures are coming in on my screens. But these, ladies and gentlemen, are now turning into victories, because, for example, in the Aligarh by-poll, we are on the 8th round of counting now. The BJP is leading by 30,000 votes. That chapter is already closed. In Imamganj, on the 8th round of counting, it is Roshan Manji with 30,000, Deepa Manji with 34,000. So Deepa Manji from the Hum party is winning by 4,000 votes, expected to take that now. So there are so many by-polls taking place, all of which will not form governments. In Mirzapur, for example, the BJP is expected now to win that seat. In Jhunjhunu also, the BJP is leading by 20,000 votes. That seat is gone. The BJP is going to win it. In Dausa, where a by-poll was taking place, 8 rounds of counting has happened, and it is in fact the Congress, DC Berwa of the Congress, who is ahead by 7,000, and that's going to be something happy for Congress. In Dungarpur, in Jhunjhunu I mentioned, which is where the Congress is leading. So lots of small battles are taking place, but the big battle is at the bottom of your screen, and it is telling you that with every minute that passes, it gets worse for Uddhav Thackeray. With every minute that passes, it's getting worse for the Congress, and with every minute that is passing, it is getting better for the BJP. The BJP, ladies and gentlemen, only contested 149 seats. If they are anywhere close to 120, they'll have won better than 5 out of 6. And that will be a stupend, that's a wave election. This is not an election in one side won and the other lost. It's a wave election. The Congress benchmark should have been 70. They are less than half of what they had last time, and should have been 70 given the Lok Sabha performance. So that's a decimation, and it's annihilation for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray as we speak. Let me open up this conversation. Sandeep Chandra joining us on the broadcast in our studios. Gautam Mukherjee is with us, and C.R. Kesavan is joining us with Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Kesavan, good to have you back. It's been a long time. I mean, something to smile about, for sure.
Hello to all your panelists and your viewers. It's a very good day. I think this is harbinger. I think this outcome will hold, and it is a very clear people have reposed in Maharashtra the faith in the politics of progress and development of the Prime Minister. And Prime Minister, as you've seen recently, he always called for a Viksit Bharat. This is a vote for Viksit Bharat, laying the foundation for, Viksit Maharashtra too. But the most important thing, Rishabh, is also a very clear resounding rejection of the noxious narrative, this perilous propaganda by the Congress and its allies, which we saw in the Lok Sabha. This has been crushed. And this was one of the most caustic communal campaigns by the Congress in Maharashtra, and I think they've been given a very befitting lesson. It was so communal, bigoted vote bank politics and minority appeasement that.
But Mr. Keswan, you are saying bigoted vote bank politics and minority appeasement, but in the end, if you have won, that means your slogan has won, and your slogan was "Ek hai to safe hai."
Exactly, Rishabh. I am saying the clarion call by the Prime Minister, "Ek hai to safe hai." That was, vindicated by the people, because the nara of the Congress was fragmented hai to faida for Congress. And they look at the way the Congress positioned itself and its narrative. On one side, if the Prime Minister talked about making Marathi a classical language, or heading towards a $1 trillion economy, and talking about Atal Setu bridge, what we accomplished in the last 2.5 years, coastal link, Samriddhi highway. On the other side, you had the Congress campaign. There were Congress chief ministers in Maharashtra who came and said, we'll have a Muslim quota reservation. And the Ulama board extended conditional support, which was reciprocated by Sharad Pawar's party with outrageous 17 demands, and one of which was Muslim quota, openly endorsed by the Congress. And Rahul Gandhi talks about Mohabbat ki dukan. What did the All India Muslim Personal Law Board say when they offered?
Okay. Maybe Mr. Keswan, I'm going to bring you down, because I know there's a larger picture and it's an ideological war, but then there are the brass tacks. The brass tacks are telling us that if things hold, and it's likely that they will hold, you're winning Maharashtra, probably losing Jharkhand, winning 8 out of 9 of the bypolls in UP, and I know it's still early, we're probably an hour or two still away, but I think Maharashtra is done. I want to just circle you back to this very interesting battle which is taking place in the constituency of Worli. Now I know, not necessarily a headache for your party, but for your alliance. Milind Deora, who quit the Congress and joined the BJP, joined the Shiv Sena, became a Rajya Sabha MP, is contesting against Aditya Thackeray, 5 rounds of counting, and Aditya Thackeray is only leading by 400 votes. What is that telling you?
Rishabh, I think, like you said, it's very early and the picture has changed, and again it's changing. There are a lot of seats where differences are hardly in hundreds of votes. So let's wait till 2:30, and I think we'll see a surprise in Jharkhand. Worli, the lead is 398 votes.
Yeah.
And this shows that the whole focus of the Shiv Sena UBT was to only win the seat for his son. What has cost the MVA is its giving priority to its dynastic politics, whether it's Sharad Pawar ji trying to put forth Supriya Shule, which is why his party split, whether it's Uddhav Thackeray trying to, position Aditya Thackeray, which is why Eknath Shinde ji left this, and the Congress party, with Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. This is what has cost them, because for them, neither the development of Maharashtra, neither the progress of a nation comes first. Only the furthering the dynastic interest comes first. And I think this is a clear slap on the face by the people of Maharashtra, towards dynastic politics. And what Mr. Sanjay Rawat, Rishabh, I want you to also highlight what Sanjay Rawat has said. It is most unbecoming, and this is the reason. Their anti-democratic culture is what cost them these elections. He has questioned the voters of Maharashtra. He has come out and made a very preposterous statement saying that the voters of Maharashtra cannot vote like this. What does he mean by that?
Okay. All right. Yes. Well, reaction bazi happens now. It's only hubris, ladies and gentlemen, if you fail. So if the Congress had done well today, then everything was right. And the BJP gets a chance to gloat and say they got everything wrong, because in Maharashtra at least, it's not looking like a close fight. It's looking like a wave election. Let me get Sandeep Chandra into this conversation before I get Adil Singh Boparai also joining us with the Congress. Adil, I'm coming to you. Sandeep Chandra, what do you make of the figures on your screen right now?
Rishabh, thanks for having me on your show. You see, the figures show that, much was made out of Sharad Pawar being a Chanakya, but this bubble has been burst a long time ago, and it is now today a stamp has been put on this. What has happened is this, that NCP Sharad Pawar is reduced to a rump. And also, I would like to point out that give full marks to Mr. Devendra Fadnavis that he was a CM, and then when the party told him that, like, you have to be deputy CM, like a disciplined soldier of the party, he agreed. Look at Congress, but for, putting on Sonia Gandhiji's name, Rahul Gandhiji's name, Priyanka Gandhiji's name, this is not how politics is done. And also, this is a stamp on the authority of our supreme leader, Mr. Modi, that at a macro level, he has managed it. At a micro level also, booth management of the BJP has paid off handsomely. Also, I would like to say, I'm sticking my neck out and saying that I don't think, Mr. Eknath Shinde will now be CM, and I think BJP will now assert itself. Also, you see, Rishabhji, nobody will know more than you that Maharashtra is the second largest state after UP as far as the number of Lok Sabha seats are concerned. Also, Delhi is the capital, but the financial capital of the country, everybody knows, is Maharashtra. So, Maharashtra was a high stakes battle, and today I would say not only a wave, it's like a tsunami of BJP, and this was a very complicated election. There were about 37 candidates, including independents, per seat. And the supremacy and also the leadership of Ajit Pawar stands established. Mr. Sharad Pawar has been pushed on the wayside. Also, you're trying to go on pushing Supriya Sule. I would, any day it's like chalk and cheese between Ajit Pawar and Supriya Sule. Ajit Pawar is naturally political. He should have been accommodated within the party, and this wouldn't have happened. So, also now you see the country has voted, Maharashtra has voted. Jharkhand, of course, is a different result, but I think total stamp on the authority of give full marks to Mr. Modi and the BJP team for fighting the election.
Ironically, we've been discussing since morning that the amount of conversation we've had about Narendra Modi in Maharashtra elections has been much less compared to his overbearing and overarching presence in pretty much every election the BJP has contested in 11 years. It's been a one-man show for a long period of time in terms of the flavor. It's been different this time. That's probably a good thing for the BJP. They want people to now stick up for themselves. It's been a lot more local election, but it's telling us many things. Let me get a voice from the Congress in, because there is one good news coming out of Wayanad for sure. That's going to be a clear victory and a safe seat by several lakh votes. Adil Singh Boparai, what are your takeaways for this morning?
Well, Rishabh, good morning. I think it's a mixed bag. We are likely to form the government in Jharkhand. Of course, I'll hold my fingers till the final result is out. But the way trends are, I think we're in a good position in Jharkhand. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, the trends are disappointing. It does indicate that we've not performed as much as we've expected. Coming to Maharashtra, I think has been an instance where money and muscle power have been extensively used by the Bharatiya Janata Party. There have been video reports, there have been reports which have been caught on camera, where in one instance you had the BJP General Secretary Vinod Tavade distributing cash. There have been instances where the voter list has been bogus. Many individuals, more so belonging to the minorities, Dalits and the tribal communities, their votes, their names were deleted at the 11th hour. They've been disenfranchised. Having said this, we'll have to go back to the drawing board and see what were the reasons for this kind of a result in Maharashtra. But I was just listening to some of your previous panelists. The first thing we learn in politics is that you never write off anybody. So of course, everybody is entitled to their judgments. But to say that the BJP was talking about a progressive agenda can't be furthest from the truth. Let's not forget what the BJP was talking about. Batenge to katenge, dharm yudh. These were the kind of dog whistling slogans and hateful, incendiary narrative which was propagated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Unfortunately, it appears that they've succeeded in their polarization plan. But if there was one political formation which spoke about progressive ideas, which spoke about unemployment, agrarian crisis, rampant corruption, it was the Congress and our alliance partners. Be that as it may, let's wait till about 2 p.m. We'll get a clearer picture.
So
specifically,
specifically on the performance, I want to come and discuss Priyanka Gandhi in just a second as well, because that's a pivotal moment in national politics also. But specifically on the Congress, the par for the course should have been around 70-80, because you had a strong showing in the Lok Sabha. I'm sure you were spirited by the showing of You were the largest party in the Lok Sabha with 13 seats. What went right then and what went wrong now?
Rishabh, a host of factors. Certainly something did go wrong. That's why the trends are what they are. And we will introspect. But let's not lose sight of the fact that the BJP has been abusing, misusing state apparatus, muscle and money power. There have been numerous instances. I am not running away from the fact that at the end of the day, a political party who doesn't perform as per its expectations has to bear the brunt and has to hold the cross and has to introspect. But the BJP has played every trick in the book. They indulged in unprecedented and unparalleled hateful narrative. They abused muscle and money power. There have been instances where thousands of rupees have been distributed. There are CCTV, there are footages, there are video recordings of BJP office bearers distributing money. I mean, we can't run away from that fact.
But Adil, what are we saying? Are we saying that the people were duped and made a mistake and were corrupt? We can't say that people were corrupted and the people were duped for sure.
No, we respect the mandate of the people, but at the same time, there was no level playing field. I'm being very honest and candid with you, Rishabh. Of course, we have to introspect and we respect the mandate, but there was no level playing field. Whether it is the election commission, whether it was the state bureaucracy, whether it was Mr. Adani behind the BJP and the Dharavi project. And by the way, the Dharavi project will make Mr. Adani the biggest landholder, the biggest real estate player in Maharashtra. That entire project is an utter scam. Ask any person having a bit of sense about the real estate system there. So all these are issues which will have to be considered. Be that as it may, we respect the mandate. The trends are disappointing, but let's wait till about 2 p.m. to
let me ask you something. Let me ask you about something which is not a trend, which is now, and pretty much a reality pending a certificate to be received. Priyanka Gandhi is about to become a member of parliament elected from the Lok Sabha in what is now become a Gandhi family bastion in Wayanad. What plans?
I think it is a significant moment in Indian politics. She's a leader whom people look up to. She has an appeal across the country, across the length and breadth of the country. And her entry in the parliament will give a voice to the poor, the downtrodden, the minorities, the Dalits, the women. And she's always picked up cudgels for larger public causes. And she has her heart at the right place. She has a positive vision, a progressive agenda. And I think she will prove to be an incredible and a very significant asset to the Congress party and the larger opposition canvas.
Okay, there's lots of other things happening as we speak. Adil, I'm coming back to you. I want to discuss UP as well, and I want to discuss there's an election in Delhi coming up in just 2 months now. And I want to examine what Jharkhand means for that election, because remember, 2 people recently went to jail as sitting chief ministers. One was Arvind Kejriwal, the other was Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren is said to come back as chief minister with a popular mandate. Very interesting developments taking place. Gautam Mukherjee joining us on the broadcast. Gautamji, what are you now absorbing of the results as we now head into a stable format with the election commission numbers matching ours now?
Well, the greatest thing about this election is that there is a definite mandate in Maharashtra, which is a huge prize. And even though the BJP is far and away the leading party, it will have to be careful to carry its allies with it. And one of the ways to do that is to elect a chief minister from one of the 2 allies and then support it pretty much like it has at present. Even though if you go by sheer numbers, it has to be the BJP that would be,
No, so what are you saying? Are you saying Shinde again as chief minister?
Well, either Shinde or Ajit Pawar, but perhaps not Fadnavis, because if it is BJP that rules, then the chances of the allies breaking away once again rear its ugly head. Now, you don't want that after winning so decisively.
Okay.
So that may be the wiser course to follow.
Okay, Alok
as
Mehta, what did not happen last time was that the politicians and the party chiefs did not respect the mandate. The mandate was a BJP Shiv Sena government. Should the leaders just respect the mandate now? BJP, Shiv Sena, or rather BJP, Shinde and Ajit Pawar government, should they just stick with it and not do any permutation combination? Can you hear me, sir? Okay, Sandeep Chandra, why don't you take that thought? Sandeep ji.
What was the question, Rishabh?
Okay, let me rephrase that. I'll get the BJP into this conversation until I do. Okay, in a realistic sense, if Jharkhand doesn't go your way and we reach a situation where Delhi is coming to the polls, Mr. Kesavan, in another 2 months, how is it that a chief minister who has been indicted for such corruption that he has gone to jail has managed to convince the people that he is still an honest person?
I'll answer Jharkhand and then go back to Maharashtra for a second. As far as Jharkhand is concerned, see the election commission numbers. BJP is now completely changing the numbers. So please hold your horses. And I think we should not comment until at least 2:30 when the whole thing will definitely change. I want to just address this Maharashtra thing because there was a long soliloquy by the Congress spokesperson. The Congress is stunned because in the Lok Sabha elections hardly held 6 months back, the MVA did very well. And now they've been routed by the people. Why? It is because while the Prime Minister was talking about progress, he also warned the people saying that Ek hai to safe hai, because in the Lok Sabha there was a noxious narrative by the Congress and the MVA. There was a very poisonous propaganda. A kind of a facade was created, and that has been crushed now, so much so the people saw the hate and divisive campaign of the Congress. Rahul Gandhi talks about Mohabbat ki Dukan. The All India Muslim Law Board spokesperson, personal law board spokesperson said, vote jihad. And Rahul Gandhi and the Congress kept quiet because it suited them, because the more there are, the BJP's vote is divided, it's good to consolidate the vote bank. So much so, MVA denoted Muslim, vote appeasement or minority vote appeasement. This narrative which worked for them in the Lok Sabha has been crushed by the development politics of the last.
Okay, but what also, but it's also a truth. It also is a truism, Mr. Kesavan, that the man that was just sent to jail.
Propaganda. Look at the way they look. I mean, why did they condemn the spokesperson? No. And look at I told you, ulama board's campaign.
But Mr. Kesavan, but when they say that your leaders were distributing money, this, that, my question was different. My question was Hemant Soren, who was just jailed for, we are told, massive corruption, is definitely winning his seat. He might not become chief minister, but he's definitely winning his seat.
See what happened. There is going to be an inquiry when the government comes into the crypto corruption scam and the Bitcoin Bhrashtachar which came about. There was a revelation, and now that will be investigated, and it is said to have funded that. Despite that funding, the people have rejected them. One more thing, Rishabh, what has also worked on the people's minds, this cut weird Tughlaqnomics of Rahul Gandhi has wrecked all Congress states and pushed them to the brink of bankruptcy. Himachal is in the brink of selling Himachal Bhavan. They can't pay salaries. They're toying with toilet tax. In Karnataka, they nearly planned to withdraw that Shakti scheme for free bus passes. And you saw this.
Okay, I'll give the Congress a chance to respond to that in just a second. I'll just give a chance to Congress. Adil, I'm coming to you in just a second. Sandeep Chandra, now I want to look at Delhi for just a second. So if you are Arvind Kejriwal and you are observing the results from right now, okay, what are you making of it? Because you have to now have an existential crisis, because you might have won Punjab, but Delhi is where it really matters. You have to win Delhi for sure.
You see, Rishabhji, that's exactly a very good question. If I was Arvind Kejriwal, I would be reading my political obituary right now. What has happened is this, that you look at this Sheesh Mahal thing. You say you are Aam Aadmi Party, but you are building a swanky, residential quarters for you. There is total chaos within the Aam Aadmi Party. Punjab elections were funded by the biggest scam since independence, the excise liquor scam. And what has happened is this, that you find leaders like Kailash Gehlot leaving, you find other important leaders leaving, and the party is in total disarray. Also, I would like to compliment BJP. They know how to do course correction. In Haryana, Mr. Saini was put. So in Delhi also, out of the 8 Lok Sabha seats, 7 sitting MPs were changed. and you mark my words that this time there is going to be a wave for BJP in
Okay,
Delhi.
okay, but because as we speak, I want you to just observe these figures. So there are 4 constituencies in Punjab that are going to the polls today by elections. Aam Aadmi Party leading in 3 of them, the Congress leading in the 4th. So the Aam Aadmi Party, if they were getting concerned, they are going to have 3 by-election victories, which are not everything because it doesn't change the fate of government in Punjab, but it tells you that something is still in it. So they'll be holding on to that. T.S. Singh Deo joining us, former Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. Some would have said should have already been Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh by now. Mr. Singh Deo, always good to have you. How are you digesting the results that are coming out of Maharashtra and Jharkhand?
A big knock on the head where Maharashtra is concerned. I was there too as a senior observer on behalf of the Congress party. I couldn't see anything like this on the ground. So I am completely taken aback. I did not expect anything like this. And I don't think it is possible for this trend to change now. It is too one-sided. So congratulations to the BJP and its allies.
What do you make of Jharkhand, sir? Because it's a bit closer and you seem to have more skin in the game there, perhaps even a winning chance.
Yes, I think it is 49-30. It keeps going a little up and down on result at a particular point in time, ahead with 49 seats. So they are where they were before the elections.
Okay, Mr. Singh Deo, so what is this telling us? Because a lot of by-polls have happened. One has happened where you are sitting in the capital of Chhattisgarh, which the BJP is expecting to take. There are 9 by-polls that have happened in UP. 8 of the 9 the BJP is expecting to take. What is your observation? I know it's an early stage and you haven't had time to apply your mind to it, but your gut observation of what is happening all over the country.
What I've been hearing and seeing on television is Punjab going with the sitting government or its alliance, Bengal going with the sitting government, Karnataka going with the sitting government, Kerala, though Priyanka ji is leading comfortably, I think, in the Lok Sabha seat, and UP, which was being watched closely, there it is 6-3, 8-1, 7-2. It is varying in UP. So it seems to be going with the states. In Rajasthan, it was, I think, 2-2, the last I had seen on television.
Yes.
So no common message except the incumbent party seem to be holding.
Okay. I have to ask you the obvious question. We are about to have Member of Parliament elected from Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi, first time MP. What does this change for the party and for politics in India, sir?
It adds another strong voice in Parliament. We used to hear this voice outside Parliament. Now we hear this voice in Parliament too.
Okay, so what is then the message from the Lok Sabha elections which told us that actually the BJP returned to a historic third time in government, but with a reduced mandate? But we have had Haryana and now potentially Maharashtra down the road, sir. Is that telling us that the BJP can claim that no, it's the wind is back in their sails?
In the 4 state elections that we've had currently, it seems to be 2-2, with Haryana appearing to be very closely going to the Congress but being snatched away. In Maharashtra, it seems to be completely one-sided. So that I could not expect at all. I couldn't expect that at all. In Haryana, okay, there were differences in the Congress. There were other things. Maybe somebody was working at the grassroots level. We could analyze that. But Maharashtra, at the moment, is beyond analysis for me. So that apart, the position of the non-NDA parties doesn't seem to be having been swept away. Nothing like that. So everybody needs to be very alert and everybody needs to be working in the interest of the country.
Okay, I have to ask you this before I let you go. Sharad Pawar, sir, he backed his daughter over his nephew and his nephew seems to be taking it.
Yes, it does seem so. It does seem so. Very surprising. Again, what I saw or what I felt or what I could gauge from the ground, it was nothing like this. Nothing like this.
Should Supriya Sule be welcomed into the Congress?
That is another thing entirely different thing. They have a party, they built it from zero, and Sharad Pawar ji is an extremely respected leader at the national level and at the state level. So whether there are going to be mergers, it's a long way down the road. They have to take a call. Everybody has to take a call on that.
Okay. As always, Mr. Singhdio, appreciate your candor and straightforward talk when it comes to political issues. He's saying, look, yes, Maharashtra is what it is, but we've done okay in Jharkhand. Hopefully, we've done okay in other places. In by polls, it's gone with the ruling incumbent, so it doesn't upset the apple cart. But for sure, Maharashtra, something has gone wrong. Priya Sehgal, the numbers just keep dipping, and they keep dipping for the Congress. Ironically, the BJP closing in on 130 as these stabilize. We're at almost noon right now. The Congress less than 20 with all its leaders, Prithviraj Chavan, Nawab Malik getting trashed. What's going on?
Yeah, Nawab Malik Rishabh is actually with Ajit Pawar.
Yeah, Ajit Pawar. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, so it's Nana Patole who is getting
Nana
trashed.
Patole, my bad.
So,
yes,
yeah.
my bad.
So you're right on your thesis.
I'm trying to keep track of who is where.
And which party.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. BJP, Congress, there is no leadership in the Congress in Maharashtra. You know, Prithviraj Chavan is there, but as a former CM, he is also there in certain pockets. There's no pan Maharashtra leader. One could have said even BJP didn't have that. But BJP worked its way around, appealing to various caste combinations, getting in Shinde, getting in Ajit Pawar in the Vidarbh region where it was weak. So it balanced the equation quite clearly. Here within the Congress, it's very interesting. First of all, the issue of Rahul Gandhi, will he be given the blame? Because Rahul Gandhi stayed very clear from this campaign. He issued that editorial, the New Deal, saying that he's not against corporates, he's only against monopoly, trying to say in the financial capital of India that, I am not against big business. So he did that clarification and then he kind of disappeared.
I know the big business are not necessarily all fans of Gautam Adani, but after their press conference, he can't really say that I'm not gunning for these guys.
Yeah, well, he's gunning for monopoly. He's saying I'm gunning for Adani and Ambani because it's monopoly. So he's staying true to what he was trying to say. But it hasn't worked. Whatever the clarification was, it was needed. But people haven't bought into it because they look at the sum total of your politics also. Nobody's going to come up with something you come up overnight. Plus, Rahul Gandhi did stay away from that campaign. He left it to Kharge. Manifesto release was also Kharge. Rahul was not there. So how much, was he buying himself insurance? Because after Haryana, he was pretty hard hit. He decided to play it low-key in these elections. He did campaign mostly in Wayanad.
I'm just trying to figure out, where does it, I'm sure there is a conversation somewhere, or where do we go? Because we are Lok Sabha, we've got, little bit of energy had definitely come back, okay? That we've improved our seat tally, we've cut the BJP down, and, next time around 2029, it might not be the same BJP. So we have a chance, we can sniff it, we got something to go for. But then you get deflated like this. So when they're sitting down, they're like, okay, let's get in Priyanka from Wayanad. How do you think they're now analyzing the strategy for the next 3-4 years?
But how does this play out, Rishabh? They're going to say all you can do is win another Gandhi family. Have you been able to win anybody else? Jharkhand is also largely because of the alliance, not so much about the Congress.
The Congress is holding on to about maybe 10 or 11. Everything else is Hemant Soren.
And it's on the piggybacking on the alliance partner. RJD is playing over there. So, they are not really there on their own. When they have a one-on-one battle with the BJP, they lose, like in Haryana. The 4 states, he says, Mr. KP Singhdio just said that it's 2-all. It's 2-all because of J&K. J&K is because of National Conference, not because of the Congress. So, there is an alliance. The allies are holding more than their weight. The Congress is not pulling its weight in the alliance. And we can even argue the Lok Sabha results. If you look at the Lok Sabha results, we've had that conversation earlier. In Congress ruled states where the Congress took on the BJP one-on-one, they didn't do so well. They did well in UP. They did well in states in DMK where there is an alliance at their base. So, Congress really needs to rethink, are we only good for making our own family win, or can we make the rest of the party
but there has
win?
to be one thing you got to say, that Rahul Gandhi has not inherited anything. He's had to do Sangharsh. Now for 11 years, the Sangharsh continues as we exit 2024 and head into 2025. The year began with some positivity that, listen, our seat numbers in Lok Sabha have gone up. But the problem is they went up from a very low base. They went up from the historically worst low ever. So they did go up, but not from a happy base. Sandeep ji, come in on this before I, go, PI, make a
One
point.
point is Rahul Gandhi, I don't think is doing anything wrong, Rishabh. He's doing a lot of right. He's going for the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He's making comments on the economy which are good. He's making comments on the borders which make sense. But I don't think he has the credibility to sell these comments. Yes, people are worried about inflation, about poverty, about jobs, but they don't see Rahul as the deliverer. They see the BJP or somebody else as it.
Rahul has come a long way, which is my point. He's come a long way. You can see that, he's changed.
Still inspiring
the Yatra helped, and of course it's his job to take on, if there is a corruption allegation against a tycoon, it's his job to take it on.
Correct.
And if he didn't do it, it would seem rather odd that he's not even bothered to speak on it. So of course he's going to hold press conference. That's perfectly legitimate as is the opposition. But Sandeep ji, we're talking about the Congress. What about the BJP? Where do you go from here? The BJP has to have a plan now going ahead. Where is Yogi? What happens to UP? Do they go for broke on UP, call early elections?
Rishabhji, the fact of the matter is this was also a make or break election for Yogi Adityanath, and he's come out with flying colors. What in UP you will find that his I can say this with authority that this result is also an affirmation on the leadership of Yogi Adityanath. Of course, there are different intra-party factors which play out in the BJP, and he's delivered. His slogans have worked. Also, Priyaji made a very, very valid point. Look at the state of Congress, that you are piggybacking on different parties. You see, your top leadership has to run to Kerala. UP is the state. Mr. Modi has came away from Gujarat and contested from Varanasi. So, fact of the matter is this, that in UP, again, you will find early elections, whatever, that BJP is, stamped as authority. Also, I would like to say that people of this country have very important point have seen through what Congress is doing is that you are doing minority appeasing politics at the cost of the majority community. While BJP under Mr. Modi says that development for all, but no minority appeasement at the cost of the majority community.
I just wanted to pause you for a second just to absorb what has happened out of UP and Uttarakhand. Let's take UP first. So there were 9 seats that were being contested. In Ghaziabad, no surprises, the BJP is leading and will win. In Khair, the BJP is leading. In Karhal, the SP is leading. That's Tej Pratap Singh is leading. In Shishamau, again the Samajwadi Party is leading. In Phulpur, it is the BJP leading. In Katehari, it is the Samajwadi Party leading. Okay. There is one seat which is in Mirapur where the ally RLD is leading. That's Mithilesh Pal of the RLD is leading. In Majhavan, it is again Sushmita Maurya of the BJP that is leading. So now if you do the mathematics of the 9 seats, the BJP and their ally are trailing in 3. So it's not a straight, I'm going to say that one of them should have gone, they had no chance of winning. So that's 2 others which should have been contested. It's a fight. So let me get Gautam Mukherjee on this. Gautam Mukherjee, it is an okay bipole for Yogi Adityanath. Is he? I'm going to come back in just a second. Okay bipole for Yogi Adityanath. It had become difficult because a lot of people, including in the BJP, really felt that UP was responsible for what did not turn out as per script in the Lok Sabha. And in mathematics also, UP was the difference. So has Yogi now made a comeback with an okay showing in the bipole, and has the BJP overall got the wind in its tails with Haryana and Maharashtra?
Well, at the central level, taking Maharashtra has been a huge boost. Taking Haryana was also unexpected and a great boost. UP, the battle is not over because SP is still in with a fighting chance to win at least a third of the seats that it more or less did, and could do again. And, that is a threat because at any point in time, that figure could be larger. Congress is not, important in terms of its electoral wins. So Yogi hasn't completely swept the board or, recovered from all the injuries of the Lok Sabha. It remains to be seen how he consolidates as the time goes on. But it is crucial.
Okay, it is crucial. Do they call? What's the plan here? Do they call an early election in UP, or do they wait for Delhi and see how Delhi pans out? Gautam Mukherjee.
Delhi this time, AAP, I think, will have a tough time. I don't think it will be Congress that inherits the mantle. I think it will be BJP. Delhi is not very significant in terms of the overall, scheme of things, but it is from a prestige point of view very, very necessary to win Delhi, where they haven't won in a very long time, and to get rid of the AAP that has made a holy mess of everything that's going on in Delhi, and they need to be eclipsed. BJP can't do it to them in Punjab in the foreseeable future, but winning Delhi is important, and I think they're in with a very good chance this time.
Okay, so let me put that thought. Let me put that thought to Adil. Adil, the party chose not to have an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party in Haryana, because you were the senior partner there for sure, and you chose to leave them out. The Aam Aadmi Party returned the favor by trying to contest every seat that they could possibly do. So now you have seen potentially a result from Jharkhand that tells you that Hemant Soren is definitely winning his seat despite going to jail. This is something you agreed with ideologically with the Aam Aadmi Party. How do you see the next step? Because Delhi is now only 2 months away.
Well, Rishabh, it's a bit too far, and every political party has its pocket boroughs, has its states where it has a better organizational cadre and has a better connect with voters. So I think the leadership will decide. But as of today, we are going on our own, and we are confident of putting up a good performance in Delhi. But coming back to the present elections, I fail to understand how is Batenge, Katenge any progressive? How are slogans and exhortations like Dharmyod progressive? So therefore, the BJP must not keep on misleading the voters of this country by saying that we went on a positive plank. They went on a plank of polarization, of hateful narratives being peddled, and yes, it appears that's reaped dividends for them. But having said this, let's be very clear, the Congress party will not budge from its constitutional ideals. We do believe that Gautam Adani is being given a free pass by this government. It is now a matter of public knowledge that Gautam Adani was involved, was partaking in discussions and meetings when Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and the Congress government was dislodged in 2019. He was party to all this. And you have the Dharavi project. To top it up on this, you have the US Justice Department indicting an individual. The least the BJP should have done is to at least launch an investigation. And when they say ek hai to safe hai, Mr. Modi is being fair.
Okay.
When he says ek hai to safe hai, it means Mr. Adani and BJP agar ek hai to safe hai.
Okay, Adil, on the question of the US indictment, that happened right after the polls roughly closed. So I don't think that affected this election cycle, or people had time to digest it in terms of their voting. But the issues like Dharavi and other are known from earlier. So if most of Bombay is voting for the incumbent alliance, despite all of this, we're in a position where Aditya Thackeray might just lose in Worli, then what are they saying about the plank about Dharavi and other things?
Let's leave our political and journalist hat aside. You please answer me one question, Rishabh, and I ask you as a citizen of this country. After the Dharavi project, and please see the nuts and bolts of this project, Mr. Gautam Adani will have the biggest landmass in Maharashtra. You are virtually making him the biggest real estate player in the financial capital of this country. This is the brass tacks of this Dharavi project. Please, I urge you, please request your reporters to look into it in more detail. He will virtually take over the real estate market. You are creating an oligarchy, a monopoly in the hands of one individual. He owns the maximum number of airports. He is in every sector. World over, countries are indicting him for acts of corruption, but in India, he's given a free pass because of his friendship with Mr. Modi. Is this what India has to be reduced to?
All right. I'll put the caveats out there.
So the entire country will have to bear the burden of that.
So I'll put the caveats out there. It's a special purpose vehicle that is supposed to be developing Dharavi. But can you suggest that he is going to control that special purpose vehicle because it's an overbearingly large company? You can suggest that. But my question was different, Adil. My question was, The voters of Bombay had a chance to register all of these claims by you, but they've put even Aditya Thackeray in a position that he might lose his seat. Why was that then?
We are being denied a level playing field. Having said this, I'm not running away. Certainly something must have gone wrong in our campaign and our way of thinking. But there is no doubt about this principle that we are being denied a level playing field. Whether it is the ECI, and I've said this ad nauseum, whether it's the ECI, whether it's the state apparatus, whether it is muscle and money power, whether it is even deploying the police and other forces to distribute money and other inducements.
Okay.
This is what was going on. Voter manipulation.
Okay,
They are holding the controls on every institution today. That's the irony.
Okay, well, yes, I will leave it for people watching the broadcast to decide what they think is meritorious in that comment. Let me just share some information which is coming from our sources. We are being now told that the incumbent government is now, which is the incumbent leaders of the Shiv Sena, of the NCP and the BJP are having a meeting in Bombay. They intend to call a meeting of their elected MLAs, which will happen once the MLAs get their certificate from the polling officers. 26th November, that's the news. 26th November is when we are expecting a swearing-in ceremony to take place. So that is within 3 days. I don't think Devendra Fadnavis wants to leave it to chance, given that Ajit Pawar is roaming around in the ranks. He's done it before. So 26th November, be in tune for that. The figure at the top of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is now what's the running is about. It's Jharkhand, where 45 makes a government, 47 is where the India Alliance is sitting. The large chunk of those are with Hemant Soren. About 12 of those are with the Congress. So 35 to Soren. The BJP has been around the 29 mark, which is what's making up the NDA numbers. That might still change because remember, the India Alliance only has the 2 above the halfway mark. So it might still change. We'll have to watch this out a little bit closer. But I think Mumbai and Maharashtra are now done. Okay, and believe it or not, Milind Deora is leading in Worli. I'll put a hypothetical to this before I get the politicians into this. Gautam Mukherjee, hypothetically, if Aditya Thackeray loses to Milind Deora in Bombay during an election like this, what is that telling us?
Works in some places and not in another. Uddhav Thackeray has totally wasted the legacy earned from his father, and his son in turn has no legacy to stand on. He is Uddhav Thackeray's son, but that doesn't seem to wash with the electorate. He has done nothing except obstruct the Ari milk colony project, the metro going there. So what, this is only appropriate. Milind Deora, on the other hand, comes from a hallowed Congress background. His father was much respected. He has done well without blotting his copybook during his time in Congress. He is very well spoken. I think he has a bright future in Maharashtra politics.
Okay, Sid, do we still have Daryl from Bombay with us? Okay, let's get him back. Let me get Sandeep Chandra into this. Sandeep ji, okay, so here we are. Okay, government formation. Now it's about Chief Minister. This is pretty clear in Maharashtra. Where does your buck stop? Is Devendra Fadnavis has improved his performance by almost 20 seats after having a good performance last time around? How can he not be regarded as a contender?
To be very candid, Rishabhji, I don't feel Devendra Fadnavis will become, because you see alliance partners also have a lot of weight. You see the figures. Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde got 56 seats. So they will also like to extract their pound of flesh. Also, intra-party, you see, Mr. Amit Shah doesn't see eye to eye with Devendra Fadnavis. It's an open secret, and other factors will also play out. Also, Vinod Tode and Mr. Devendra Fadnavis have this ongoing political fight for a long time. And the third point is this, that Eknath Shinde, like Priyaji was saying, when she went to Maharashtra, his face was prominently there. So Eknath Shinde, might be repeated, might not be repeated. But I don't think Devendra Fadnavis is going to be
Okay,
CM.
so are we saying exactly the same, Priya? Are we saying the same thing happens? Say Shinde CM and the two deputy chief ministers, one could be Fadnavis and one is going to be Ajit Pawar.
The fact that swearing in is already announced, if our sources
That
are
means
right,
they've pretty much
that
figured it out
means it's
already.
pretty much the same. If it was left
Yeah.
open to the BJP, then there would be posturing, Devendra Fadnavis versus Tavade versus
Very
a lot
valid
of
point.
other people also. So that is one thing that lends itself. Secondly, the combination that went in, it was very much on the chief minister's track record. So to deny him that, especially when he's done well, if he had not done well, then there would have been a chance to deny him. At the same time, to deny Devendra Fadnavis' chance, they've crossed 120 plus. It is going to be difficult, but the BJP has other sops to offer Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis can be a loyal soldier of the party and be given some other compensation. Eknath Shinde cannot be given any other compensation. It's either CM, otherwise he can't be deputy CM to another BJP CM. So he doesn't have anywhere to go, and he can, if he walks out, then the alliance doesn't hold. So in that sense, Eknath Shinde has more bargaining power. His track record as the CM has done the BJP well, proud. They are happy. The last few months, the narrative was how the FDI has come in after Eknath Shinde became the Atal Setu, the Worli Sea Link. A lot of projects, development projects, were given credit to Eknath Shinde. So in that sense, BJP would like to keep that narrative. They'll make him just the name, chief minister name, and take away all the heavyweight ministries. I don't think Eknath Shinde would have a problem with that either.
Can I
So
come?
it's
Okay,
a
go ahead.
combination that works well.
Sandeep Chandra, go ahead.
You see, Rishabh ji, if you see the recent past, Devendra Fadnavis, though he was deputy CM, but he was trying to posture himself as CM. He was very hungry. In politics, you need to couch your ambitions. I want to be CM, I want to be CM, I want to be CM. Doesn't work like that. And this is BJP. And this is not Congress.
He's already been chief minister.
No, Rishabh ji, I'll say,
respect to him, he's been chief minister.
This is not Bhupinder Hooda who can arm twist the high command and get 81 of his candidates and total flop out
I
there.
think to Devendra Fadnavis' credit, he's already been chief minister. He had already sworn in to be chief minister a second time. He could taste it, and he held his patience with Eknath Shinde for a long period of time.
You got a point. You got a point.
He held his patience for a long period of time, and can we say that Devendra Fadnavis did not articulate this victory? Absolutely, he did. But today it's not his day. It will be remembered as the day when Eknath Shinde finished his coup over Uddhav Thackeray. Can you imagine? We would live to see that day. It has happened as we speak. Let me get Gyanendra Mishra into this conversation before I get the others in. Gyanendra Mishra, what do you make of where things stand now?
He's on mute.
Can Mishra ji hear us? PCR, can we? Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead, go ahead.
So, can you repeat your question? I missed it by
Yeah,
flicker.
just asking you as basic as it gets, sir. The numbers are on your screens. What do you make of them?
No, so obviously the election, the result in the Maharashtra that is coming, it is surprising to all of us because no one has predicted the kind of sweep that Mahayuti alliance seems to getting in Maharashtra. And obviously then something BJP and the alliance has done right there. Because I understand that, the people are slightly wary of, creating the alibi about accepting the defeat. And the kind of mandate that has gone in their favor, you cannot simply put it only on the manipulations and use of money and muscles, powers, etc., etc. Something right has been done at the right point of time and at the right level to see the kind of result that is coming. And this result, I believe, would throw a real path break for the future politics as well. But as you're rightly discussing here, what seems to be going remain in the future would be much more interesting because all the three contenders to the post of chief minister, whether it is Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, or Ajit Pawar ji, all three of has come out very strong, much stronger in this election. And we are talking about only Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, but we are forgetting about the Ajit Pawar, who is also nurturing the ambition. He is playing second fiddle to Eknath Shinde with a lot of burn heart.
No, but do you think Ajit Pawar can? You think Ajit Pawar can emerge as chief minister on Monday?
I think that could be one, because if Ajit Pawar will also demand his pound of flesh out of the victory that he's seeing. Putting Sharad Pawar into the corner is not a mean achievement as far as the Ajit Pawar is concerned. And he is paying the second
Okay.
fiddle to Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. So obviously he'll put forward his claim that I have been loyal, I am playing the third fiddle rather than in the coalition government, and it is the time for me to seek my positions on the plate. And obviously he will strongly wade in the water, and this will be interesting
All
to
right.
watch out
Okay.
how
I'm
it pans out.
probably not as things stand, but could be. Anything is possible in politics, as we've learned from exactly 5 years ago in Maharashtra. Let me rope in Shaina NC joining us. Shaina NC and I have been doing TV discussions for 15 years. She's no longer in the BJP. She's officially in the Shiv Sena. She's been a candidate today, and I know, Shaina NC, in your contest in Mumba Devi, you're trailing and it might not go your way, but it's a day of celebration regardless, even if it's not one for personally. So congratulations, ma'am. How are you feeling?
No, I would say hold your horses, Rishabh. It's been 20 years of us debating, and victory and defeat is decided in the last innings in terms of the Muslim polls have come out so far. The Hindu belt is still to come out from what I've been gathered to hear. And I don't want to sit on any judgment, but I definitely want to say that people want change. 15 years of a Congress MLA who has not been able to deliver on any front and not deliver on good governance, no cluster redevelopment, no schools, no colleges, no basic infrastructure, no water, no electricity. So how do you analyze this kind of a mandate? This mandate is only for the politics of performance, and I'm sure that by the end of it, the people who have benefited from the Chief Minister's Ladki Behna Yojana, where 40,000 women in Mumba Devi have got 7,500 rupees in their bank account, of which 15,000 are Muslim women. So the sky is the limit in the days to come, and we will all collectively work for a Viksit Bharat, because that is the dream of the Chief Minister as well as the Prime Minister.
Okay, Shaina ji, I know this is, you spent a long time in doing a lot of pursuits, and politics has been one of them. First time, of course, you're contesting for a political party.
No, second time again I stand.
Yes,
Sorry,
correct me. Thank you for that. Yes.
You, but
second
yes,
time.
I did fight elections in 2004 in Bandra constituency, and this one is the most challenging in Mumba Devi. But having said that, I haven't lost hope. I will wait right till the end and fight to the finish, because I have fought like a tigress for sure.
Okay, but the point I was making was, you have a long time still to go in politics, but we've seen a dramatic wave election take place, regardless of how that one particular battle in your seat goes, which is telling us that that yes, the Shiv Sena very much is with Eknath Shinde, and we are seeing a position where your colleague Milind Deora is giving a run for their money to Aditya Thackeray in Worli. He's currently ahead. Even if he loses, it'll just be by few hundred votes.
No, I think it's a great fight by Milind, and I think that eventually it is the mandate of the people, and as they say in the end, jo jeeta wohi Sikandar, but manzil kathin ho to bhi hausla buland rakhna chahiye. So in all our cases, I would just say hold your horses. In an hour or two, we will know very clearly what is happening and what the outcome is. So Rishabh, the Mahayuti is here to stay. Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar are here to stay. And obviously the numbers are such that it shows you and reposes faith in this festival of democracy, that people want only what actually matters to them in their individual lives, which is progress and development. And that progress and development can be given in multiple ways. We have chosen to give it to 4 vote banks. One is the women through the Ladki Behna scheme, the youngsters through the internship scheme and stipends, the senior citizens through the direct transfers, and the farmers through the direct transfer into their bank accounts. So in that sense, the sky is the limit for Maharashtra, and I hope that the Viksit Bharat model is something that the Prime Minister's dream is achievable through Maharashtra.
Okay, Shaina NC, I know there are about 8-9 more rounds of counting to go. So there, yes, there is a long way to go. So wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Regardless of how the battle goes, like I said, I've known you for a long time, and you have really stuck it out in politics the hard way, passionately
Thank
for
you.
so long. I hope good things come your way, regardless of how today goes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's open up this conversation, because yes, it's been a fascinating battle. The Congress candidate she was mentioning is Amin Patel, who has been the incumbent there in that constituency, which is taking on from the Shiv Sena this time around. But the rest of the battle is already closed. The Congress tally is slipping further into the red. They were sitting at 44 down to 17. That's heartbreaking if you're in the Congress party. That's a crisis. That's not a defeat. That's a crisis for the Congress in Maharashtra. It will become a leadership crisis. We don't know what happens now. If Prithviraj Chavan himself loses his seat, Milind Deora is gone, Ashok Chavan is gone. They're in the opposition now, or in the other parties. It's a bit of a very serious headache for the Congress. Listen, let's be practical before I open my other guests, to my audience members. Sharad Pawar's tenure, and a long and glorious tenure in Indian politics, is in conclusion. He's done his bit. He's held some of the highest offices in the land, including Union Minister. Okay, so he's done his bit. The person in trouble is Supriya Sule. She'll have to now figure out what's next, and that option is either to go back to Ajit Pawar, stick on with the rump of a party, because the 15 MLAs that you see on the screen may go up and down, but those will not last with Sharad Pawar himself hangs up his boots. They need not last with Supriya. That will disappear. They'll either go with Ajit or join elsewhere. They will not last the 5 years. So she'll have to either join the Congress or even the BJP, or make amends with Ajit Pawar and accept that he's the party leader and live to fight another day. Perfectly fine. So Sharad Pawar is not the loser here. Okay, he's done it for 50-60 years. But definitely his era in Maratha politics is now concluded. Uddhav Thackeray is in the worst mind, because his era has not concluded. His era was just about beginning. Aditya Thackeray's era has not even yet begun. That's a soup, and that's an ugly soup. Now, don't write anybody off in politics. I've seen political parties wiped down to zero and then come back and form governments. So don't write him off. Think of Rahul Gandhi struggling for all these 11 years, facing worst ever defeat, and still hanging on. So can he hang on? Yes, he can. But will those 18 MLAs stay with him, given the rout that has just happened? Difficult to say. When he had the majority and was CM, he couldn't keep the MLAs. So when he's lost it, will he be able to keep the MLAs? Difficult to say, probably unlikely. So he's facing worse trouble. So Maharashtra Congress is in a crisis. Supriya Sule is in trouble. She'll have to figure out things. It's very personal. Other members of the family will have to now patch up. They don't have an option now. Otherwise, they have to exit politics for the next few years. But Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray are in the biggest bind, because they can't go to Sharad Pawar to solve their problem, because he himself is finished. They can't hope on the Congress piggyback somewhere. That's finished. So they are now alone, and being alone in this case is a bad show. That's the troubling fact. So that's how it has played out. That's the reality check. Let's open this up, and let me try to get in Jasmine Sandhawalia joining us on the broadcast. You've been listening patiently, hopefully in a good mood. Jasmine ji, the day is going well. I'm sure you wish could have gone better in Jharkhand.
I couldn't get the question right.
How's it going, ma'am? You seem to be hopefully in a better mood. Are the laddus coming out? Are you making something special in the kitchen today? What's the plan?
Sorry, you're not.
Okay, why don't we get that figured out, and I'll try to come back to you. Let me take that thought to Sandeep Chandra. Sandeep Chandra, let's now discuss Sharad Pawar. As I mentioned, he's had 60 years in politics. I mean, he's got nothing to lose here. Only the transition to Supriya now fails. What happens next?
See, what happens next, Rishabh ji, is this, that you will find that within the Congress alliance partners or the Congress alliance in Maharashtra, you will find a large number of MLAs might switch over to the NDA alliance, number one. Number two, I don't like to say it, you're right that Mr. Sharad Pawar may not be the loser, but politically today his party is a big zero, number one. Number two, his plans of anointing His daughter as his political heir also is in shambles. Number 3, Ajit Pawar has established his authority as leader number 1 as far as NCP is concerned. You will also find that, this aura which was built around Sharad Pawar, that, anything is possible, is come to a naught.
But I mean, even Sachin Tendulkar retires, okay?
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean the aura was wrong. So the aura held its sway for 60 years. He played all sorts of sides. Yes, he could never become Prime Minister, all right? His aspiration was to be PM. Let's not kid ourselves. We all know in politics well enough.
Right.
So he could not become Prime Minister. He missed out to that. And he could not become Prime Minister probably because he was a very strong leader, just like a Pranab Mukherjee was.
Correct.
And the not very strong political leader, maybe a better administrative person, but not a strong political leader. Manmohan Singh never won a vote in a direct election in his life. Sharad Pawar has.
Can I come in for a second?
Yeah. But so now his era in politics is over. I'm saying it's a glorious retirement. You can't look back and look at him as a failure. He's done very well for himself. But what happens is Ajit Pawar now running the NCP. Does it make a difference if Supriya joins him or not?
You see, I don't think, Supriya is going to join him. This was a battle of supremacy between Ajit Pawar and Supriya Sule. Coming to your point, you just mentioned Manmohan Singh. It's a tragedy for Congress that the person who was fit to be president was made Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh, and the person who was fit to be PM was made the president, Pranab Mukherjee. Coming back to, Congress's bogey, you see, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, Rahul Gandhi should have stuck his neck out. You cannot, prop up Mallikarjun Kharge where you are not sure, and you prop up yourself.
Okay.
Also, yeah, please.
I mean, you can prop up whoever you want.
Yeah, you're right.
You can prop up whoever you want. It's only hubris if it fails. Now, I mentioned I have just spoken with somebody who I've been sitting on TV debates for the better part of 20 years. Here's another very fine stalwart of Indian politics. Now you see her in Parliament. Priyanka Chaturvedi, she's been on the electoral ranks, back ranks, foot ranks, campaigning ranks, spokesperson ranks. She's done it all. She's a fiery person. Personally, I know her. But today, Priyanka ji, it has not been a good day. So I know you'll be disappointed. Now, how are you feeling?
Absolutely. Obviously disappointed because I think all of us had put in our all to win this election and for Maharashtra's betterment and for Maharashtra's progress. However, we are seeing a very different outcome from what we were expecting it to be, from what surveys were showing, what people's sentiment on the ground was. From at one point saying it was a neck to neck to get this kind of an outcome is a shocker. And thank you for all your kind words. It continues to be a struggle for Priyanka Chaturvedi and we will continue to struggle. I've never shied away from it and I will continue to fight another day.
No, well, you've struggled all the way up. You're a member of parliament now. Let's not kid ourselves. That's not an easy thing to become. You deserve the positions that you've got. But the question I want to ask you is, let's say you end up around the 20 figure. Is that enough to be effective as an opposition? I mean, because you've not done well, but the Congress is the one that's really completely collapsed.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. For an effective opposition, we were hoping that we would be stronger in the assembly. But with these numbers, which again, what I saw the sentiment on ground and how it was panning out, it's really hard to believe, and something that we need to investigate whether this was really a free and fair election. But however, having said that, to be effective, we can be effective even at 50 seats when we saw the party split. As an opposition, we continue to hold them to account. We saw a Lok Sabha outcome which was in our favor. I'm very certain it will turn around, and people's sentiments, if it is because of Ladki Behen or various other schemes that they introduced post the Lok Sabha loss, will come to in some way hound them if they do not live up to the expectations of the people.
Okay, ma'am, these are your people. At least they used to be in a party together up until let's say a year and a half ago. Some of them have done really well. Now they proved some point here. What is that point?
No, sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Some of your former party men who are no longer with you, and they say they are the real Shiv Sena. They've done really well for themselves. So there is a Shiv Sena voter out there somewhere. He's not voting for you. He's voting for Shinde. Why?
No, I would say if you look at the Lok Sabha, they voted for us. while in the Vidhan Sabha it is not showing the same impact that we had in the Lok Sabha elections. So again, democracy is an ever-changing game of choices. Political parties win, they lose, they come back big, they come back weaker. So this time we may have not won the mandate, but I'm very certain that we will continue to fight our fight and win the confidence of the people.
Is it time to reunite the party? Forget the differences of the past. Should you reunite the party?
We should realign the party.
Reunite the party. Should the two factions reunite back as one?
Reunite. I think there is a lot of friction between the two sides, and there has been an entire narrative that both sides were speaking on and were contesting on, which is diametrically opposite from each other. So I do not know what future holds, but as of now, it clearly is not likely to happen.
There is another problem, ma'am, that Sharad Pawar's party has done also really badly, worse performance than yours, in fact. And the glue that was binding this alliance together, if it was Sharad Pawar, no longer exists. Where does the alliance go? Does the MVA stay? Will it remain?
I'm certain we will stay, because we came together with the commitment of being able to serve the people of Maharashtra. Again, I would say losing an election is not the end goal, or winning an election is not the end goal. It is a continuous realignment with the people of the state, people's expectations of a political party. So of course we will learn from our mistakes, and however I will continue to say this outcome was unexpected, including, I mean, I'm not just saying as a political party spokesperson. If you were to ask people from Mahayuti also, they weren't too confident about their own victory. The kind of numbers we are seeing was not the numbers that they also were confident about. So that is why I think that this, while we of course refocus, re-energize, it would also do well for the election commission to win the confidence of the people again, because many places that we went to, they continue to say our vote will go for us, but please ensure the EVMs are not fooled around with.
Okay, I don't want to roast you on a bad day, because I've known you for a long time and you've had good days as well. So I'm going to ask a last question.
You can roast me.
Yeah, I'm going to ask one last question, because yes, the Lok Sabha elections sent a particular kind of message that the government did return for a historic third term. Give them credit. They came back. They came back with more seats than a lot of the other parties combined. But we've had Haryana, now we've had Maharashtra, which were both surprises. Yes, you're surprised, I'm surprised, a lot of people are surprised. What is the voter telling you?
I think the voter is telling us that that we need to look at the EVMs. We need to look at democracy afresh. We need to have a free and fair agency which conducts elections. And the voter perhaps is also telling us that all the political parties need to readjust to the ideas that they have pushed forward. I refuse to believe that Maharashtra has voted on the base of batenge to katenge, ek hai to safe hai. Maharashtra has been a state traditionally which has voted on issues of development.
Okay, last question. You'll have a colleague in the lower house of parliament named Priyanka Gandhi in I think less than 2 weeks time now. Are you looking forward to having her in parliament?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It is something that we are all looking forward to, because she's a fiery woman leader whose speeches have stirred various Indians and voters, and I'm very certain in the parliament she will be able to be an effective opposition leader who will corner the central government on issues that matter to the people.
Okay, you obviously worked with Priyanka Gandhi in the past. Nonetheless, commiserations for a hard fight that didn't go your well. Priyanka Chaturvedi, Rajya Sabha MP of the Shiv Sena UBT. Thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the subtotal. It's been one of those days where Jharkhand has been iffy. Let's listen in to one of the men of the moment.
आणि त्याचबरोबर लाडक्या माझ्या ज्येष्ठांनी मतदान केलं. समाजातल्या प्रत्येक घटकाने या ठिकाणी भरभरून महायुतीला मतदान केलं. गेले 2-2.5 वर्ष जे महायुतीने काम केलं त्या कामाची पोचपावती या निवडणुकीमध्ये जनतेने दिली आणि म्हणून महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेला मी पुन्हा एकदा त्यांचे मनापासून आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो की पूर्णपणे जे काम आम्ही केलं 2.5 वर्षामध्ये त्याचं मोजमाप, नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने आम्हाला दिलेली आहे. खरं म्हणजे आता आम्ही 2.5 वर्षात जे काम केलं, आता पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे आणि म्हणून जनतेला त्रिवार वंदन करतो आणि माझ्या सर्व कार्यकर्त्यांना देखील महायुतीच्या मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. महायुतीचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते मनापासून काम करत होते आणि म्हणूनच हा विजय, एवढा मोठा विजय मिळतोय. मी माझ्या ठाणे मतदारसंघातल्या कोपरी-पाच पकाडी मतदारसंघातले देखील मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो की खूप मोठ्या लीडने, मार्जिनने त्यांनी मला विजयी करण्याचं काम करतायत आणि त्यामुळे मी पुन्हा एकदा सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा, मनापासून सगळ्यांचं, सर्व मतदारांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन. आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार. इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है. जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है, ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है. इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ. उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है, इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ. सभी के समन्वय से सब एक वैसे ही आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे.
बीजेपी का ये
कोई
कहना
ऐसा हमारे में मतभेद नहीं है.
सर, बीजेपी का ये कहना है कि जिसकी ज्यादा नंबर होंगे उनका मुख्यमंत्री होगा, तो क्या इसको सपोर्ट किया जाएगा?
ऐसा कोई भी हमारा तय नहीं हुआ है. अभी पहले तो अंतिम आंकड़े आने दो, उसके बाद हम तीनों पार्टी बैठेंगे. हमारे वरिष्ठ जो है प्रधानमंत्री जी है, मोदी जी है, अमित भाई है, नड्डा जी है और सब हमारे जो तीनों पार्टी के प्रमुख लोग हैं, हम बैठेंगे और उसके ऊपर जैसे हम चुनाव लड़े साथ में एकजुट होकर, वैसे ही उसके ऊपर भी फैसला है.
आदित्य ठाकरे ही वर्ली से ट्रेल कर रहे हैं.
देखिए, अभी मैं कहता हूँ उनका 2.5 साल तो आरोप लगाने में गया. अभी तो कम से कम उन्होंने अपने गिरेबान में झांक कर देखना चाहिए. लोगों को आरोप पसंद है या काम पसंद है? हम आरोपों का उत्तर आरोप से नहीं दिया है. हम उसका जवाब जो है काम के माध्यम से दिया, इसलिए जो काम बोलता है और 2.5 साल में जो काम किया है वो जनता ने देखा है और जनता की आवाज बनकर हमने काम किया।
सर, लड़ाई से
जनता को जो चाहिए वो हमने देने की कोशिश की है, इसलिए हमारे सरकार में आम जनता के जीवन में बदलाव हो जाए, सुख समृद्धि आ जाए, आनंद आ जाए, इसलिए एक तरफ विकास किया हमने, दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजनाएं की। इसी के लिए आज ये बहुत बड़ी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री आज हम देख रहे हैं।
महाराष्ट्र में महिलाओं के वोटर जो है तो क्या ये लाडली बहन का योजना
लाडली बहना योजना जो है
क्या ये बेनिफिट कर गया?
बहनों को कभी भी किसी सरकार ने विचार नहीं किया, हमारी सरकार ने किया, इसलिए वोटिंग परसेंटेज भी बढ़ गया है। बाकी भी हमारे लाडले बहनों का वोटिंग, लाडले भाइयों का भी वोटिंग, सभी लोगों ने परसेंटेज ऑफ वोटिंग बढ़ा दी। और इसीलिए मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि देखिए, केंद्र और राज्य सरकार मिलकर जब काम करता है तो ऐसे प्रकार के काम होते, डेवलपमेंट होती है और उसी का नतीजा जो है हम देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर हर एक काम में हमें राज्य को केंद्र सरकार ने भी मदद की है और निश्चित रूप से मोदी जी ने भी हमेशा सहयोग रखा है, मार्गदर्शन रखा है और इसलिए ये जीत जो है हमारी बहुत।
All right, that was Eknath Shinde speaking there. Of course, Eknath Shinde speaking on the super performance of the Mahayuti alliance. Remember, so far, of course, a bit cagey about whether he is going to be the chief minister once again or whether it's going to be someone from the BJP who, of course, has emerged as the single largest party this time around in the Maharashtra assembly and by quite a decisive margin. He has said that once the final results come in, there will of course be a meeting of the alliance's senior leaders and then the CM will be decided. Riya Dwivedi, my colleague, is joining us for more on this big story. Riya, what numbers do you have for us?
All right, taking a look at the VIP candidates, Eknath Shinde is leading from Kopri Panchpakdi and Kedar Dige is trailing from Kopri Panchpakdi. So that is the latest that is coming in. And there's Ajit Pawar, he is leading from Baramati and Yugendra Pawar is trailing from Baramati. So Ajit Pawar continues to lead from Baramati. Milind Deora, on the other hand, we're seeing that he's leading from Worli. On the other hand, Aditya Thackeray is trailing from Worli. So currently, Milind Deora continues to lead in Worli. Abu Azmi is leading from Mankhur Shivaji Nagar and Nawab Malik is trailing from Mankhur Shivaji Nagar currently. And then when it comes to Zishan Siddiqui from Wandre East, he is trailing and Varun Sardesai is leading from Wandre East. So Zishan Siddiqui is currently trailing from Wandre East. And when it comes to Wandre West, we see Ashish Shelar, he is leading from Wandre West and Asif Zakaria, he is trailing from Wandre West. So we are seeing that Ashish Shelar continues to lead. And when it comes to Shaina NC from Mumba Devi, she is trailing. And on the other hand, we are seeing Amin Patel from Mumba Devi, he is leading from Mumba Devi. Amin Patel continues to lead from Mumba Devi. So that is the latest that is coming in. And when it comes to Nagpur Southwest, another VIP constituency, Devendra Fadnavis is leading from that and Prithvi Raj Chavan is trailing from Karad South. So that is what we are seeing that Devendra Fadnavis is leading from Nagpur Southwest. And when it comes to Barhet, we are seeing Hemant Soren. He is leading from this key constituency. On the other hand, from Nala, we're seeing Rabindranath Mahato leading from that constituency. And then Babulal Marandi, he is leading from the Dhanwar. And on the other hand, we're seeing Champai Soren, he is leading from Serai Kela.
Okay, I think there's a problem with... yes, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you in just a second, Riya, but there are, of course, more guests also now joining us on the broadcast. Gyanendra Mishra, political analyst, is live with us. Sandeep Chandra, political analyst, is also joining us live. Jasmine Sandavalia, BJP spokesperson, is joining us live on the broadcast. Gargi Nandi Roy is also live with us now, political analyst. Nikhil Jain, political analyst, is also joining us now on the broadcast. Let me make a start with you first, Gyanendra Mishra. This is, of course, a big showing, of course, for the NDA. in Maharashtra, the Mahayuti leading well ahead of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. Before I come to the question of Jharkhand, what do you believe has contributed to this result for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra? We were just speaking to Priyanka Chaturvedi a short while back. She was saying even the Mahayuti leaders would not have expected this, which is why she is also very surprised by this result, but she is accepting the defeat. What do you believe has led to this, these trends emerging? Okay, I think we are having trouble, unfortunately, there with Gyanendra Mishra's connection. Let me get in Yuvraj Pukharna. Yuvraj, is this something you were expecting, or are you also surprised, as Priyanka Chaturvedi is saying, many analysts are, by what has happened today in Maharashtra and Jharkhand?
Well, namaste Uday, to you, to your viewers and the panelists. Well, in the jargon of cricket, I was expecting the ball to cross the fence, but as a boundary, as a four, but not as a sixer. This is clearly a massive...
Okay, just a second, Yuvraj. Robert Vadra is speaking right now. His wife, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, of course, is on course to win the Wayanad Lok Sabha seat in the by-election. Let's listen in to Mr. Vadra.
बस उनका तो यही है कि देश का सेवा करना, ये नहीं देखना कि कितना भारी बहुमत से जीतेंगी, पर वो खुश हैं जो उनको पता चल रहा है, जो रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं, और खाली वो देख रहे हैं अब वो वायनाड के लोगों को उनकी जो मुश्किलें हैं, जो भी हैं, कैसे उसको बुलंद करेंगे, और मतलब जो उनके लिए जो उन्होंने वायदे किए वो पूरे करेंगे।
सर, झारखंड के अंदर आपकी सरकार जो इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार है वो वापसी करती दिख रही है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र से कोई अच्छी खबर नहीं है, बहुत ज़्यादा जो है पीछे आप महाविकास अघाड़ी हो गई, कैसे देखते हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, महाराष्ट्र की जनता जो भी उन्होंने निर्णय लिया है, हमें उससे हमें सीखना चाहिए, और ज़रूर और मेहनत करने की ज़रूरत है महाराष्ट्र के जनता के लिए, लोगों के लिए, और जो भी उन्होंने जिसको भी वोट दिया है, हमें उसको समझना चाहिए और एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए, और उनके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर महाराष्ट्र की प्रगति के लिए आगे बढ़ना चाहिए।
झारखंड के लिए क्या कहेंगे सर?
मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, वहाँ के जनता को भी मैं ज़रूर मुबारकबाद देता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और ज़रूर एक स्ट्रॉन्ग गवर्नमेंट होनी चाहिए, और मैं यही उम्मीद करता हूँ कि बीजेपी वहाँ के लोगों को तंग ना करे, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को तंग ना करे, वहाँ जो दुरुपयोग होता है, जो ईडी और अलग अलग एजेंसियों का, उसका इस्तेमाल ना हो कि जो भी उम्मीदवार होगा सीएम और उनके परिवार को परेशान ना किया जाए। जो जनता ने जिसको चाहा है, जिसके लिए वोट दिए है, उनको वो सरकार 5 साल तक चलने दीजिए।
सर, आप हमेशा कहते रहेंगे कि एक सही समय आएगा जब प्रियंका गांधी संसद में होंगे, और एक सही समय आएगा जब आप भी राजनीति में आएंगे। तो प्रियंका जी तो संसद में अब आज जाती दिख रही हैं, जा रही हैं, आपका भी अब जो है अगला कदम जो है माने इस बात की तरफ, एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स?
देखिए, मैं जनता की प्यार देख सकते हैं मेरे आगे पीछे और सब जगह, और मैं जनता की सेवा करता रहता हूँ। मुझे अभी तो लग नहीं रहा है कि मुझे अभी संसद में होने की ज़रूरत है। लोगों के साथ मैं हर कोने, देश के हर कोने तक पहुंचता हूं। अभी प्रियंका संसद में आने की तैयारी करेंगे, तो उसके बाद मेरा भी समय आएगा, जब भी आएगा देखेंगे, पर जब जनता चाहेगी वही आगे होगा।
Right. Yuvraj Pukharna, of course, continues to be with us. Yuvraj, you were telling us about your analysis of these results and the factors that have led to the performance of the respective parties. Go ahead.
Yes, Uday, I was just stating that these are interesting times, and since we are witnessing the India-Australia match, so let me speak in cricketing jargons. Devendra Bhau emerged as the man of the match. He not only finished Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar in one go, but he also delivered Maharashtra in platter to the center. He rejuvenated the party cadre and confidence, and now he has emerged as a convergence of the RSS with the BJP. That is one, and I expected the ball to cross the lines as a 4, but trust me, this is a sixer, this is a home run. So these are interesting times, and I'm sure that BJP is going to surely cross 125 mark on its own in Maharashtra.
Okay. Now, as far as, of course, Jharkhand also is concerned, and let me quickly draw you in here, Jasmine Sandhavalia. Jasmine Sandhavalia, is this a disappointment for your party? Interestingly, you are the single largest party in Jharkhand. However, of course, your allies have let you down, it seems. The AJSU leading on just 1 seat out of the 10 seats that it contested on. What are the factors that you believe have gone wrong for the NDA alliance in Jharkhand vis-a-vis the India bloc? Jasmine, can you hear me? Okay, I think we have lost Jasmine's connection there. Gargi Nandi Roy, why don't you come in here? Gargi Nandi Roy, let's quickly talk about Jharkhand for a second before we come back to Maharashtra. What do you believe has emerged to be, the drawback for the NDA alliance in Jharkhand?
I think, Uday, thank you for inviting. I think that as you yourself said, that BJP has done well in Jharkhand. See, Shivraj Singh Chauhan or Hemant Vishwa Sharma, whoever worked, I think they have succeeded. I think the women voters, which have worked in Maharashtra also, so BJP has done well. I think the allies, yes, they have disappointed. But the difference, what we have seen, what is the latest tally, Uday? What is the latest tally last I see? No, the tally difference is not very huge. Obviously, there are only 80 seats. So, but Maharashtra, what we have seen is a sweep. So Jharkhand, I think the allies have been disappointing, and that the women, the welfare scheme to women, that I think always works, which worked in Jharkhand also. So I think that is one thing the women voters may have, but the tribal area, what is the tally, exact tally you there now? What is the tally? Because I can't see your board now.
33 for NDA, India 45.
Yes,
and others
12
3.
difference. So do you think that there is a chance of
I don't think so.
Changing?
Not right now.
This is like
It's quite a gap. It's quite a gap right now.
Quite a gap, but maybe 2, 3, a few more.
Okay, you're hopeful. You're hopeful. You're saying that.
Yeah, we can be hopeful. I mean, I think a few more here and there. So I think the BJP, as you have said, is the largest party in Jharkhand also. So their technique, whatever they spoke about the Bangladeshi and Rohingya immigrants, illegal people coming there, taking the land of the tribal, that thing worked in BJP's favor. That has worked, but the allies, I think, has been disappointing. And women vote in Jharkhand.
Okay,
And
Lavanya
Maharashtra,
Balal,
if you
let me
want
get
to
you in
talk
here.
on
Lavanya
Maharashtra,
Balal of the
I'd love
Congress,
to.
let me quickly bring you in here. Gargi Nandi Roy is saying that the picture could turn in Jharkhand, the NDA could emerge and the India could go down. Lavanya Balal, your counter to that. Also, Lavanya Balal, as far as, of course, Maharashtra is concerned, since you are the Congress spokesperson, is that, something that is disappointing, that it seems to be the Congress that should have been the fulcrum of the alliance, but the Congress is actually pulling the opposition alliance, the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, down in Maharashtra. What has led to that?
Good afternoon, Uday. It is heartbreaking, disappointing to see the results in Maharashtra. Of course, we'll have to go back to the drawing board and see what went wrong for us in Maharashtra. Having said that, I wouldn't say we are pulling our allies down. Responsibility is equally on all the partners. If you look at the vote, seat sharing also, I think our partners had more number of seats than we had in the, alliance. We are not blaming anybody. We just need to go back and look at why we lost it. And also, I think when we are analyzing, always a retrospective, we have much more clarity than what we have when we are going into a situation. But that, the last hour of the voting, we saw 12% of Maharashtrians voted. A huge number of Maharashtrians voted in the last 1 hour of the voting day. And I think the answer lies in that 1 hour. But yes, it is extremely disheartening that we didn't do well in Maharashtra. We expected to do well, and I think one is how the BJP also, their seat sharing was, if you notice, it is a lot of places it is Dalit versus OBC, which is once again a deciding factor. The Maratha factor was a deciding factor in these elections.
Yes, Lavanya Balal, just speaking on, of course, you're raising questions on that last 1 hour of voting. You are, we saw in Haryana too, you had raised questions on the EVM there. Lavanya, at the end of the day, it is these EVMs and it is the same. Hear me out. It's the same EVMs and it's the same election commission which has conducted the Jharkhand elections as well. It's the same EVMs which are being used in Jharkhand as well, where you are winning. So isn't that a bit hypocritical? It was the same it was the same EVMs also in Jammu Kashmir, where your alliance won. So doesn't that become hypocritical, where in the state that you lose, you raise questions, and in the state where you win, you
Uday,
praise the EC.
I'm not blaming the EVM machines at all, because the same EVM machines were used during the Lok Sabha elections, but gave us a tremendous boost in Maharashtra, if you notice. So I'm not blaming the EVM machines. We are not blaming that. What I'm saying is the crux of the matter as to, if there is a learning, the learnings have to come from that last 1 hour as to what changed for everybody in that last 1 hour of the voting. I think that's where we need to go back and look at, for the answers. When it comes to Jharkhand, yes, it's very heartening to see that we have done well. Polls are happening today in Punjab as well. In Karnataka, the Congress won all 3, seats. Punjab also we are doing well. UP I'm not sure about the numbers in the by-polls, but yes.
The BJP is doing well there in UP.
Okay, can I come here?
In Maharashtra right now, in fact, senior leader of the BJP, Vinod Tavde, is addressing a press conference. Let's go live across.
दादा पवार आणि रामदास आठवलेंचे RPI या सगळ्यांनी जे एकत्रित या राज्यात काम केलं आणि माझं तर स्पष्ट मत आहे की अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण, इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेव्हलपमेंट, रस्ते, पाणी, वीज, वंदे भारत, मेट्रो म्हणजे अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण, आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण म्हणजे लाडकी बहीण, शेतकरी सन्मान निधी, शून्य बिल, या दोन्हीचा बॅलन्स एकनाथजी शिंदे, देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस आणि अजितजी दादा या तिघांनी केल्यामुळे जनतेला यांच्यावर विश्वास बसला. दुसरं मला असं वाटतं की भाजप शिवसेनेची जी नैसर्गिक युती होती ती शरद पवार साहेबांनी, उद्धवजींनी 19ला तोडली. त्याचा एक वेगळा राग विशेषतः माननीय बाळासाहेबांच्या मतदारांच्या मनात होता. रोज सकाळी राज्याचं राजकारण कलुषित होणारं वक्तव्य भांडूपवरनं यायचं, आणि ज्यावेळी और प्रत्यक्ष लाभ में लाडली बहना होती है, किसान सम्मान होता है, जीरो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल का विषय होता है, इसका एक बहुत सुरेख मिलाप एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी और अजीत दादा ने किया, और इसलिए जनता ने पूरा भरोसा रखा. साथ ही 2019 में माननीय शरद पवार साहब ने आदरणीय उद्धव जी को लेकर बीजेपी का अलायंस जो तोड़ा, वो माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के वोटर्स को पसंद नहीं आया. और जब एकनाथ शिंदे बाला साहब जी का हिंदुत्व का धनुष्यबाण, हिंदुत्व का शिवसेना ये नाम भाजपा के साथ मेन स्ट्रीम में ले आए, तो लोगों ने उनको भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से उसका स्वीकार किया. ये आज दिखाई दे रहा है. मुझे लगता है कि बिहार में 4 में से 4 जगहों पर एनडीए आगे है, उत्तर प्रदेश में 6 जगहों पर एनडीए आगे है, और राजस्थान में 4 जगह पर आगे है. तो देश में ये बता रहा है कि देश की जनता का फिर एक बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पर उन्होंने अपना विश्वास जताया है. आपका सवाल यह होगा कि मुख्यमंत्री किसका होगा, कौन होगा, तो एकनाथ शिंदे जी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, अजीत दादा पवार और भाजपा का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व साथ मिलकर इस विषय में निर्णय करेंगे और आपको बताएंगे. आज महायुति विजय का जश्न मना रही है और महाराष्ट्र की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रही है.
All right, that was Vinod Tavde, of course, speaking there. Obviously, the BJP are very pleased with how the outcome has panned out in Maharashtra, but of course, a bit silent on the question of the Chief Minister right now, saying we will today enjoy our victory and tomorrow, of course, onwards decide on who will be the CM candidate, and it will be decided in consensus of the allies. Let's quickly go back. Yes, before we get in, Sandeep Chandra, who's also joining us now in our studio. I think Gargi Nandi Roy had a point to raise on what Lavanya Balal said before the soundbite of Vinod Tavde. Yes, Gargi, go ahead.
What I wanted to tell her is, with Congress, after the Lok Sabha election, there was no new narrative in Maharashtra that Congress had come with. The same thing. So Congress had nothing new to offer in the Vidhan Sabha election. Whereas if you see after that, in these few months, firstly, obviously this Ladli ban, 2.3 crore women have been benefited, 7,500 rupees went to their account. So that is a huge number, the women voters. The developments, yes. And Uday, RSS, the micromanagement of RSS. Let's not forget that next year is 100 years of RSS and this is Maharashtra Gad hai RSS ke. So RSS, the way they work, small teams. In Vidarbha, they send people everywhere, individual connection, the way RSS work. It's not the BJP workers, let me tell you, I know it very well from my place where I stay, how the meetings are held. So RSS, the way RSS has worked. And let me tell, in Lok Sabha election, the Dalit voters, the Hindu Dalits were there, but the both Dalits, so many times Kiran Rijiju came to
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let's get in the others. Let the others have their opening comments. I'll come back to you, Gargi. You made your response. Sandeep Chandra, come in here. Sandeep Chandra, we are of course seeing now a very robust picture emerging for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. And this has been something that has been constant since the morning. It's not changed. It's not likely to change either. You know, this is something, of course, that is a complete reversal of what happened in the Lok Sabha elections. What lessons do you believe were learned from what happened in the Lok Sabha polls to lead to this superb showing for the Mahayuti?
You see, Uday, that's a very pointed question. Fact of the matter is this, that people in Maharashtra, they realized, you see, assembly elections and Lok Sabha elections are different ball game, number one. Number two, the infighting within the NCP between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. Also, you see, within the Shiv Sena also there was a problem, and you can see the state of affairs. The, heir apparent, what's his name? The person who's contesting from
Aditya
Thackeray is on the verge of losing from Milind Deora. And also Congress needs to introspect. Wherever Congress loses, they raise the bogey of muscle power, money power, EVM management. And wherever they win, these issues don't count. Also, you will find that this is also a stamp on the authority of the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
Let's quickly just surprise our viewers with one new statistic that has come out of Jharkhand. We were speaking earlier about the Jharkhand picture. Now the JMM is the single largest party in Jharkhand. The trends, of course, there are changing. Remember, of course, there are still, of course, a lot of rounds to go. But JMM now is leading on 29 seats, the BJP on 28. So JMM is now the single largest party in Jharkhand. Just wanted to put that out there since we were discussing that earlier. Yes, Sandeep.
You see, now also what has happened is this, that in Maharashtra, like Gargi Nandi Roy was very rightly saying, there has been micromanagement. That is, you see, each pool, each booth has the BJP-led alliance have concentrated on. Also, you will find that Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde, they have established their supremacy. So all these things have worked. And I would like to also say, I won't be surprised that CM in Maharashtra is not of BJP, because BJP knows that they have to keep the flock together. So it might be from the alliance of Mahayuti, might be that Eknath Shinde ji is repeated. And also this, Maharashtra is not a normal state. It is the second largest state as far as the Lok Sabha MPs it gives to the country. It is the first state as far as being the financial capital of the country. And also this bogey of Adani and, Ambani, this has not gone down well with voters. And Congress needs to introspect. It is like, devil quoting the scriptures. Not far long back, you'll remember, you were so political that when Congress was in power in the center, the complete party was outsourced to the late Ahmed Patel, who was the, whose only work was to raise finances for the party. So this Adani, Ambani, Dharvi and all will not work. And also, the leadership of, top leadership of Congress, it is their failure. And Rahul Gandhi ran away from Maharashtra, just, propping up Mallikarjun Kharge. Also, you'd like to, he needs to stick his neck out, and romanticizing of politics. And if I'm allowed to use a Hindi phrase which goes for Congress, idhar udhar ki baat chhod, ye bata mera karwan kyun luta. मुझे राह गुजर से गिला नहीं, तेरी रहबरी का सवाल है, तेरी लीडरशिप का सवाल है.
चलिए लबाने आपको जवाब दे रही है. लबाने आपको जवाब दे रही है. Then I'll get a Nikhil as well. Nikhil has been waiting patiently. Yes.
Yes, I know. It's extremely disappointing. The previous speaker was speaking. I think he wants Indians to forget that when an Adani commits a corruption or there is a scam, it affects every normal Indian. It may not become, election issue, but it is something that every Indian has to think about. To write it off saying, oh, it is not some issue that you should be speaking about, and this statement saying, oh, Rahul Gandhi ran away from Maharashtra. I'm sorry, he didn't run away from Maharashtra. He never runs away anywhere, and that is very extremely offensive and not the way to talk about opposition parties, even if you disagree with them. And to say not to speak about scams and every other thing, of course we are supposed to speak about scams. If we don't speak about scams, if we don't speak about corruption, if we don't speak about Madhabhai Bak, who will speak about it? It is a corruption that is affecting every Indian. And we will continue to speak irrespective of.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you with a couple of follow-up questions on what you just said. But Nikhil Jain, let me quickly draw you in here. Nikhil, let's just talk a bit about Jharkhand now. Of course, Jharkhand is going in the way of the India alliance there. Very, very solid showing, of course, for JMM and Congress there. Of course, BJP would have hoped that the allies would have supported them better. That's not something that has happened there. What are the lessons from Jharkhand that are emerging and how, of course, the opposition has surprised a lot of pollsters, even though there were a couple who did predict the opposition to come back there, but they were in minority. Most of the pollsters and analysts were actually saying that it's going to be the BJP who's going to upset the opposition's government there, but that has not happened. What are the lessons, Nikhil, that the opposition perhaps learnt in Jharkhand from Lok Sabha and has led to this showing for the JMM and Congress there?
Udit, I think there is one single lesson from the results in Maharashtra as well as Jharkhand, that if there is one thing the Indian voter wants right now, it is cash in their pockets. It is the voters today are very, very transactional. What you want are cash handouts. Jharkhand, Hemant Soren did that in Jharkhand after the Lok Sabha elections. Eknath Shinde did that in Maharashtra after the Lok Sabha elections. Shivraj Singh Chauhan did that in Madhya Pradesh right before the Madhya Pradesh state elections the previous year. And that is the trend and pattern that we're seeing. So a lot of people thought that Hemant Soren would have had the edge.
Okay, Nikhil, just hold on for a second. Eknath Shinde's son, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who is a member of parliament, is speaking right now. Shrikant Shinde is speaking right now of the Shiv Sena. Let's listen in.
People are showing his the way he has worked for 5 years. जिस तरीके से अनअवेलेबल रहे, फ्रॉम द स्टार्टिंग यू आर सेइंग अनअवेलेबल एंड नॉट एक्सेसिबल एमएलए. आई थिंक ही इज ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ losing his seat. So I think people in last 2.5 years, the way Eknath Shinde has worked, the way he has carried forward the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, the way Mahayuti has worked under his leadership, and the way Mahavikas Aghadi or the Ubhata netas, leaders, जो सिर्फ गाली गलोच और आलोचना, उसके सिवा उनको 2.5 साल में कुछ जमा नहीं करने के लिए, उसमें से एक नाम था आदित्य ठाकरे का भी. लोगों ने उनको उनकी जगह जो है ये दिखाने का काम इस इलेक्शन में किया है.
सर कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री? सर मुख्यमंत्री को लेकर
इट इज देयर, इट इज नॉट ऑफिस.
सर पहली प्रतिक्रिया क्या देंगे? सर पूरे एक मिनट
पहले उसको खाना शॉट को मिलने दे पहले.
हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं.
सर मोठ्या प्रमाणात महायुतीच्या सीट्स लीडवर पाहायला मिळत आहेत. जल्लोष सुरू झालेला आहे. सर पहिली प्रतिक्रिया तुमची काय सांगाल?
All right, that was, of course, Shrikant Eknath Shinde speaking there. Eknath Shinde, of course, has hit out at Uddhav Thackeray and has said that the other Shiv Sena faction just made allegations and was not concrete on their vision for the state, which is why this picture has emerged. Also silent, interestingly, on who will be CM of the state. Yes, Nikhil, back to you. You were telling us about the lessons to be learned from the picture that has emerged today from these two states.
Uday, coming back to that, I think it is cash handouts that is the key to winning elections along with micromanagement. I don't think it is the sympathy that one might get when you are jailed, whether it is Arvind Kejriwal's performance in Lok Sabha, whether it was Hemant Soren's his own performance in Lok Sabha, whether it is Sharad Pawar's performance in these elections. What matters the most is putting money in the hands of the voters and the voters actually believing when you make such promises. And obviously, whoever is in government, whoever is the incumbent has an upper edge of first mover advantage, that when you're actually getting the money, it is easier to believe that guy vis-a-vis somebody who's saying, I may, I will, I would put money in your pocket, right? Because both the parties that we're seeing in Maharashtra as well as Jharkhand, they are the ones who rolled out schemes like this. Now, the problem with that I see is this is not good governance. I'm all for social welfare measures. I'm all for, giving basic needs to people. But the kind of schemes.
Okay, I think we've lost Nikhil Jain's connection there. Yes, quickly, of course, coming back to now on who will be Chief Minister in Maharashtra. What is your hunch? What is your sense, Yuvraj Pokharna? Will the Mahayuti go with their incumbent CM Eknath Shinde once again? Will it be continuity in the state of Maharashtra, or will it be Devendra Fadnavis who will come back to the CM's chair after this superb showing for the Mahayuti, but of course particularly bolstered by the BJP's performance, which currently stands at 124 leads?
Uday, from where I see, these were not just merely high voltage elections, but there was a lot of things at stake. For instance, these were very personal elections, and personal as in it was the personal credibility of the leaders which was at stake. It was about existence and identity as well. If you see, Sharad Pawarji has clearly been outplayed by his own protege, by his own student, Ajit Pawar. Uddhav Thackeray has clearly been ousted by his own karyakarta, his own worker, his own former colleague, Shinde Saab. So this is more about that. And yes, as I said, Devendra Fadnavis comes out as the man of the match, but you need to understand that Devendra Fadnavis, at the end of the day, is a Brahmin and Shinde is a Maratha. So if BJP wishes to mitigate the Maratha voters, I think Eknath Shinde is the man to go. But yes, the NDA or the Mahayuti, so to speak, is well within its volition to choose a CM. But now they've clearly crossed the halfway mark. So it is a very clear and easy thing for them. There won't be any scuffle, there won't be any tussle. But I feel personally that Shinde will continue as the CM, and these two will be the deputy CM. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me also ask you a question, Yuvraj, before I go to Gargi as well, who also wants to come in. Yuvraj, on the RSS, impact on these elections. Now, many, believe that the RSS did not work as hard in the Lok Sabha elections, particularly in the first 3 to 4 phases, as they have in the previous 2 Lok Sabha elections, because they were upset with the BJP's overconfidence and certain leaders' statements on the RSS as well. Now, that is something that, of course, has changed now. We have seen BJP leaders' statements on the RSS, including Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, multiple times. We have seen how the RSS impacted the BJP's fortunes in Haryana recently. What has been the RSS factor in this Maharashtra elections, and do you believe that is also something that has changed from the outcome in the Lok Sabha? Yuvraj.
Uday, let me be candid and let me be candid on this topic, and let me give you an example or anecdote. I have a child, but since my child says, "Ke Papa, I am Atmanirbhar, I am graduate now and I will manage my own affairs," so this leaves me rest assured. But if my child fails to maintain his pocket, then I have to use my veto. I am a father at the end of the day. So this is the exact relationship between the ideological father RSS and the BJP. There was, the media completely blew it out of proportion that there was some alleged tussle between BJP RSS, which was not so. The BJP was completely complacent and assured that we can make it on our own when it comes to 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But came the results. and we all know what the results went, what transpired on the ground. So there comes in RSS. The BJP was humble enough to request the RSS to help them mobilize the voters. Let me be again candid on this. The RSS never till day asked or sought vote for the BJP. What the RSS requested or how the RSS galvanized the voters is on the footprints of Matdata Jagriti Abhiyan, voter awareness campaign. So RSS has successfully managed 60 to 70,000 small meetings as in 10 people, 15 people, 20 people, in the name of seeking votes, in the name of voter awareness. They never campaigned for the party. And last 5 seconds, the RSS is not a field force for the BJP. What the RSS requests and wants is the people to vote for any party, be it Congress, be it BJP, or be it the NCP.
Garginandi.
Which NCP
Garginandi Roy. Garginandi Roy.
This is what the RSS does.
Garginandi Roy.
To some extent is correct, yes, but RSS made people go out of their homes and cast their vote. But Uday, RSS may not have asked people to directly vote for BJP, but when RSS is telling that for your national interest, for your safety, the way RSS speak to people, it is quite implied. May not be, RSS never takes the name of BJP, it will not. But RSS cadres will not talk like the Sang Sevaks. But when they talk to people, it is implied and they talk on issues. And this has been in Maharashtra like that, when this Ulema vote came in, when this Salman Hazari and Nomani, the way they spoke, when the Ulema made the demands and people like Uddhav Thackeray also agreed because of his vote bank politics, he agreed to it, so that there has been a huge consolidation of the Hindu votes. And where I stay, the way RSS work on the ground, the way they worked during COVID time, and when they talk to people about national interests, about their safety, it is implied that the Hindu voters got consolidated. There is no two things about that, obviously. And as I said, the Dalit voters, see in Marathwada, it was not only Hindu versus Muslim, the Maratha and OBC, the Ek hai to safe hai, the OBC united, and the Buddhist Dalits. Kiran Rijiju came so many times to Maharashtra and he appealed to the Dalits of the Buddhist community that after Ambedkar Sahab, nobody was made law minister. He was made. Nobody has been.
No, that's interesting because the Congress has, of course, been saying that Dalits are being, ill-treated, and of course, Dalits are not, being given the respect that they deserve under the NDA government. But you're saying that's something that the Dalits actually on ground do not believe. Yes, Lavanya Balal coming back in. Lavanya, also do you acknowledge the fact that, a weak link for the Congress and opposition remains their organization on ground? Your actual voters who take your supporters to the booths, that booth management, that final push is missing, and that's somewhere where the BJP has been very strong in the last two assembly elections, be it in Haryana or in Maharashtra.
I wouldn't agree because we have seen different diverse results in different states. But yes, there is a lot of room for improvement for the Congress when it comes to its booth management, or I would say booth level kind of work. It does not negate the kind of work our party workers have put in. They have put in a lot of work. There could be other reasons why we did not win. Also, Gargiji was talking about Buddhist Dalits. I have to make a small correction. It is Buddhist Dalits versus other Dalits, and that was an issue in Maharashtra, and it looks like somewhere that got consolidated. The entire community, irrespective of Buddhist Dalits or the other Dalits, they all consolidated, and of course it was OBC votes that consolidated for the BJP. Now the question is, Yuvraj was talking about RSS, but he refrained from answering. Was it Gadkari's, will this success of Maharashtra be attributed to Gadkari? Because Modi ji's role in Maharashtra's election is considerably less compared to his campaigning, in different states. So will this success be attributed to Gadkari ji, or will it be attributed to RSS or the BJP?
Well, I think they all belong to, of course, the ruling dispensation. But you're raising fishers there. You're raising fishers there. Sandeep Chandra.
No. Every election is attributed. Every election is attributed to Modi ji. The success is attributed to Modi ji. So when it is
what I would like to say is this: that the difference between BJP and Congress is this. till now, and people have seen through this, till now you see Congress has been doing minority appeasement politics at the cost of the majority community. While the BJP says sabka saath, sabka vishwas, or
okay, I just want to quickly apprise our viewers with one interesting development also now. Aditya Uddhav Thackeray is leading from the Worli seat. Milind Deora is trailing. Milind Murli Deora is trailing, although the margin right now of Aditya's lead is just 1,715. So Aditya Thackeray leading by 1,700 votes right now. About half the counting is over. 9 out of the 17 rounds are over. In Worli, Aditya Thackeray leading, but the margin is just 1,700. Yes, back to you.
You see, Udayji, like I was saying, what BJP is doing, contrary to Congress, is this sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka vishwas. But they have said openly, and not being hypocritical like the Congress, that development of all, but not at the cost of majority community. Versus minority appeasement, number one. Now, coming back to Maharashtra, who will be the CM? Let us not forget that between Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena and Ajit Pawar NCP, they have about 93 seats, and they will definitely call the shots as far as appointing the CM. So I will plumb, and I can see the writing on the wall that Eknath Shinde is going to be repeated as CM. Also, intra-party politics will come into play, and I don't think Devendra Fadnavis will become the CM. Very important point, whether Mr. Modi was active or not, fact of the matter is that people across India have this and must give this, they have the basic IQ that it is the Prime Minister who is leading the country, and also it was a vote in affirmation of his policies and what he has done, what he says, and what he will do for the country.
Okay. Okay, yes, Lavanya. Yes, Lavanya, your response.
No, the previous speaker, because I
also, Lavanya, I'd like you to weigh in on what's happening in Wayanad. What you make of course, the solid showing for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there. She is currently leading by 3,57,580 votes. So very, very solid margin. I think that's just about the margin that Rahul Gandhi had. In fact, she might just cross Rahul Gandhi's margin as well. Rahul Gandhi what was the margin for Rahul, Lavanya?
It was more than 4 lakh.
Okay, more than 4 lakhs, yes. So counting of course still on, but right now Priyanka leading very, very comfortably by over 3.5 lakhs. So how do you believe that's also going to impact your party in Lok Sabha? It's the electoral debut of the General Secretary. It's going to of course be her entry into the lower house of Parliament. How is that going to impact your party in Parliament?
She's worked as, the party person for the last 25 years, and she's contesting elections for the first time. And her success is going to help us a lot in our
And just want to apprise our viewers, BJP is coming third in that seat. BJP is coming currently third. Navya Haridas is third. Satyan Mukheri of the CPI is second. But the gap, interestingly, between the CPI and the BJP is just about 80,000. Yes, Lavanya.
Yeah. See, Wayanad has always been a Congress bastion, and also this time around BJP fielded somebody different in the fray. Last time it was their party president from Kerala, Surendran, who had contested, but it was not at all. We did not have any doubt about Priyanka ji's success in Wayanad at all. But having her in Lok Sabha is the boost that we need. It is a kind of strength that we need, especially from southern states. We have one more strong voice to express about the requirements of southern states, the policies that impact the states in the south. It's good to have her in the Lok Sabha.
Okay. Let me quickly, of course, now draw back in Sandeep Chandra. Sandeep Chandra on, of course, now also, interestingly, you made a point earlier that your analysis is that the BJP will not rock the boat and is likely to continue with Eknath Shinde as Chief Minister. Why do you believe that?
See, Udayji, why I believe it's a very important question, that they will not like to rock the boat. BJP may be the single largest party, but like I just told you that between Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena and Ajit Pawar NCP, they have close to 100 seats, which is a big chunk. Also, the Ajit Pawar factor will come into play because you see, Nobody, politics is the art of possible. At the end of the day, what are permanent are your own personal interests. Ajit Pawar has, smelt victory. He is victorious. He has decimated his uncle's party. Now the real NCP is Ajit Pawar party. So is this with the Shiv Sena Shinde. The real Shiv Sena is Eknath Shinde's party. And this has been established. You find Aditya Thackeray.
Okay, interestingly, Nanded, which is the other parliamentary election which is seeing a bipole, the BJP now leading in Nanded. Interestingly, remember that's a seat where the Congress had won in the Lok Sabha elections. The member of parliament there unfortunately passed away, but the Congress now is trailing by 4,600 votes. So it's close in Nanded, but the BJP now ahead in Nanded parliamentary constituency as well. Yes, Sandeep, back to you.
You see, what I was saying was that the alliance politics will come into play, and Devendra Fadnavis also has, it's open secret, a lot of enemies within the party. Politically, you're so political, everybody knows he doesn't see eye to eye with Amit Shah. Also, this Brahmin factor, the Maratha pride factor will come into play, and also the backward factor will come into play. And you mark my words that if you see the body language, also the swearing in is on 26th of this month, just 3 days later.
Yes.
So this name has already been stitched up, and you will find, I am not 100% sure, I am 500% sure that Eknath Shinde is going to be repeated as CM. But yeah, plum portfolios will go to the BJP, and Ajit Pawar factor and Eknath Shinde factor will continue to play as far as this government is in place, and it will be in place for 5 years. And also it's a big blow to the opposition, because they were saying that, well, India Alliance is winning. You see, they are in tatters.
Okay. Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, also joining us now live in our studio. Joyita Basu, the big picture, of course, emerging from Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Maharashtra is, of course, seeing a superb showing for the Mahayuti Alliance. It's a sweep for the Mahayuti Alliance. Their leads, of course, have crossed 200 for the last couple of hours, and they're still well past the 200 figure. BJP leading on 124 seats as we speak. Shiv Sena, the Eknath Shinde faction, of course, leading on 55 seats as we speak, and the NCP Ajit Pawar's factions lead stand at 38. This, of course, is well ahead of the opposition Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. You can see there Congress is just leading on 19 seats as we speak. NCP Sharad Pawar faction leading on just 13 seats. Shiv Sena Uddhav faction leading on 19 seats as we speak. So that's the picture, of course, emerging from Maharashtra, where it's a decisive win for the NDA. If we talk about Jharkhand, the India Alliance is well in the lead there. The JMM, of course, is the single largest party currently in the Jharkhand Assembly, and the Congress also doing well there. The India Alliance leads currently at 48. Remember, they also have the RJD and the left in their fold. The NDA, disappointing showing for them. They currently stand at 30 leads, others at 3. Joyita, what is your take on the trends emerging from both these states, the picture that both these states have thrown up?
Well, when you are looking at Maharashtra, it's not just a convincing win, it's a landslide. It's actually a kind of a tsunami, as many people are talking about, because no party, no coalition till date has crossed the 200 mark, in 288 seats. So for the Mahayuti to convincingly, it's crossing it, it's something absolutely incredible. And if you ask me, it is actually a historic victory for them. Now, what exactly we are witnessing in the numbers is that a complete meltdown in Congress's numbers, a meltdown in Shiv Sena, UBT's numbers. It's actually the Congress that has actually melted away to nothing. Because when you are looking at Maharashtra, 76 seats were BJP and Congress were in direct contest, and I am certain in these seats, Congress would have lost, I think, the majority of them. We are yet to find out exact number of Congress, which are the seats that Congress has won and which are the parties that Congress has won against. So, but the thing is that it's a complete meltdown of the Congress. What actually this can also be seen in terms of when you are looking at the Lok Sabha election results. the Congress went overconfident after the results and tried to behave like the big brother at that time. Now, from there to drop, they actually were talking in terms of throwing out this government and coming back with power, I mean major power. But what happened was that, okay, I think one particular, apart from the stability factor, the double engine factor, that it helps to have a government which is there in all the center and the state, that really worked against the Congress. Number one, people got a little scared when they saw the Maharashtra election results in the Lok Sabha. In this case, it's going to sound bad, but the fact is, ek hai to safe hai. That slogan worked brilliantly, especially when it comes to the Shiv Sena voters. Now, when we are looking at the Shiv Sena voters, what we are witnessing is that ultimately at the core of Shiv Sena, what is the core of ideology of Shiv Sena? It's the Hindutva ideology. Now, what did Uddhav Thackeray try to do? He tried, maybe under the influence of his son and the celebrities he hobnobs with, he and his son hobnob with in Mumbai. He wanted to make Shiv Sena another clone of the Congress by abandoning the core issue, because you see, these are hardcore voters. So, the hardcore voters, they abandoned him. The sympathy factor worked for Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray in the Lok Sabha elections, but when it comes to this thing, people went for a decisive mandate, and they decided, they shifted completely to Eknath Shinde. So, when it comes to who is the real Sena, the Senapati turned out to be Eknath Shinde, and this also shows voters also have the maturity to go above and look beyond dynasty politics. So, this is what it is all about, they got decimated because, again I am going to say, that slogan worked wonders here.
Yes. Okay, let me get in our reporters now on ground before I come back to you, Joyita, for further analysis. Anand Singh is joining us live from Mumbai. Anand, I think, is at the Congress office in Mumbai. Anand, must be a pretty depressing mood there at the Congress office. What are you seeing around you? Show us the pictures. And what are Congress leaders telling you? Are they coming out on record? Are they speaking about what has led to this dismal showing for their party and the alliance?
Yeah, Uday, look, as I am standing at the Congress office, I will ask my camera person to pan and show you the mood here at the Congress headquarters, that is the Tilak Bhavan in Mumbai, in Dadar area. So you can see only the vehicles of the media persons are parked over here. No senior leaders are available. Only one or two parties spokesperson are available. And when we spoke to few of the senior leaders over there, they didn't come on record to talk, but they admitted that the schemes that were launched by the Maha-Yuti government over here in Maharashtra, that worked for them very well in the state, whereas whatever they promised, like Mahalakshmi scheme for providing rupees 3,000 to women every month here, that didn't went with the people over here in Maharashtra. And if we talk about the number of voters, the way in which the percentage of vote increased in Maharashtra in last 3 decades, as almost 66% voting was recorded in Maharashtra. So in that, most of the women voters came out in huge numbers, and they, no doubt, they gave vote for the Maha-Yuti alliance over here, where the Eknath Shinde government had brought the Mahalakshmi scheme, which provided them rupees 1,500 per month financial assistance to every woman in the state. And looking at the way in which the Ladki Behan Yojana worked for Maha-Yuti over here in Maharashtra, the Senapati of the fight between the real and the fake Sena. So the real Senapati emerged over here is Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who led the campaign very aggressively for Maha-Yuti. And then he was also assisted by Devendra Fadnavis, his deputies, another deputy, Ajit Pawar of the NCP. As the strike rate, if we talk about the strike rate of the BJP, particularly in this assembly polls, out of the 149 seats that the BJP contested, it is leading on more than 127 seats. So more than the 84% of a strike rate that the BJP has maintained. And out of 59 seats that the NCP, Ajit Pawar led faction contested, Ajit Pawar's party is leading on more than 37 seats here in Maharashtra. So clearly, even 56 seats of the state on which the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction is leading. So clearly, it's a decisive mandate that
that's an interesting point. The strike rate has been very, very high. That means that the seat sharing was done in a smart manner by the Mahayuti. What about the MVA? What is the strike rate on the other hand of the MVA in terms of how many seats were given to the Congress, where they are, and of course Sharad Pawar faction and Uddhav faction? Let's just talk about that for a second before I also go to my colleague Sambhav, who is joining us live from Jharkhand as well. Yes, Anand.
Right. Well, yes, absolutely.
No, Sambhav, I'll come to you in a second. Sambhav, I'll come to you in a second. Let Anand complete. He's giving us the strike rate of the opposition. Anand, please go ahead.
Yeah, if you talk about the strike rate of the Mahavikas Aghadi and especially the Congress, which contested on 101 seats in the state, it's leading on only 19 seats. So clearly, it's almost 19% of the strike rate that the Congress has maintained. And when we spoke to few of the Congress leaders over here, they said that it's a kind of mandate stealing from the people, as people were during Modi wave in 2014, they gave Congress 42 seats in the state. And similarly, in 2019, when there was Pulwama terror attack and air strike carried out by India, then at that time also the Congress managed to win 44 seats. And if we talk about NCP Sharad Pawar led faction in the state, which contested on almost 86 seats in the state, that party is leading on hardly 13 seats in the Maharashtra. So the strike rate of the NCP SP is clearly the lowest among all the 6 parties, the major parties, and even the strike rate of Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray, the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He contested on 96 seats, his party contested on 96 seats in the state. So similarly, his party is also leading on 19 seats. So approx 20% of the strike rate is maintained by Uddhav Thackeray led Shiv Sena faction. So definitely a major setback for the Mahavikas Aghadi, as they were too much confident that they are going to.
I think that tells the story.
That tells the story
that the strike rate has been dismal, which shows that the seat sharing was completely not thought through by the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, and you are seeing the parties who should have been the fulcrum of this alliance actually pull down the alliance completely. Let's go across now to Ranchi, where at the Chief Minister's residence, Sambhav Sharma is standing. Sambhav, it must be a joyous mood there. Are party workers beginning to arrive at the Chief Minister's residence to congratulate him? Is the Chief Minister present at his residence currently in Ranchi, or is he in his constituency? What's the latest report that you can share with us from on ground?
Well, yes, the picture here in Ranchi is almost clear, and the next CM, as the party top leaders are saying in the party office, JMM's office, that next CM is Hemant Soren. And trends are almost clear. India Alliance is getting approximately 50 seats if we talk about the trends, and the picture will be more clear in coming hours. We talked to Supriyo Bhattacharya of JMM. He said that he is very much confident and they are going to form the government here in Jharkhand. Apart from it, what led to this majority for JMM, to which the leaders have said that women empowerment, employment generation is their top focus, and it is going to be the top focus of the government once the new government takes the charge. And when we talked to BJP leaders about what happened, why this happened, especially Babulal Marandi, so he said that he played on the issues like Bangladesh infiltration and women empowerment and the corruption in the system, to which JMM said that there is no corruption, and the government is very much focused for the welfare of the people. So, and finally, the JMM led India Alliance is almost set to form the government in Jharkhand.
Let me quickly also ask you then, is it then just a formality now that Hemant Soren will be the Chief Minister once again of Jharkhand? Are the Congress and the JMM likely to once again elect him as their leader of the India Alliance's legislative party unit? When are those meetings likely of the JMM and the Congress's legislative parties? Samba, what are you hearing?
Yes, we are trying to connect to Hemant Soren. It's likely that he'll speak with us. However, many top leaders of JMM are saying that things are very much clear in the party, and Hemant Soren is going to be the Chief Minister of Jharkhand once again, and under his guidance, or rather under his supervision as Chief Minister, the other leaders will take oath. Now, what is going to be the seat sharing formula in Jharkhand, it is to be seen. The picture will be clear approximately 4:05 p.m. We are reporting from Ranchi, and we will update as and when the things become clear.
All right, let me get in Rajesh Koptian of the Congress party now onto the broadcast. Rajesh, now the fact of course is that it is a very, very good showing for your party in Jharkhand, along with of course JMM. JMM has really led from the front there, and you've supported them in an able fashion. But as far as Maharashtra, it's a disastrous showing for your party. The strike rate is very, very dismal. So as far as alliance is concerned, what has gone right for your alliance? Okay, before I come to you, we are getting reactions on from Maharashtra. I think Eknath Shinde is speaking right now. Let's go live.
जो किया है उसको लोगों ने प्राथमिकता दी है और आशीर्वाद भी दिए, और इसीलिए ये मैं सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को धन्यवाद देता हूँ महायुति के, जिन्होंने मेहनत की और इस मकाम तक लाया है। ये भी मैं कहूँगा 2.5 साल में केंद्र और राज्य सरकार, ये डबल इंजन वाली सरकार चली है। आदरणीय मोदी जी ने भी काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया है। कितनी बार उन्होंने ये महाराष्ट्र का दौरा किया, अमित भाई जी ने भी बहुत इसमें ध्यान दिया है। हमारे सभी नड्डा जी हो, कई लोग हो, ये सभी केंद्रीय जो नेतागण हैं, उन्होंने भी महाराष्ट्र को बहुत प्राथमिकता दी है। महाराष्ट्र एक बड़ा राज्य है और ये राज्य जो है ये देश में नंबर 1 का राज्य है, और इसलिए इसमें ये सत्ता लाना, बल्कि लाना नहीं कि एक थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी से लाना, ये बहुत बड़ी जीत है। मैंने कहा था विधानसभा के सेशन में कि हमारे 200 से ज़्यादा सीटें आएगी, वो आज खरा साबित हुआ है। इसका भी मुझे गर्व है कि ये जनता की आवाज़ है, ये जनता की सरकार है, और जनता की सरकार जनता के भले के लिए ये सरकार। और मैं इतना ये भी कहूँगा कि एक हमारी टीम बनकर हमने काम किया। मैं उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा और हमारी पूरी टीम जो है, एक ये महायुति की टीम ने काम किया, और इसीलिए हमने जैसे ये पूरे सभी लोगों ने तय कर लिया कि ये सरकार जो है ये गरीबों की सरकार है और सभी लोगों को न्याय देने वाली सरकार है, और टीम वर्क की तरह हम लड़े और जीते। मुख्यमंत्री लाडकी बहीण योजना आणि शासन आपल्या दारी, ये जो हे जे का 2 योजना ज्या आहेत या खूप लोकप्रिय ठरल्या, आणि त्यामध्ये मग लाडके भाऊ, लाडके शेतकरी, लाडके ज्येष्ठ सगळे आले, सगळे एक इकोसिस्टम बनवली, आणि त्यामुळे
इस वक्त एक बड़ा चर्चा का विषय है।
24 घंटे वाला सीएम मिलेगा। लाडक्या भावाला खूप सहकार्य केले, आशीर्वाद दिलेले आहेत, आणि नक्की आमची जबाबदारी आता वाढलेली आहे। आता हे सगळे आकडे आल्यानंतर सगळे नंबर अंतिम झाल्यानंतर आम्ही तिन्ही पक्ष एकत्र बसू आणि जो निर्णय येतो जसा आम्ही समन्वयाने हा निर्णय घेतला तसा समन्वयाने निर्णय तोही होईल.
ज्यादा सीट मतलब मुख्यमंत्री पद है क्या? ज्यादा सीट मतलब मुख्यमंत्री पद है क्या?
ऐसा मैंने कहा
नहीं मैं कह रहा हूँ,
मैं
आपको क्या लगता
यही
है?
कहूँगा कि अभी यहाँ पर पूरे आंकड़े आने दो, उसके बाद हम तीनों पार्टी बैठेंगे, वरिष्ठों से चर्चा होगी, उसके बाद जो भी होगा समन्वय से होगा.
राजकारणात निवडणुकीच्या प्रचारांमध्ये भाषा घसरली होती, बापापर्यंत भाषा गेली होती, नेत्यांचे एकमेकांचे बाप काढले होते. आज राजकारणात कळालं की एकनाथ शिंदेच खरे बाप आहेत.
मी कार्यकर्ता आहे, एक सर्वसामान्य कार्यकर्ता आहे आणि बाप काढला त्यांना आता बाप दाखवला लोकांनी. त्यामुळे आता जाऊ दे, त्याच्यामध्ये मला काही जायचं नाही. मी आपलं काम करतोय आणि काम करत आहे.
सर तुम्हाला बैठक वगैरे कधी बोलवली आपण? काय आमदारांची बैठक बोलवली आहे?
बोलवली आहे संध्याकाळी रात्री.
संध्याकाळी
हो बोलवली आपले नेते मंडळी.
विक्री
आता आम्ही सांगितलं ना की आता सगळे आकडे आल्यावर तुम्हाला लवकरच कळवू आम्ही.
पण तुम्ही विरोधकांना काही सल्ला देऊ इच्छिता? कारण ते म्हणतात आता बॅलेटवरती निवडणुका घ्या. हा संजय राऊतांचा एक ट्विट आहे की हा निकाल मान्य नाही नाही नाही.
कर्नाटकचा निकाल त्यांना मान्य होता होता होता. जिकडे
All right, Rajesh Koptian continues to be with us at the Congress. Rajesh Koptian, of course, that was Eknath Shinde speaking there. It's a day of joy for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, of course. But what has gone right for your alliance and the alliance arithmetic in Jharkhand? And what has gone wrong for your alliance arithmetic in Maharashtra?
There is only one reason, that is the Ladki Behan Yojana. So that has worked for us in Jharkhand. And it has worked for BJP. Limiting all is all what you say, a mountain of lies. If that was so Modi and all that, they would have worked. They would have won in the Maharashtra country elections. So that is the one and only one reason. And let me be very frank. We were expecting to beat Maharashtra, not so much in Jharkhand. The reverse has happened because there Kalpana Soren was ahead, and we had started a scheme which was similar to Ladki Behan. And since we were in government there, and we were going to increase that. So that has worked in our favor in Jharkhand. And that has worked in the favor of the NDA. Remaining everything, Modi, this, that. Generally, when Modi is on the ticket, the vote share of BJP goes up. When he is not on the ticket, the vote share of the BJP goes down. This time it has gone up. Say proves when Modi is now no more a vote catcher. It was only the Ladki Behan word. And I was worried about it. I had already conveyed it to our high command, and we have come with a scheme of 3,000 rupees per month. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. Okay, I think we've lost you now. Yeah, you're back. But your frame is a bit unclear. But yes, please go ahead.
Now I can hear you. So what I mean to say is there was a view that Ladki Behan Yojana is doing very well, and that is what is proven now. And same has worked for us in Jharkhand also.
Okay, the women are the X factor. Joyita Basu says the Congress that have gone in their favor in Jharkhand and have gone in the Mahayuti's favor in Maharashtra. He's also saying PM Modi is no longer a factor in the elections. Please respond.
The thing is, you see, if the Congress actually believes the stuff that this gentleman is saying, well, I would say it would be delusional, frankly. I mean, because if you just give, say this victory is not a victory, for example, the Soren, Hemant Soren in Jharkhand, there is no sympathy factor for him, there is no Adivasi factor, then please, I mean, we should all take retirement and stop talking about elections, because this gentleman has said that one woman thing worked. Sorry, it does not work like that. It takes hard work for the people. The fact of the matter is that if the Congress has done quote unquote reasonably well in Jharkhand, it has done on the back of Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. the very fact that there was no back to scratch in any of the Maharashtra, all of the Maharashtra parties have been decimated. That is because it shows serious problem at the ground level. When it comes to the Congress, it has nothing. Okay, there is a serious leadership crisis in the Congress, and frankly, beyond Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's win, they cannot ensure any other wins. If you are looking at the other state, even in the Lok Sabha results, everywhere the Congress was piggybacking on some other regional party. So, it is the regional parties that are winning, not the Congress. Whenever the Congress is in a direct fight with the BJP, that 76 seats that they are that is why we need to find out how many of these 76 seats the Congress won in a direct fight with the BJP. This is in keeping with the tradition of Congress's tradition that they end up losing almost every direct fight with the BJP. So, let us not this gentleman is just talking about one scheme. It does not work like that. Okay, it does not work like that people will go and vote because you are getting 500 rupees or something like that. It does not work like that. You have to talk in terms of your failures. You have failed. That is the main point here. Okay, admit it, do a soul searching, take corrective measures. If you start feeding your high command that we did not fail, that the people voted because of the money, then you are not coming back to power in Maharashtra for time immemorial now, frankly.
Okay, that's an interesting point that you made because that's something that was seen in Jammu Kashmir as well and now in Jharkhand. But of course, it's the BJP's ally that has let them down in Jharkhand. So obviously, alliances sometimes work and sometimes don't, as we've seen. Okay, let me quickly now join Piyush Pant as well, who's joining us live, senior journalist. Piyush Pant, welcome. Thank you for being with us. Your takeaways from the Maharashtra verdict and the Jharkhand verdict. What are the X factors that have worked for the Mahayuti, not worked for the MV in Maharashtra, and what has led to this showing for the India alliance repeating its government in Jharkhand?
Well, the verdict in both the states makes one thing clear, very much clear.
Yes.
That people have, there has been no anti-incumbency, neither in Jharkhand nor in Maharashtra. So that's why people have preferred to support the incumbent governments, and that's why, because they have been benefited by those governments in terms in financial terms. As the BJP spokesman was earlier saying that it is not a factor. It is a factor. It is one of the major factor, as we had seen in Madhya Pradesh also. So this was, the transferring of money was one of the major factor. But apart from that there were other factors as well. The organizational factor, reach out to the people, and how strong you are in the state. Your organization is strong. How strong is the candidate to whom you have given the tickets? What has been your strategy? How you gel with your alliance partners? All these things matter. And in Maharashtra, the Aghadi, lacked all these things. There was not proper gelling. They were bickering right from the very beginning regarding the number of seats.
Yes.
Regarding the region where they will, which partner will get more seats in which region. Even they had to concede Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena in the Vidarbha region, where Shiv Sena has nothing to do. So it is a complete Congress fiefdom in Vidarbha. Congress had been very much influential in Vidarbha. So this kind of bickering was always going on, and I think we can also infer that that's why there has been not much effective transfer of votes among the partners in the Mahaghadi. Because they were always blaming each other, though not openly, but we were listening to these news from here and there, sometimes openly also criticizing each other. Even in Uddhav Thackeray talking about Rahul Gandhi, and Sharad Pawar also commenting. So So these things, didn't go well with the electorate of the Maharashtra. And then I think the issue of, though people were saying, those who know the Maharashtra, they say, this kind of politics doesn't get footing in Maharashtra, communal politics doesn't get footing in Maharashtra. But it seems that there has been some effect of the slogans like batoge to katoge, yeah, later when Pradhan Mantri Modi ji reformed it to जुटने में ही एकता है, तो उस टाइप की चीज जो है, आई थिंक वो उसके अलग, दे कैन बी डिफरेंट interpretation to that, but a general feeling went that yes, that slogan struck there, I think, in the mind of the people, and they found that Aghadi, on weaker platform, and Eknath Shinde, who had worked with the people, he is a man of grassroots level, and so much money was spent. This is also a fact, the government spent so much money in different programs, different schemes. So that could have been one factor, because I believe that there is lot of economic distress in Maharashtra, and this was coming out. Then UT was also able to, or you can say BJP was also able to counter the dissatisfaction among the Maratha region, Maratha people, and regarding the question of that Manoj Patil, who was leading the movement, he was later on he was persuaded to withdraw his movement and withdraw his candidates from the election. So all these things, I think, they went in the favor of the UT, and there are so many factors. But I think one of the major factors was also giving cash to the people, transferring cash to the people. This, even in Delhi, we have been seeing why AAP is winning continuously, because of all these free schemes, transferring money to the people, all these schemes, because I believe throughout India there is a lot of economic distress. So people get relief when they get this kind of help. So this is, I think this is...
Okay, Rajesh Guptian, come in here. Before I get in, Sandeep Chandra as well, who wants to come in. Rajesh Guptian, come in here quickly to respond to the points that the others have made. That, there are obviously other factors apart from just women that you mentioned. Also, Joyita Basu saying the Congress just piggybacks on its allies and then claims credit. Your response to that. Also, BJP Congress direct contests. Is it something that the Congress is not able to win mostly? Rajesh Guptian, can you hear me? Okay, I think we don't have him there. Yes, Sandeep Chandra, please come in. Sandeep Chandra, come in here on, of course, the fact, of course, that the factors that were just being mentioned by Mr. Piyush Pant, do you agree with them or are you in disagreement? Also, Sandeep Chandra, the fact, of course, now, as far as Jharkhand is concerned, is it going to have any bearing on its neighboring state of Bihar? Remember, Bihar is a state that will go to polls next year itself.
See, Udayji, the fact of the matter is this, that in Jharkhand, according to me, will have no bearing, because BJP has, is tightened its cadres, and in Bihar, you will find that Nitish factor will not play out. Congress factor will not play out. And as far as Maharashtra is concerned, even Pan-India is concerned, I would like to point out that if Priyanka Gandhi was serious contender as a national politician, she would have contested the UP by-election. You don't run away to Wayanad, number one. Number two, the major difference between today BJP and Congress is this, that Congress has to piggyback on its allies, while allies of BJP piggyback on BJP. Absolutely. So that is the difference. And the third point is this, that, Rahul Gandhi is romanticizing politics, wear a white t-shirt, do Padyatra and all. At the end of the day, what is the result? It's a big zero, or if not minus. And Maharashtra has, you see, today...
Okay, another big breaking development coming in. I just want to quickly apprise our viewers before I come back to Sandeep. Big breaking development coming in. The ruling leaders of the winning alliance in Maharashtra, the Mahayuti, are going to hold a joint press conference at 3 p.m. today. Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy CM, Ajit Pawar, Deputy CM and CM, Eknath Shinde, all together will be holding a press conference at 3 p.m. today. They will be addressing the media at 3 p.m. on these election results. Will this be the formula? Will they continue to be in these positions in this incoming government or not is something perhaps we'll know in the next 24 to 48 hours. But all three leaders will be speaking together to the media at 3 p.m. That's a big breaking development. Yes, Sandeep, go ahead. Complete your point.
I would like to say that, Maharashtra has now established that under PM Modi, the BJP is a lean, mean fighting machine. And all these factors, you say you're making cartoons, you are not doing politics. The people of this country want a government which functions. Mr. Modi has put India firmly on the world map. The value of the Indian passport today has gone up number of times. Contrast this with Congress. Today, Congress talks about, its MLAs being broken. This Ayaram, Gayaram culture in India was started by Congress when Bhajan Lal with all his cabinet crossed over to the Congress when Mrs. Gandhi was the PM. So most elected governments have been made to fall by foul means when Congress has been power in the center. Thirdly, when the opposition, when the Congress comes to power in states, EVM is fine, no muscle power, no money power, no booth capturing. But when BJP-led alliance comes into power in states, or the ruling party comes into power in different states, then EVM, then you see your muscle management, booth management. Also, I would like to say, Udayji, something very important. Fact of the matter is this, that Congress needs to introspect. Everywhere they are on a losing spree. And the country has seen policies of Mr. Modi have percolated down to the lowest level. Today, for the first time in India, you have a leader in Mr. Modi who is consequential. All world leaders, if you see his body language, all world leaders, you see, they talk to him, they take his advice, and he's conferred top honors. In Mrs. Gandhi's time, you had a puppet.
Okay, let Rajesh respond to that. Rajesh Koptian responding.
Yeah, see, the first point is about the allies.
Yes.
Did we have an ally in Karnataka? We took them down. They have to treat and go in face our advertisements in the newspaper. Then in Telangana, we took BJP on. We took the local party on. In Rajasthan, we were winning. Last elections we lost. Before that, in Chhattisgarh, right across pan-India, if there is any party which is taking on BJP, it is we. In this election, last MP elections, we gave away 225 of our seats, excepting for West Bengal and our seats went from 50 to 100. Our alliances benefited from us. If Akhilesh won 37, it was because of our vote transfer which meant that. Similarly in Bihar. So if these people in BJP, they will see, take it from me. Shinde is not coming as a PM. They have used him, they will show him. So they used Shinsela UBT before, now they will use Shinda. What we are doing is giving in Jammu and Kashmir, we have opted out of the government. We say, okay, we wanted something they could not. For us, power is nothing. For right across India, we have an alliance and it is give and take. Right now, we are very happy for Jharkhand, we have won. It is because of our votes which adds on to the Jharkhand vote. The only thing BJP is saying has made India proud. Modi, today his best friend, one of the India's leading industrialists, has been there is a demand of extradition from US. It is not an allegation, it is a charge sheet. That is the worst possible indictment of a leading industrialist who is supposed to be closest to PM Modi. What is he saying about Modi? Everywhere it was this thing, when Modi goes down, the BJP 10% goes down.
But Rajesh Kotian, you have lost the big state of Maharashtra. This is a state which gives so many MPs. You are raising the Adani issue. You are saying Modi is going down, but where is that happening on ground? They are winning. They won Haryana and Maharashtra. These are both states where you did well in Lok Sabha elections, but you were not able to translate that into the Vidhan Sabha elections. Surely there is introspection needed. Are the issues of Soot Boot Sarkar working? Are the issues of Adani Ambani working or not?
No, we agreed to that, and I was the person who had told the High Command, Ladki Behan Yojana is a big hit. We have to come a counter to that, and that's why Rahulji came here and announced 3,000 for the students. Also, he had announced 4,000. But the point is, people believe a bird one in hand is better than two in the bush.
Okay,
So they
let's
have
talk
got
now
that
about some
sense
individual
now.
seats. Interestingly, we are seeing the seat of Worli really go down to the wire. Joyita Basu, what do you make of that? The seat of Worli go down to the wire. Aditya Thackeray leading currently, but it's a very, very slim lead against Milind Deora. What do you make of this very close fight in Worli?
Well, it shows that, beyond a point, the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction, he doesn't have a pull. He has zero pull, in fact. And the thing is that, so all this plan that Shiv Sena, in fact, one of the reasons why he also broke ranks with the BJP was because he wanted to, apart from wanting to become chief minister, he wanted to establish his son as one of the leading figures of Maharashtra politics. All that plan has gone, and basically that plan has crumbled completely. And the very fact that Milind Deora is kind of, that is South Bombay, that is anyway his, playing field. It has been his playing field for some time. But yes, it was thought that because Aditya Thackeray is so much in the limelight always and all that, they would have swept it. But then Uddhav Thackeray was saying that they are going to sweep Maharashtra anyway. So Uddhav Thackeray, it seems, let's put it this way, Uddhav and son have been, even if the son wins this particular seat, they have been swept out of Maharashtra's political landscape completely.
Okay. Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde, in fact, has thanked all the workers of the Mahayuti. He's added that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP President JP Nadda supported us. He also stated that they gave priority to Maharashtra. Do we have that soundbite? Okay. So, but that's a big statement by Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde, of course, reaffirming his thanks to the BJP's top leadership as well. It seems that this alliance has worked on ground. What are the factors, Piyush Pant, that led to this alliance really working on ground? There were many who were saying Ajit Pawar is the weak link. There will be, Ajit Pawar will be dropped after Lok Sabha. That's something that did not happen. Ajit Pawar has done fairly well himself as well. Also the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction, right now, of course, the statements show that Mr. Eknath Shinde is thanking Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Shah and BJP President JP Nadda. Obviously, there has been cohesiveness on ground as well. Votes have transferred between the parties on ground. What is, worked for this alliance? Interestingly, this was an alliance that did not exist 5 years ago, but it was forged and it has won the state now decisively.
Yeah, of course. I think, Uday, as I told you before, that there was a greater element of cohesiveness among the partners of the UT alliance, this alliance. And since BJP was guiding from the top, and the BJP is a master in making strategies. And you remember when the question was of giving place to Eknath Shinde in place of Fadnavis. It was a big question, and it was not easy for Fadnavis to digest this thing. And we had seen the discontentment, and Fadnavis was not ready to accept the proposal. And even he was not ready to accept the deputy CM post. He said, well, I'll support the government from the outside. But then Pradhan Mantri Modi ji intervened and he persuaded him to accept it in the interest of the party. So this kind of thing is there, and the partners, they have been not very much against each other. So there have been a better element of coordination among them. Even Ajit Pawar was given lesser seat than the other. BJP is a big partner, of course, no doubt about it. But then the Shinde group. But he accepted it, and he worked hard on that region, and he has succeeded, tremendously succeeded, because no one had expected, because everybody was expecting he will get around 25 seats, maximum 25 seats. So he is the man from the grassroots level, and he worked on that. Okay, fine. Though he had lost a lot of seats, though he was given very few seats during the Lok Sabha election, and his party won just only one seat. But even then he took the stand. Even when Yogi Adityanath gave this slogan of "Katenge to batenge," he came forward and he rejected this slogan. He said this doesn't work in Maharashtra, because he knew it, that the kind of character his electorate has, where he enjoys popularity, where among whom he works. So he clearly took a stand against this slogan, against the stand of the BJP. So that's why I think they are the leaders. The same is with Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde has increased lot of clout among his electorate. He has worked, he has delivered whatever time he got as
Yes.
CM. So he worked hard and he delivered. And
Okay, Sandeep Chandra reacting. Yes, Sandeep.
You see one very important point, Udayji, which lot of political pundits are missing, and you will appreciate this or alliance in its origin between Shiv Sena and Congress is an unholy alliance. They have got different, viewpoints, and Shiv Sena is basically a core Hindutva party. And I would like to say, if respected Bala Sahib was alive, he would never have allowed this alliance to happen. So fact of the matter is this alliance is like between fire and ice. So this alliance from day one was a stillborn baby, and today you see the results. And again I am saying that people of Maharashtra have proved that they are intelligent people, they vote for the right party, and the credit to BJP, they did course management, they changed the course, and they stitched up an alliance which has today borne the fruit. And all this nonsense about Adani, Ambani, and on that point, when Congress was in power, Pranab Mukherjee was called the Reliance Finance Minister. So let's not forget all these things. And let's not, Congress is like devil quoting the scriptures. Today's writing is on the wall. They have, the top leadership has run away out of UP. UP is nowhere, and till UP is not, Congress doesn't give a serious thought to UP, it cannot come in power. And forget about Rahul Gandhi becoming PM or Priyanka Gandhi becoming PM. They can go on getting people through Rajya Sabha. Next you will find, Robert Vadra also coming in. And the difference between BJP and Congress.
But one interesting development is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's entry into Lok Sabha, Joyita Basu. How is that going to impact the Congress in Parliament? Priyanka Gandhi, of course, is a fiery speaker. She is one of their star campaigners. She's won decisively from Wayanad by an over 3.5 lakh margin. Currently, counting is still underway. How is Priyanka's entry going to impact the Congress in Parliament?
Well, the thing is this, if Priyanka did not win with the 3.5 lakh margin, I would have been surprised. It was a seat, it's a particular community dominated seat. That is the reason why Rahul Gandhi has been winning one from there, and it was not natural that she would have won. So I do not give her credit for the fact that she has won Wayanad. That was the easiest seat possible that could have been given to her. How it impacts Congress's performance on in Parliament? Well, let's put it this way, she is going to amplify what Rahul Gandhi's talking points are. Okay, so brother and sister, we expect them to kind of work in coordination and repeat similar points. So when you are looking at maybe Rahul Gandhi, maybe not in this session, so whenever she actually enters Parliament and all, there will be a lot of talk about Adani, there will be a lot of talk about, how the government is chokidar chor hai and all. She's just going to amplify the things, and there will be a lot of barracking when the Prime Minister is speaking. They will be, the opposition will be asked to shout and scream or walk out. So I do not see her bringing anything extra in Parliament. It is just going to be Rahul Gandhi plus or Rahul Gandhi square. That is how it is going to be. Of course, Congress will feel very energized and all that she is now going to bring us to power at the center. I think for that, that's going to take a long time, if at all.
Yes, okay. Let me quickly, get you to respond to that, Rajesh Kothia. The entry of Priyanka in Parliament, how is that going to impact your party? And Sandeep Chandra saying, why didn't she contest from Uttar Pradesh?
Now, see, Priyanka is one of our star campaigners, other than our President Kharge ji and our leader of opposition. During the MP campaign, also each of them they had done about 100 and odd rallies. So when she comes to the parliament, she will further be a shot in our arm, and she will take an of all our leaders. Whenever she speaks, the media stands up and listens. So you should have seen, otherwise the media completely backed out us during the parliamentary polls, but when she fought for her brother for Raebareli and Amit, she was all over the place in the media. She will be, even though she performed badly during the UP election, she had laid our base on which Akhilesh and Rahul capitalized during the MP election. So she will definitely help us out. The previous BJP speaker was saying something about we and Sena not being same page. He also forgets that Ajit Pawar has been taking on their party, cutting seriously on cutting it to butting it and all that. So we have some small issues of differences on Veer Savarkar. Otherwise, we are a coherent unit. Yes, Nana Patole and this did bicker over, and we were asking them also, first find out your alliance leader. Till now, we are not sure if it is going to be Cynthia Patnaik. So there are some small issues that we have been